It was nearing 5 o'clock, and I was across the street, impatiently waiting for his arrival. I knew he was a creature of habit, a slave to his schedule if nothing else. And just like clockwork, as 5 o'clock came, so did he, pulling up into the driveway, as he no doubt had 1,000 times. My eyes narrowed, a flush of hot hatred rising in me as I watched him vanish inside. "You cheating prick," I whispered under my breath, and crossed the street, walking up to the door like I had business there. I tested the door handle, shaking my head slightly when I found it unlocked, and made my way inside. Idiot. Quietly closing the door, I removed my heels, doing my best not to alert him to my presence. As I padded across the living room, the floor groaned softly as I went. "Is that you, my sweet?" His voice came from upstairs. Damn it. I rubbed my throat, trying to loosen it up before calling back in my best attempt at imitating the woman he was expecting. "Yes, hon. Why don't you come on up? I'm feeling a little frisky," he chuckled. "Be right there, stud." I rolled my eyes at his predictability and gave up the illusion of stealth. I strode into the kitchen, searching briefly until I found the big kitchen knife. I admired it for a moment before the laundry room caught my eye. Yes, perfect. I slipped into the laundry room and out of my street clothes, throwing on one of his dress shirts, which fell to mid-thigh alluringly. Glancing at the collar, I grinned, pressing a nice red kiss to the starched cotton. My lipstick made a perfect impression. Satisfied with my costume, I made my way up the stairs, knife hidden behind my back. He was waiting for me, shirtless and pantless, spread out on the bed like an offering. It shocked me to see him. I couldn't blame him. "Bella?" he asked, confusion written across his face. "Yes, Fernando." "What are you?" He paused and then grinned, comprehension and devious pleasure spreading across his face. "Oh, I see." I smiled at him, carefully keeping the knife hand behind my back, as I put a finger to my ruby lips. "Shh, she'll be out all day." "Now this is a perfect day, isn't it?" he said, mostly for his own satisfaction, because he couldn't have known what I had planned, and if he had, I doubt he would have felt the same way about it. I nodded, though, as it was absolutely shaping up to be a perfect day for me. "You've been a naughty boy," I said, and moved to the bed, standing over him. "Why don't we play a little game?" "What did you have in mind?" He was grinning even wider now, looking as enthusiastic as I'd ever seen him. "Oh, just something to make you enjoy the release all the more," I said, gracefully hiding the knife on the floor, as I dug around the nightstand for some silk socks. I'd watched him long enough to know he didn't bother keeping the nice ones in the dresser. With a hungry grin, I pulled his right hand to the bedpost and tied it securely. He winced slightly at the force, growling out a playful, "Oh, you little minx." I gave him a nice show as I crawled all over him to tie his other hand and straddled him to slide a long black sock over his eyes like a blindfold. "There we go," I purred. "I'm so ready for you," he said, thrusting his hips in the air. I snickered, trailing my hand over his stomach and thigh as I slid off the bed. "I can tell, but you sit tight, stud." I picked up the knife. "I will get a surprise for you." "More surprises." "Oh, I cannot wait," he said, still blissfully ignorant of what I had in store. I wandered downstairs, taking my time to retrieve my phone. After pulling up the most recent number, I hit the call button. 2 rings and the line was open silence. "We're all set," I said and hung up. Less than a minute later, a figure walked up to the door and waited. I opened it to see his wife, Sasha, in a drab power suit, smart heels, beige hose, and rather plain makeup. She looked me up and down with a disapproving scowl. "I still don't." I shushed her, pointing above us as I mouthed a quiet, "Upstairs, quietly. You'll see." She scoffed softly and stepped out of her heels before following me. careful to match my movements, as much as she could, so it would sound like only one person returning. "Oh, sweetie, I'm waiting," Fernando cooed from the bedroom. "Shit, too soon, you moron." His wife looked to me, possibly even angrier than before, but she silently continued up the steps with me. That was close. This won't work right if she doesn't see him. When we got to the bedroom, I stepped aside, and she walked alone. At first, she froze, apparently stunned by the vision of her husband tied to the bed, blindfolded and eager. When she finally made it to the foot of the bed, her face was a twisted mask of fury. "Fernando," I said as I moved in behind her, "I'm ready. Say my name and beg me to start." "Oh, my naughty Bella," he grinned. "I'm so ready for you to screw me. I need you so bad. You don't know what it's been like." With a gasp, his wife rushed to his side and ripped the blindfold off. "Fernando, how could you?" "Sasha?" Fernando gasped. Her voice caught, and she whimpered around a suppressed sob. "After 15 years, how could you do this to us?" This was it. The perfect moment. I rushed her from behind, slashing the knife through her throat in one swift motion. She jerked slightly as I held her by the hair, tilting her head back and pushing her body forward as a fountain of blood poured from her neck. "Sasha!" he screamed, flailing against the socks binding him. "Bella, what have you done?" "From the broken heart of this woman, I offer to you, O Arok, the body of this adulterer. May the heartbreak of his wife bring forth your vengeful hatred for his soul." "What are you?" Fernando sputtered, trying not to swallow the blood that splattered his face. What? Stop this!" Sasha's body relaxed, falling forward onto the bed as the life slowly left her, and I struggled to pull her head up to make sure she continued to bleed on him. "Come forth to your new vessel, Arok. Come to me, your dark mistress," I shouted. Convulsions racked his body, and his gaze grew distant before disappearing as his eyes rolled back. I rolled my eyes. "Oh my God, finally," I said as I dropped Sasha's body on the bed between us. She bounced and rolled to the side, her eyes watching me, betrayed, scared, and dying. I leaned down to her. "Oh, don't be so upset. There is an afterlife. I just hope you did the right things for the right side," I said, gently nudging her to the ground, where she slumped, lifeless as far as I could tell. And thank goodness. Now I'm finished with her and ready to complete a pact I had entered long ago. Only a moment later, Fernando's eyes rolled forward, red and full of hate. He turned to me. "Oh, my faithful Bella." I frowned, stripping out of Fernando's shirt to stand exposed before his body. "I give you a child, and we're all square, right? Your debt paid. Tenfold," he grinned. "Good," I said, straddling him. I was all business, ready to get this done and my soul off the chopping block. Then let's do this. The debt I'd accrued with Arok was an old one, made 10 years ago when I was 13. Ever since I was a little girl, I recalled my pious mother in poverty, always talking about how God had a plan for us. "Jesus Christ will see us through this," she said while begging on the street for our next meal. "Christ will see us through these tribulations." Apparently, Christ's plan for us involved human traffickers. When I look back, I often wonder if her faith ever broke. If, as those awful men had their turns on her, while they chained me to the neighboring bed, she ever once doubted that Jesus would save her. He didn't, of course. Jesus, God, neither of them came for us, and eventually they ran out of time to help. I still recall how one day her cries grew smaller and smaller until they stopped altogether and her face went blank, as yet another nameless man saddled her up like a prize pony and had his way with her. She watched me, She always watched me, and I watched with a terrifying chill as the dim light in her eyes faded into nothing. She left me. I was alone, terrified, chained to a bed, and alone except for the man still taking his pleasure from what she'd left behind. She was long since gone when the final asshole asked why she was so cold. "She's dead," I squeaked out, with a dry throat choked with grief, anger, and fear. What would they do to me now that their favorite toy was gone? "What do you mean she's dead?" he asked, looking down at my mother's body. "You're a liar. She ain't dead. Are you, bitch?" He slapped her. The sound of his hand against her cold, wet cheek was dull and flat. I still hear it sometimes as I am falling asleep, and I wake up in a cold sweat, panicked and alone. When he finally realized I was telling the truth, and that he'd been thrusting away at a corpse for the last 5 minutes, he scrambled off the bed to vomit in the corner. After he left, no one else came back. They left me in there with her. For 2 days, I cried, watching my mother's eyes cloud over as her body grew pale and stiff. I remember going to sleep one of those nights and watching her dead eyes in the dark. I was hungry, cold, and alone as I had ever been. I knew I would die there, forgotten in that room as she was. In the dark that night, I asked her, "Mama, is this God's plan?" Despite the thick shadow separating us, I thought I saw her move. My heart froze as I watched. Suddenly, still like a rabbit hiding from a fox, some instinct buried deep inside me screamed for me to keep quiet, even as my mind tried to reason with it. Mother was dead. She couldn't have moved. It was dark, and eyes play tricks, especially when you have had nothing to eat or drink in 2 days. And yet, my heart thundered in my ears, and cold sweat poured down my back at the certainty that I was not alone anymore. I felt eyes upon me, watched as I hadn't been since the men had left us there. Then my mother's corpse began to speak to me. "Yes, dear," she said in a voice that was hers, but used the wrong way. I tried to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. I could only stare at the dark shape of her body where it lay, and pray I was only dreaming. Her eyes, though, her eyes I could still see, pale and almost glowing, watching me intensely. "Christ has a plan for us all, dear. Why? Are you dissatisfied with his plan for you?" I didn't answer. I knew better than to answer. This was a trick, a trap. I turned my wrists, as I had 100 times since they chained me to the bed. They were red and caked with dried blood. They ached from the cuffs biting into them, but I tried to free them anyway. Tried to escape whatever was possessing my mother's body. It felt like tears should have been in my eyes, but they were dry as I trembled on the bed, paralyzed by her milky gaze. Her face grinned at me. "Would you like another option?" I hesitated, licking my dry lips nervously. I knew better than to hesitate. My heart and some deeper instinct still screamed danger to me, but there was also angry desperation listening in the dark corners of my soul. I knew no godly creature could speak to me through my mother's blackened lips, and for as much as it felt like walking off the edge of a cliff to challenge fate, I felt compelled to respond by something darker inside me, something forged over a lifetime of living on the streets and tempered in that filthy bed. "I'm listening," I rasped, trying not to look at my mother in the eye. "What if I protected you, kept the men from using you?" it whispered. I shook my head, moving my gaze to the floor. They came for me before they ran the train on Mama. 1 or 2 had me. Mother's face frowned. "What could I offer you, child? Your suffering is great, and Christ has no mercy for you in this plan. But I can change your stars. Name it, and it is yours." I thought about this. Instinct still drove my racing heart, and starvation clouded my thoughts. But the shadow in my soul reached out and brought with it a single request. Vengeance, I rasped. I want vengeance on them. My blood thrummed with the idea, singing a horrifying song I would never have imagined myself capable of embracing before that very moment. But after it had come, it was all I wanted. I want vengeance on them all. I knew what I was asking. Mama always spoke of the deadly sins, and I knew vengeance was just an offshoot of wrath. But I didn't want to die on that bed, especially knowing those men were out there, living. A strange calm settled over me when I accepted that. A smile crept over her face. Would you like to make a deal? Seeing is believing, I said, surprised at my confidence. Mama didn't raise a fool or an idiot. I've had to survive on my own for too long to get taken advantage of by some corpse. Mama's face frowned. I am more than a corpse. Anger flared in me. Anger I'd kept stifled for a long time. Anger at Mother for putting us on the street and letting us get taken. Anger at the world for allowing all of it to happen. Anger at the men for their abuses. Anger at this creature for splitting hairs when my blood screamed for vengeance. Murder one of those bastards first, I growled, and then we'll see if you can help me. Otherwise, you're as useless as God. Mama's corpse sat up, snapping the chain that tied it to the bed, as if it were nothing but paper. You wish to see the power of my master? So be it. But be warned, girl. I consider this part of any deal we strike. I nodded. And if you can't do what I ask, then I know you're nothing to fear. Mama's corpse shambled to the door like the demon had fixed puppet strings to her limbs. The inhuman motions unnerved me as she jerked forward slowly. When she finally arrived at the door, she slapped it several times. I sat up and crossed my legs to watch, curious of what that demon had planned. Soon I heard footsteps in the hall. You little whore, if you've escaped. A man stood in the doorway, framed by light spilling in behind him. I remembered his stench and his stupid thin mustache. His clothing was dirty, and he had a gun at his side. He was one of the men who'd raped me when I'd first arrived. I rattled the chains on my swollen wrists. I'm still tied up. He glared at me. Then what made that noise? Huh, bitch? He crossed the threshold, moving so fast he didn't see Mama behind the door. Mama did, I said, pointing with a smile. A strange and startling deep level of satisfaction washed over me as my mother's corpse lurched towards him. I don't know what drove me to say it, but once the words were out, I knew they were just right. Mama wants you to screw her again. He turned in confusion and screamed, pulling the gun from his pants and firing at her chest. Mama didn't react to the shot physically. She only let out an inhuman screech as she dove on the man, her teeth gnashing and tearing at his throat. I sat up in the bed, smiling wide as the demon in my mother feasted on him. After a moment or two of him struggling beneath her, his body writhing on the cold floor, I realized it wasn't his flesh the demon was after. Not directly. It was slowly gnawing on his shoulder, when it could have gone for his neck. No, death wasn't the immediate goal. The demon wanted to savor it. I realized it wasn't the demon who wanted to savor it. I did. The demon knew what I wanted, that I didn't just want these men dead. They would be too easy for them. No, the demon knew what I wanted. Vengeance. I wanted them to suffer for what they had put me through. My heart, for the first time in years, soared. Yes, I shouted to the demon, encouraging it. Savor it. I was speaking both to the demon and to myself. I wanted more. I wanted so much more. My mind raced at the prospects before me. Despite all my mother's prayers and times in church, God never answered us. An evening in a church to sleep was the only respite we had in those days. And that was the best God had ever done for Mama and me. But this demon, in mere moments of being asked, it had done what I wanted. Better yet, it did so on good faith, At least so far. The man screamed, "Help me! Get it off of me!" I was on cloud 9 as he whimpered. He was so pathetic. I sat on the bed, lording over him. "Beg me," I said with a knowing grin. What? He shouted as he tried to push my mother's head and her hungry maw off of him. "I said," I teased, "beg me to save you. Beg me to call Mama off. Beg for your life." "Please, save me," he pleaded. "I'm begging you. For Christ's sake, save me." For Christ's sake? Every year I suffered, my mother looked to Christ. Christ, every year, asked more of her. Over and over she would pray. Before we were homeless, she would give alms, spend weekends in church instead of working. All the while ignorant of the fact that my father was gambling away everything we had. Christ's sake. It was even in church, when the police came to tell my mother he was dead, killed by a loan shark he had screwed over. They never caught him, of course. Christ couldn't give me justice then. That hot anger filled me once more as I narrowed my eyes on the man below. Screw Christ. I looked down to the demon. I don't want to hear him speak about God or Christ ever again. "No," the man screamed. A poor decision for him, all things considered. Mama took his opened mouth as an opportunity. While his mouth was opened, she latched on. My pupils dilated as the rush hit me hard, watching the terror in his eyes as I heard the sharp scrape of her teeth against his, trying to push her mouth out of his. An extra layer of satisfaction was that days ago he had forced his mouth into hers. Now, she would take back what he gave her. Now he would suffer for what he did to us. His screams were music to my ears as Mama bit out his tongue. Mama's corpse rose and made a show of tilting her head back and swallowing something thick and heavy as the man screamed and wailed in pain. Have you ever heard a man try to speak without a tongue? It's a sad thing to hear. It makes a man sound like an animal. For once, that's all he was. His true self laid bare. Nothing but a scared and loathsome animal below me. After a deliciously extended period, I watched the life drain from his eyes, just as it did from my mama. A shiver ran down my spine as I recalled that moment. It felt like a lifetime ago. My heart was hammering in my chest with excitement as I felt warmth come over me. A fire was lit, and there was no extinguishing it. 4 more men rushed to the door, and all of them horrified at the sight before them. I turned to the demon inside my mother's corpse. "What else can you do?" I asked. Mama's face twisted into a grin. "You waste time. This form is fading. What is your choice, girl?" I looked to the 4 men in the doorway. Vengeance. The chains fell off of my wrists, and I grew dizzy. Before I knew it, I was in the same bed, but my mother's corpse was still next to me, unmoving. Was it all just a fever dream? My heart sank for a moment, before the same voice slipped from my mama's unmoving mouth. "Offer me the first soul, and I shall take the others. Feed me, souls of the damned, before God can forgive them, and you shall receive my boon," it whispered. I got up. My handcuffs were undone, as they were in the vision. I grabbed the chains that were keeping me tied down. I slid them through the metal bars of the bed and dragged them to the door. I slapped the chains against the wall, standing behind it as the demon did in my vision, ready to do what needed to be done. The demon had informed me that I had to get the ball rolling myself. Nothing comes without a price. The lesson was simple. If I wanted my deepest, darkest desires, I had to do the legwork. My hands would have to get dirty. "You little whore, if you've escaped, I'll..." He trailed off as he came to the doorway. "Where the hell?" He walked in, not seeing me in my bed. I threw the chains over his head and pulled them tight over his neck, pulling down hard. He struggled, but I kept tightening the chains. A punch landed on my shoulder. Under any normal circumstances, the pain would have knocked me to the floor, but I kept the vision of my mother's body over his, ripping his tongue out, and the adrenaline in my body propelled me forward. I watched his eyes roll into the back of his head, and he finally went limp. "Bring him here," Mama's corpse said. With a dedicated effort, I hefted him up by his shoulders. I dragged him to Mama's bedside, dropping him unceremoniously before her. "Now what?" "Offer him as sacrifice to me." "Who are you?" I asked. "I am Arok," it hissed. "Pledge to me." I looked down at the passed-out prick. "I offer this soul to you, Arok, and through this sacrifice, I ask you to fulfill my vengeance on this man and his comrades." I looked at my mama's cold, dead eyes, hate filling me. "Do this in my name." "What is your name?" "BellaDelAvana," I whispered. Her corpse shot up and grinned wide, moving the fallen body of the man I had brought down. I backed away and watched with deep satisfaction as she began to devour his flesh, ripping at his face first, which woke him. "What is this? Oh God, stop!" he screamed. I lorded over him. His screams reached a crescendo, filling me with deep satisfaction. Finally, the demon slammed my mother's head into his chest, snapping his sternum and ripping out his heart. As the man's mouth shot open, his final breath passed through him. Within that breath was a wisp of steam, a wisp the demon ensured it could inhale, taking great satisfaction in doing so. With his final breath, and possibly even his soul consumed, Mama's body shot upright. The demon began to contort, limbs and joints snapping at unnatural angles. After many a sickening snap and crack, she fell to the floor on all fours. She barely looked human, closer to that of some kind of twisted vision of an animal. Her head hung upside down, her back facing the floor. An inhuman screech bellowed out as she crouched down. Her stomach arched upwards along with her chest. The snap of a bone and unnatural clicking of joints that were shifting and moving in the wrong direction accompanied her every movement. As the vision had shown, 4 men rushed to the doorway. Like the vision, they all appeared shocked and appalled at the scene before them. As the color drained from their faces, I turned to the demon. "Mama," I whispered, "make them suffer." The creature that inhabited my mother's body yowled and rushed the men. 3 of them threw one of their comrades into her and ran. She made short work on him, flying up off the floor with enough force to snap his leg. Then she latched onto his face and ripped his cheek off, exposing his jaw muscles and teeth. She left him prone on the floor before giving chase to the others. I couldn't see what was happening, but from the hallway, a beautiful sound echoed. Screams from the fleeing men and inhuman cries from Mama greeted me, peppered with the odd gunshot. A sweet satisfaction came over me as I recalled how the bullets did nothing to stop Mama's assault. The man on the floor whimpered, crawling towards his fallen friend. Broken bone poked through his flesh, staining his pants and leaving a trail of blood behind him. I approached him and showed my sympathy for his plight by stepping on his exposed bone. He wailed in pain and tried to grab me. The heat filled my body as I glared at him. "You will burn," I whispered. The power pulsing through me was intoxicating, and I knew where it stemmed from. The demon I had made a pact with. I knew what I wanted. "Burn," I whispered. Steam rose from his body as he screamed, unable to speak clearly due to the hole in his face. He babbled for help as best he could as his clothing began to char from heat rising from inside of him. "Burn!" I shouted. His hair curled as if I had a lighter over it. He tore at his flesh writhing on the ground. But the fire wasn't on the outside. No, I was very purposeful in what I was doing. The fire I felt would burn him from the inside out. I said burn. With this, flames shot from under his skin, his screams rising in a beautiful crescendo as he tried to put out the fire from inside of him. His body only stopped moving when there was nothing left of him but a charred husk. I shivered at the power I had received, but in the doorway, the mangled, blood-covered corpse of my mother caught my attention. Now, the pact is sealed, and 3 souls damned for 1 consumed. Bring me 3 more souls and 1 for your own, or you suffer the fate of those you've damned threefold. It grinned, and then the corpse collapsed, lifeless and broken. I frowned. What? I looked into a nearby mirror and saw my reflection staring back at me. Behind the dirt, rust, and grime, I saw my reflection deviated from my motions. Soon a vision of my skin ripped from my body reflected at me, and flames consumed my flesh in the mirror. A soundless scream emitted from my reflection before the mirror shattered. Fear gripped me at the vision it showed me, but it did not deter me. Nothing ever would deter me again. Because now I am well versed in the dealings and trade-offs of demonic pacts. Arok was the first demon I made a pact with, but he was far from the last. All that was why, if I would carry his baby, I would be on top. I will not lie, a demon is a good lay. I had screwed Fernando plenty of times in preparing him for this ritual, but he wasn't like this. A demon knows lust a lot better than a mortal for carnal desire, I guess. I didn't expect to get pleasure out of the deal, but I was far from complaining as the 2 of us crested over together. Heat filled my loins as he ground into me, more than just mortal seed passing into me. His spirit flowed inside of me, and I felt a union much stronger than I ever had before. That's when there was a knock at the door. Arok growled, "Get rid of them so we can continue." "You want more?" I rolled my eyes, getting to my feet. I stepped over Sasha's corpse and made sure I had no blood on my face or hands. I'm not complaining, mind you, but you don't want to take a break? No, Arok growled. Fine, I acquiesced. Give me a moment to get rid of our visitors. I patted down the staircase, throwing on one of Sasha's silk robes. Whoever was at the door would hopefully feel embarrassed to see the lady of the home in nothing but her nightgown. The knocking ceased entirely. I was just barely in view of the door when someone smashed it in. 4 police officers rushed in to my utter shock. This was not good, not the right time. I had to conclude my pact with Arok. If I was in prison, I couldn't do it, and I shuddered to think what would happen if I failed him. As if my heart could sink no lower, a priest walked in. He had salt and pepper hair, brown eyes, looked to be in his mid-50s. He glared at me. "Are you Bella?" I nodded, maybe hoping to get out of this. "Seize the witch," he said, rushing up the stairs. 2 men grabbed me, and I shouted, "What's the meaning of this? How did he know what I was?" The priest stopped on the stairs while police rushed upstairs. I received a text message from Sasha. She said you killed her. I heard Arok growl upstairs. 1 policeman shouted, "Father Thomas, help!" Father Thomas rushed up the staircase. That was the first time I met the priest that would be the bane of my existence. Father Edward Thomas. As I sat there in Fernando's shirt, handcuffed, I did my very best to figure a way out of my predicament. There was no time to rearrange the crime scene. If I claimed that Fernando was attacking Sasha and I subdued him, that had obvious flaws from the get-go. The most damning evidence was the blood covering Fernando while I had tied him up, and the splatter matching what was on the sheets. I could claim self-defense. An angry wife comes home to find her husband screwing another woman. In a rage, she grabs the kitchen knife and attacks me. In a struggle, I get the knife from her, and as she attacks, I slash at her throat. The question would be, if I slashed at her throat, why was there so little blood on me? Perhaps she spun away from me, facing Fernando. Maybe. That's my only true defense, to be honest. With a well-practiced effort, I worked up some tears. "Thank goodness you arrived," I pleaded to the police. "I was so scared." Both officers looked to one another and to me in confusion. At least I thought I was getting somewhere with them. That was until the priest, Father Thomas, came down the staircase. He had an ironclad Bible under his arm and wore thick gloves. A shiver ran down my spine as I heard Arok's screams from upstairs. I could tell those inhuman cries were of anger. It was difficult to place whether he was furious at me or the priest. I hoped it was the priest. Granted, I could still feel the heat of his seat inside of me. Whenever he roared, said heat seemed to intensify. Father Thomas looked to the officers. "Gentlemen, if you can restrain the victim upstairs, that would be much appreciated." To my surprise, the officers left me with Father Thomas while they went up to restrain Arok. I tried to plead with him. "Father, I know that adultery is wrong, but..." He cut me off, preventing me from spinning my lie. "What did you do to him?" Father Thomas demanded, his eyes fixed on me. "I don't know what you're talking about." I tried to continue playing dumb, but his eyes were boring into mine, searching me for any falsehoods. It made lying difficult. Not impossible, but difficult to say the least. Sasha and Fernando had been coming to me for counseling for weeks. When you arrived, telling Sasha that he was being unfaithful, she came to me and told me of your plan to trap him in a lie. Father Thomas shook his head. "Had I known you were a witch, I would have stopped this. But you're a clever one," he accused. I scoffed. "I'm not a witch. A homewrecker, fine. That is all that I am." Father Thomas shook his head, showing me his phone. On it was a text message from Sasha. "She kill me." He then pressed another button, playing a video of her phone tumbling to the ground, her eyes growing distant as I could be seen behind her, climbing onto the bed. "I give you a child, and we're all square, right?" My voice played on the phone. "Your debt paid. Tenfold," Arok replied. "Good. Then let's do this." I clenched my jaw tight. That bitch made a video call to Father Thomas? She was smarter than I thought. Father Thomas produced another object from his pocket, placing his phone down. A fine felt cloth wrapped tightly around it. As Father Thomas unwrapped the object, I saw it was a sizable silver cross. "Do you know what this is, witch?" he interrogated. "It's a cross," I pointed out, looking it over. It was silver and ornate. "It's a very nice cross," I said, thinking nothing of the object in Father Thomas's hands. Father Thomas nodded. "That it is. A pure cross made of pure silver, anointed in blessed oils and holy water." I smiled. Crosses were funny things. Every priest I've come across talked big about their holy crosses. But the thing is, it doesn't matter who blessed what. The Pope could have pissed on the cross to bless it. It wouldn't count for nothing if the bearer of the cross isn't pure themselves. "It sounds powerful, Father. If I hold it, will that prove I'm no demonic servant?" Father Thomas took the cross, holding it over my hand. "No, you may not hold it. But I ask once more, what have you done to Fernando?" "Well," I began to explain. "First, I sucked him off. After that, I tied him to the bed and climbed on top of him." I would have continued my lewd description of what I had done to the poor bastard, but then Father Thomas pressed the cross to the back of my hand. A searing pain gripped me, as if my hand was on a stove. Even worse was the pain that rippled out from my abdomen, a similar heat, as if the contact with the cross was burning Arok's seed out of me. I screamed, recoiling, or trying to, from the accursed thing. Father Thomas pulled the cross back, looking to it, and then to me. What have you done? I spit on Father Thomas, catching my breath. Sweat covered my brow from the pain and heat that passed through me. Screw you, I shouted. This cross purifies, he explained. It only burns those who sin, and even then it never leaves a mark, Father Thomas exclaimed. Yet with you. I looked to my hand, a burn in the cross's shape etched into my skin. Oh my, I narrowed my eyes. Why did you? Who gave you the right to brand me with that? Hatred filled me, and I saw red as the priest threatened to further sear the mark of God into my hand. Don't you dare try that again, priest, I screamed. I swear I'll rip your tongue out. Still, he threatened me with the cross. What have you done to him? What pact have you made with that demon? Father Thomas interrogated. I attempted to rip my hand from his grasp, but he held firm. Nothing. I've done nothing. Father Thomas leaned closer to me, his breath uncomfortably close to my skin. You are not the first witch whom I have met who made pacts with demons. The rewards seem enticing, I know, but they take far more than they give. You will not receive something for nothing, he explained. I growled at him. Of course they don't give something for nothing, you pervert. I tried to pull away. Get away from me. Father Thomas sat back slightly. What did you do to Fernando? I sent that cheating playboy to hell, I screamed, finally pulling my hand free from Father Thomas's grip. Father Thomas's face fell, and he glanced to the floor. My God. How could you? He shook his head. You are heartless. I fixed Father Thomas with a hateful gaze. God is heartless. I just rid the world of his less faithful children. If it benefits me, so be it. Father Thomas faced me, pity in his eyes. Who hurt you, Bella? Who was it who did such harm to you, for you to lose your faith? I spit in his face. Don't you dare pity me. I do not need God, and he sure as hell didn't need me. Father Thomas wiped the spit from his face. God needs all of his children, and he loves all of them. Even you, Bella, who oppose him. He would welcome you with open arms and take you into his protection if you asked for forgiveness for these sins. I felt heat rushing to my face as my rage boiled over. Protection? I seethed. When I needed protection, God abandoned me and my mother. A mother who, I'll add, was faithful until her dying breath. My voice hitched as I recalled her dying next to me. Even as they screwed her to death, she was asking God to save her. But did he? I waited for Father Thomas to offer me an answer. Wicked men will do wicked acts, he resolved. I laughed in his face. Oh, what a cop-out, I accused. You can't even justify it yourself. Why would God let my faithful, dutiful mother succumb to such wicked men? I shook my head. God left us a long time ago, preacher. But Arok, he came to me. He was too late to shield me, but he gave me the next best thing. I smirked at Father Thomas, wickedly staring him down. He gave me vengeance. Father Thomas's pity disappeared as he got to his feet. He returned the cross to his pocket. Thank you, Bella, he announced as he strode up the stairs. The way he appeared so sure of himself unnerved me to no end. Thank you? Father Thomas nodded and left without speaking another word. For what? I urged. Father Thomas said nothing more to me as he vanished up the stairs. Father Thomas's behavior perplexed me. What exactly was Father Thomas thanking me for? I could hear Father Thomas chanting and speaking words from the Bible as he did before. The bed slammed against the floor. The bedboard cracked against the wall with a thunderous crash. Glass shattered. Items fell from the walls and tumbled to the floor. The very walls around me shook as Father Thomas's chanting grew louder, to rise over the cacophony coming from upstairs. A sinking feeling crept over me as I tried to reason out what I had said that was so helpful to him. Ariok's angered roar provided me my answer. The boom of his voice shook my entire body as it vibrated throughout the floor and into my bones. "Bella, you stupid whore." My blood ran cold at the harsh words. To hear my master calling me out after Father Thomas had thanked me did not bode well. What had I done? "You turned over my name, you pathetic tramp." Ariok's screams answered my unsaid question. "How dare you give my name to a priest?" My stomach plummeted to my feet. I couldn't comprehend what I had done. Father Thomas goaded me, tricked me into revealing which demon I had summoned. Oh no, I thought to myself. If the priest can send him back, he won't have his vessel in Fernando. My free hand rested on my midriff as I felt the warmth rise inside sharply. Ariok's seed was still inside. Maybe it would still take. Maybe I could still carry his child. "I curse you, miserable wench." Ariok's words carried intensity and power now, and as they struck my ears, pain overtook me. I couldn't keep quiet as the most painful menstrual cramps ripped through me. Doubled over in pain, I could only gasp and claw at my skin, as it felt like a hot poker was searing the inside of my womb. Fingernails cracked and snapped in the carpet as I reached out for something to hold on to, as I felt horrific cramping and sharp, hot pain racking my body. In a moment of abject horror, I felt a heat burst out of my body between my legs. A torrent of blood flowed out of me. It rushed out so heavily, I could only compare it to a year's worth of menstruation, striking me all at once, both in pain and in the volume rushing from my body. The room spun as I realized the blood loss was making me dizzy. As another horrific contraction racked my body, I screamed out, "Help! I'm dying!" before blissfully passing out from the pain. My eyes opened to a white ceiling and harsh fluorescent lights glaring in my face. I was in a sterile hospital bed. That much I could tell. My throat was sore, likely from the screaming, but my whole body ached. From my fingernails down to my hips, everything felt as I had just run a marathon. With a grunt, I tried to sit up, only to find my hands, both of them, secured to the side of the bed. I panicked. It reminded me too much of the traffickers. I tugged hard at the zip ties on my wrists, to where I was certain they were cutting into my flesh. Soon another priest and Father Thomas rushed over. The second priest had an English accent. "My God, Father Thomas, what's wrong with her?" Father Thomas looked down at me. "You're protected, Bella. Stop hurting yourself. Calm down." Two priests, no doctors. I wasn't in a normal hospital. "Sister Catherine, can you assist us, please?" the English priest requested. A nun rushed into the room to help. "Where am I?" I demanded to know. Sister Catherine answered me. "You're in the Vatican." My eyes widened. "What? Why?" I demanded. "You're a witch. We couldn't place you in a normal prison. You'd likely sacrifice someone else's soul and escape," Father Thomas explained. "So you're being held and treated at a specialized Vatican facility." "Treated?" I screamed. "For what?" Sister Catherine answered. "Ma'am, what? Your pact with the demon came with a cost." I narrowed my eyes on her. "It would only cost me having his child." "Well," the nun exclaimed, "you won't need to worry about that ever again." The weight of what she said hit me harder than I thought it would. The pain I felt was Ariok's wrath for me giving his name to the priest. Now I'd never be able to repay the debt the way we had agreed to. Now I'd need to find souls to feed him, and that wasn't likely if they trapped me in the Vatican. I started to laugh. These holy bastards had screwed me over worse than any demon could have. If not for this priest and his merry little band, I'd be in the clear. But no, once again, God screwed me over. The priests had stepped away from me, I realized as I was laughing hysterically. I locked eyes with the English priest and forced myself to laugh harder in his face. Tears were streaming down my face, but I couldn't stop the laughter as I laid there in the hospital bed. "Has she gone mad?" the English priest asked. Father Thomas concurred. "She may have." Maybe that was my best bet, making them think I had lost my mind. So I continued to play the part, laughing as hard as I could until they left the room. When they had finally left, I closed my eyes, squeezing out my tears. A deep, steady breath settled me and got me to clear my mind. Arok was mad, yes, who wouldn't be, but I doubt he forgot our debt. I made a mistake, and while demons aren't the forgiving sort, as long as I paid my debt to him, then I could get myself back into his good graces. Solve the problem. That's where I was now. The problem was, I'm in the Vatican, hallowed ground. This was the mother of all hallowed grounds, no matter where I stepped. So I had to figure out how to do this, with none of the powers my pacts had granted me. I opened my eyes, looking to the zip ties. I could try to break the ties, but I was more likely to rip the skin off my hands, considering how tight these things were. Maybe if I broke my thumb, maybe slide my hand out of the tie. Before I could think of something, Sister Catherine arrived and began to wheel my bed out of the room. I couldn't let her see me lucid. She'd likely tell someone. I examined her, pushing my head up against the pillow to tilt my face upwards enough to get a good look at her. She was of Middle Eastern descent, with a fairly dark complexion. I decided the best course of action was to offend her by attacking her race. "If you release me, I'll buy you a goat," I teased. She glanced down at me briefly before turning her eyes forward once more, ignoring me. "Where are you taking me, you camel jockey?" I shouted. She ignored me as best she could, but I could see I was pushing her buttons. I grinned. "Hey, what's a camel say to the nun?" Finally, she glanced down at me, just in time for me to give her a good glob of spit right in her eyes. She stopped pushing the bed and began to wipe the spit from her face. I burst out laughing, shrieking in joy at her misery. The sad little nun was on the verge of tears. Try as I might, however, I couldn't break myself free, even with her distracted. "Fatima!" Father Thomas walked over to her with a towel. I really got a good shot at her. It confused me, however, to hear Father Thomas call her Fatima. I thought her name was Sister Catherine. Father Thomas, I'm sorry," she sighed. Father Thomas shook his head. "No, sister, it's fine." He glared down at me. "The unclean will do much to sully those who follow God." I sneered at him and gave him a good hiss before the pair began pushing me down several hallways, pulling me into an elevator that was going down. "Throwing me in hell? I'll dance with the devil. We're friends," I shouted, hoping to further my insanity illusion. "Father Thomas, what happened to her?" Sister Catherine, or Fatima, whatever her name was, asked. Father Thomas sighed. She made a pact with a demon, an attempt to have his child in some trade for unholy power, more than likely. "Where's my husband?" I shouted, wondering what became of Arok. If they imprisoned him with me, then perhaps we could work together. "He's with Fernando," Father Thomas blanched. "Father Thomas exorcised him?" "How could you? I loved him!" I screamed and thrashed. Father Thomas scoffed as he stared at the doors. Demons do not love. My thrashing began to get Sister Catherine's attention, only for Father Thomas to motion to her and make her turn from me. "Ignore the unclean," Father Thomas said, as the elevator doors opened. More white hallways. This time they wheeled me into a room surrounded by glass. Father Thomas cut my restraints, and I was pushed out of the bed. I tumbled to the floor, a bit stunned. Before I could react, they rolled the bed out of the room and a glass door closed. By the time I rose to my feet, they locked me inside the glass prison. I examined the room. There are a few prisons, most empty. Most, Father Thomas explained from outside my cell. Need not be held here. But you, Bella, you fit the criteria. Maybe you can fit into my criteria, I alluded to Father Thomas. Without even giving me a second look, Father Thomas was wheeling the now empty bed away from my cell. Faggot, I shouted after him. I was alone, imprisoned and alone. It wasn't the first time, but it was the first time in a long time. It would remain that way for weeks. The food was terrible. There was a small toilet in the corner made of steel, had the seat welded tight to it, and the button to flush, that was outside my cell. I had to ask the guard to flush. I tried to stage a protest of not asking, but when the stench grew too great, well, he flushed it anyway. To my dismay, the toilet did not clog. I had hoped it would, so I could stage an escape. Unlike other prisons, I could not roam around anywhere. They confined me to the four walls of the prison cell. My only company, the guards who brought food to me, and the occasional clean linens. Every day, Father Hammond would come by and ask me the same question. Will you repent? I think my spit was building up on the inside of the cell. No one came to clean the walls. I'd come up with the most disgusting of escape plans, which involved smearing my feces over the clean glass sides to block their view of me. My goal was to force them to come inside and clean the walls. My first attempt at this earned me a blast from a fire hose, from the ceiling. I realized no one knew of this place. It violated many of my human rights. That being said, I'm certain the Vatican did not consider me human or worth saving. They soaked my clothing, and by association, everything in my cell. For a good day and a half, everything was still wet. The bed still stunk of mildew ever since. These conditions were, to be honest, deplorable. I started to lose my mind for real. Then he arrived. The moron. I was resting in my dry but musty bed when I heard lots of shouting and overt protests from a young man, maybe in his 20s or late 30s. I sat up to see a man in black robes being led into the neighboring cell I was in. I would find out later, this man was Amunda. Amunda wore black robes, had tattoos of various occult symbols on his hands and face, and sported a rather long black beard. It was very unkempt. To be honest, him even sitting in the neighboring cell gave off a stink that I would describe to this day as rough. It seemed bathing wasn't his strong suit. He must be French. Amunda shouted, "If anyone can do what you ask, it is I, the Grand Summoner, Amunda. Now give me back my sanguine amber." It piqued my interest. It's one thing to summon a demon into someone's body. The demon treats the human body like a finger puppet, but it limits them to the abilities of the vessel. If possession lasts long enough, or the demon is powerful enough, it might gain the ability to perform some next-level magic, moving objects, levitating their body. They might gain the ability to whisper things into people's minds, but mostly, they cannot perform with the same level of magical potency they would otherwise. So just summoning up a demon was an interesting one. When the guards left him, I did my best to get his attention. "Hey, you," I tapped on the glass. He sat on his bed, which was on the far wall. He scoffed at me. I frowned. "You plan to summon a demon?" This seemed to get him talking. "Yes," he grinned to me. "Soon, these fools will all burn. They are creating a room for which I can pull forth a demon from hell. They think they can interrogate it and make it tell them its secrets." He chuckled. Well, no. If he just chuckled, that would be one thing. He cackled. He cackled like an evil villain, revealing his master stroke to the hero when there was nothing that could be done to stop him. Amunda continued, despite my silence. But I plan to summon a powerful demon, he grinned. This demon shall burn them all and serve me. My face fell. Tying a demon down was hard. You could, in theory, get an imp or some other dark little spirit to follow you around. Maybe if you were a powerful summoner and knew what you were doing, you could get a lesser demon to come forth. But to do so, you would need a powerful artifact. What will you give the demon in return? I asked. Lacking a powerful artifact, you needed a suitable sacrifice. I will serve it, Amunda grinned. For I shall summon the demon Lord Asmodai. He had fully piqued my interest. Asmodai was the boss of all things hateful. That meant Arok was his subordinate. If somehow I could serve Asmodai, he may make Arok forgive my debt. That was my plan, anyway. Amunda planning to summon forth such a powerful demon, however, seemed unlikely. A pair of bishops walked by and placed an object under glass outside of either of our cells. When they left, I looked to see a small red disc no bigger than a silver dollar. But I felt the power inside of it. Oh, it was intense. I plastered myself against the side of my cell, trying to get a better look at it. It was beautiful, and it filled me with heat like I had never felt. What is it? I asked to no one in particular. Amunda answered. I found it while using my divination techniques. In a small town in New Hampshire. I found a house that had burned down, and in the garage under the wreckage, I found it. And annoyance crept into my voice. It is sanguine amber. He smiled widely. Angel blood. Angel blood spilled by force, not given, but taken. I turned to the object. No wonder it had such power, such incredible spiritual energy. From the corridor, I heard a familiar voice echo. New Hampshire. He found an object that could allow him to summon a demon. Father Thomas was speaking to someone and coming closer to our cells. With him was a bishop. It could do far more. We are still studying it. It contains an incredible spiritual power, the likes of which we had never seen before, the bishop explained. It was clear they were talking about the amber. There wasn't anything else here that was powerful in and of its own right. I spotted Father Thomas, and to further sell my madness act, I screamed at him. Hypocrite! You destroyed the sanctity of my marriage! I spat against the glass of my cell. Father Thomas ignored me and continued to Amunda's cell. Outside of it, he gave a critical appraisal of Amunda's appearance. He is young. The bishop clarified. You're wrong, Father. This man is almost 85 years of age. I turned to Amunda surprised. If the fool could remove the years from himself without some pact on his soul, which I didn't detect, then that amber was the real thing. The bishop continued to explain. The object he obtained, he claims, rejuvenated him. The pair then walked to the dais that held the amber under glass. The same object is what he plans to use to summon the demon, the bishop explained. Father Thomas examined the amber under glass. He found this in the United States. He claims he found it via divination, that its power called him to a burned-down house where he found it in a garage, of all places. The family of that home cannot be found. The bishop motions to the amber again. It is concentrated angel blood. Angel blood, Father Thomas said, shocked. I remained quiet as a mouse, eavesdropping on their conversation, taking in all of it. He calls it sanguine amber, the bishop confirmed. So we took this from him when he summoned the demon? Father Thomas asked. I grinned. Oh, when Father Thomas discovered what his own church was planning, he would be so disappointed. No, Father, the bishop began. He says he can use it to summon forth a demon. So then, Father Thomas tried to reason. We have stopped him, and we plan to purify this object. Denial is an ugly thing to most, but for me, it was glorious. The bishop gives Father Thomas a rather penetrating glare. No, Father Thomas. The Vatican fully intends to summon forth a demon. The look on Father Thomas's face is priceless. Not only is it a face of shock, but behind his eyes I can see a betrayal he did not expect. An anger takes him as he objects to the bishop. Bishop Ritchie, you cannot be serious. Father Thomas bellowed. The demons which I cast out have only echoes of their power. He frantically looked to the ember. I feared for a moment he might try to break it, or otherwise make off with it to prevent them from following through with their plan. But this, Father Thomas lamented, to pull a demon from the pit. Why would the church risk it? I drank in Father Thomas's dismay, even as Bishop Ritchie began to justify their behavior. Father Thomas, you yourself know the increase in demonic activity as of late. You've seen it firsthand. Your reports have shown statements that are most concerning, Bishop Ritchie explained, mostly regarding the coming of a destroyer. Father Thomas was livid. I watched as he clenched his fist. Oh, I wish he would have punched Bishop Ritchie, but alas, Father Thomas composed himself. Bishop Ritchie, I have said before that those statements can be from the demon or from the possessed, and could be the demon pleading to remain inside the victim, Father Thomas countered. To his credit, Father Thomas isn't wrong. Demons will say just about anything to avoid getting kicked out of a vessel. You're considered weak if you possess someone and get sent back to hell by a mortal. Amunda then interrupted my train of thought. The demons shall consume your church, he said in Latin, as if those in the Vatican wouldn't understand Latin. Idiot, I thought. You will get them onto your plan, you fool. Much to my dismay, Father Thomas and Bishop Ritchie then moved well out of earshot of the both of us. A pair of priests walked by my cell, escorted by a pair of guards. The priests continued forward as the guards unlocked Amunda's cell. Come along, they need you, the first guard said. Amunda grinned as they slapped cuffs on him. Yes, they do. Moron, I thought to myself. As Amunda is led down the hall, I heard Father Thomas shouting, I have to protest this insanity. I grinned wide at hearing him in disarray with his own church. A demon to be summoned here? Will be a disaster to say the least, Father Thomas pointed out. That was the last I heard from the hallway, at least until I felt it. A familiar heat and a powerful one. I smelled sulfur pass through the air, and I rushed to the front of my cell to see what was happening. After some amounts of struggling and unclear sounds, I heard Amunda shouting, Abraham fire. I flinched. Haberam was a powerful demon. He didn't lend his power out willingly. The best you could do if you had no pact with him was a fire that couldn't burn anything. As expected, a few moments later, Amunda was screaming in pain. After a few minutes, the guards hauled Amunda into his cell and tossed him inside. I noticed his head has a burn mark of the cross. I scoffed. He got you too, huh? The sound of hooves clopping against the concrete floor grabbed my attention. Walking between three priests and the bishop, chained in silver, was a succubus. A real, live succubus. She stood taller than those around her, and her body just screamed of all the lusty intentions a woman's body could. A dark purple corset adorned her chest. Her legs ended in red-furred goat's feet. She had long dark red hair and purple bat-like wings. Massive wings. Beautiful leathery wings with claws peeking out of each wing bone. Her tail was thin, long, and had a spade tip. Her green eyes glowed, though she looked disheartened. On top of her head, she had a pair of wonderful large goat horns. Beautiful horns. I pressed myself to the glass, shouting, "You're beautiful!" She turned to face me, and I quivered as I felt the power within her. She was not a normal succubus. No. There was a deep power of hate inside of her that rivaled even Arok. Amunda must have failed to summon forth Asmodai, but maybe this was his concubine. If she was, she had to be powerful. I felt it as her eyes met mine. As they did, everything in my life came into place. I knew what I had to do. Exactly what I had to do. Yeah, I know, the succubus said as she walked by. Get me out of here. I had to serve her and her master. There was no other course of action. I had to become an acolyte of Asmodai. With my new goal set in my mind, I had to see how to get there. The vehicle for this had passed out in the cell next to me. After checking to ensure all attention was on the succubus, who was being held in a room further up the hallway, I did my best to rouse Amunda from his stupor. "Amunda," I whispered. He groaned, but he didn't move. I cleared my throat. "You're a much more accomplished summoner than I expected," doing my best to feed his ego. Men tend to be all the same with their pride. A little goes a long way. "Damn that priest," Amunda groaned, rubbing his head. Seared into Amunda's otherwise greasy forehead was the burn from Father Thomas's crucifix. A glance at my wrist showed a similar burn, though mine had slowly faded in the passing weeks. "I saw the demoness you summoned," I gushed. "Oh, you are so very powerful." Amunda groaned, sitting up. "If not for the holiness of this place, I would have been successful." I rolled my eyes. The room from which Amunda summoned the demon had nothing holy about it. It was as if they tainted it for the express purpose of bringing a demon up. Those within the Vatican had more knowledge of this process than Amunda did. Though while I focused on blood rites to get my magic cast, it seemed Amunda focused on runes, a less powerful practice. But if you had enough of them, along with the demonic pacts behind them, you could gain some power from the pit. I inquired about some runes on his face and the trinkets he had. "Are those runes powerful?" He turned to me. "A novice, such as yourself, would not understand." "Teach me," I fake pleaded. "You summoned up a real demon. I need to know your secrets." Amunda scoffed. "It took me decades to master the arts of summoning." I gave him a forced smile, showing him my arm. "The priest's cross seared my flesh because I carry the seed of Arok," I confessed. "I've been speaking to demons since I was a girl." Amunda scoffed. "You're mad. Demons do not speak to mortals." My eyes narrowed. Amunda was a plebeian posing as if he knew what he was doing. But that was not a bad thing. There was an undeniable fact. Everyone thought he knew what he was doing. Him muddling through the summoning of the succubus was evidence enough that he had at least a vague grasp of the arcane. I was about to continue my begging when there was a commotion from down the hall. Something smashed into the hallway and there was shouting from the priests. I heard the demoness roaring in anger. My body moved on its own to the closest wall of my cell. A glimpse of her tail and wings flashing caught my eye as I heard the nun, Fatima, shouting in distress. Was the demon feasting on her, or just using her as leverage? "Take me with you," I screamed. I didn't control the scream, it just ripped out of me. So desperate for a chance at freedom that I couldn't even stop myself if I wanted to. My hands banged on the glass, but it was obvious she either couldn't hear me or didn't care. In an instant, she vanished. The priests rushed after her. I hoped that she killed them all. A vision filled my mind of the demoness ripping through men and women in the Vatican, leaving nothing but bloodied marble and broken buildings. Then the proud, powerful demoness striding to us, demanding our souls and loyalty for our lives. "Take my soul, O beautiful demoness of Asmodai. I'd give it gladly. Just release me," I heard myself say in my mind. Amunda was on his feet, laughing. "She was too much for them to handle." He wasn't wrong. It was clear the priests were dealing with power they couldn't understand. So was Amunda, but that didn't matter much. Getting out was still a problem I had yet to solve. That's when a door opened from where Amunda had summoned the demon. A cool breeze blasted past my cell and sent a shiver down my spine. Worse was how unnerved the breeze made me feel. It made me feel like I wasn't in the right place. The pit of my stomach sank, and I felt nauseous at the air that was filling my cell. Mercifully, the doors shut, and I heard a man shouting from the room down the hall. "St. Timothy! It looks like a prison!" a Latino voice shouted. St. Timothy? Who was that? Two men approached our cells, answering my question. The first man was just a Latino man wearing a well-fitted suit. His hair was graying, but didn't seem older than 40. It wasn't him who sent a chill down my spine and made me stagger back from the door of my cell. It was the taller man in the black trench coat. His hair was black, short, proper cut like a military man. A serious expression on his 20-something face. Not a wrinkle is visible on it. The face of the man was that of a man. I wouldn't mind trying to seduce, but his eyes caused me to shrink in my cell. They were icy blue. Worse yet, when I looked into them, they reflected a purity I had never seen in another man. It was as if I could see myself deep inside his eyes, tied to a bed, as if it was the vision my mother had of me in her final moments. It churned my stomach and chilled me to the bone. "George, why don't you investigate what happened? See if you can't get information." The blue-eyed man glared at Amunda. "I'll question this one." "On it, St. Timothy," the Latino man said as he headed towards the hallway leading to where the demoness had escaped. St. Timothy. The title got to me, and it shook me even deeper as I realized how anyone's eyes could be so pure, reflecting my sins back to me. So drastically piercing and cold, yet holding a serenity and calmness deep inside. He is an angel. He must be an angel. "What happened here?" St. Timothy asked Amunda. "What is it to you?" St. Timothy's voice rose in anger and shook me deeper still. "Everything." I covered my ears and rocked back and forth. How is an angel here? Angels were spiritual like demons. They couldn't walk the earth. It was impossible. It went against everything I believed in, everything I was told. Amunda's resolve cracked and he staggered back. "Well, I have accomplished what I came here for." "And that was what, exactly?" St. Timothy demanded. I shrieked, now on my feet. "Don't tell him anything, Amunda." Timothy's head snapped to me and I felt his eyes boring into my own. The reflection of me curled up on the bed, shrinking before the rapists that took my mother. But I saw deep into my eyes' reflection, the rage that was born that day, now flickering back at me. My knees collapsed beneath me, and I dropped, my eyes wide and still locked on his ice blue eyes. I felt naked and alone, despite people standing near me. Amunda shuddered. "Who is he?" Saying it out loud would make it far too real, but his eyes, those pure wells of ice blue which laid my entire existence bare before me, left me with little to no doubt. I whimpered, "He's an angel." Timothy's eyes widened in surprise, and he advanced on my cell now. Those eyes flashed before me, the image of me changed. Now I was looking down on myself, lying on the floor of Fernando's home. Blood pooled around my hips. Did he look down on me from heaven? Was he here to judge me, to send me to hell? My skin prickled, and my already dry mouth grew drier. The air around me felt as if I thrust out in the cold of the streets in the dead of winter again. Memories of my mother, clutching me close to her to keep me warm. "Get away from me!" I shrieked. "What happened here?" he demanded. "Leave me alone!" I screamed, covering my ears. My throat ached with the force I put into my voice. "Get away from me!" My limbs shook from the sudden drop in temperature, as if it had extinguished the fire inside of me. The cold reached deep inside of me, and despite my best efforts, my eyes opened once more to stare back at his. Deep inside those eyes, I saw myself as I was, cowering before him. Soon the cold vanishes, and I see the angel running towards where the demoness was. "No!" I screamed. "Don't hurt her! Leave her be!" I whimpered. Torment me, I pleaded. Amunda got my attention by banging on my cell. How did you know he was an angel? I turned to Amunda as my body warmed, my teeth chattering still. You couldn't feel it? See it in his eyes? It was as if I could see my sins laid bare. Amunda nodded. I felt something from him. Something powerful and holy. Yet there was something else. So Amunda wasn't a complete idiot. He knew something was up with St. Timothy. If there's an angel here, I began, we need to get out all the more. I rubbed my shoulders trying to warm myself up. I could not handle another session of him staring into my soul. Amunda nodded. I can attempt to muster a fire spell. I had done so before with the amber. Without it, I need time. I nodded, wondering if he could somehow melt or crack the ice. Amunda was kneeling in front of his cell, apparently meditating. He was doing this for some time, and I sat myself down on my bed. The waiting felt longer and longer. I could feel the presence of the angel above us, somewhere, and it made me less and less comfortable. After some time, Amunda opened his eyes, looking to the left of us, where the angel had come from. That doorway. Do you see it, witch? I moved as close as I could, spotting a pair of double doors at the far end of the hallway. Inside, I saw angelic statues, marble floors, but little light. Only a pitch-black darkness, broken by a series of construction lights placed here and there. What is that? Amunda stood grinning. I saw while I sat here, he turned to me. Angels died within those doors. They died en masse. Angels died? I asked. How many? Amunda chuckled. From my vision? All of them. He motioned to the presence of the angel we felt somewhere above us. He must be the last. I have felt nothing like what I felt when he stood before me. Yeah, I shivered. Me neither. Felt like you doused me in ice water. Yes, I felt my own rights react to him, Amunda confirmed, running his hands over a few of the tattoos on his face. Even thinking about him caused my skin to prickle into goosebumps again, at least until I felt his presence weaken dramatically. I turned to the right as my skin warmed, and something dark surged above us. Did she kill him? I grinned wide. The demoness was more than just a succubus if she could handle an angel. A few moments later, the Latino guy and Father Thomas were hauling the angel, injured and groaning, past our cells. His trench coat gone, it now revealed his wings to me. Giant silvery wings sprung from his back. I was right. He was an angel. I grinned, giddy as they passed. Timothy had a broken wing and was all bashed up. The demoness did a number on him. That's the entrance to the temple, the Latino man said as he attempted to carry the wounded Timothy. As they did, my eyes went wide as I spotted a silvery feather shake free from his wing and flittered to the ground. It landed silently, and as it did, I focused on it, hoping that no one would notice it lying there. The pair got him to the doors before Amunda spoke up. Oh, papist, he taunted Father Thomas. You know not what you will discover. Your hopes, your dreams, they lay broken behind that door. Father Thomas glared at Amunda, but continued to carry Timothy to the doors. When the three got inside, the doors shut, and then vanished as if they had never been there. The angel's presence disappeared entirely, and I signaled to Amunda. Feather, I shouted. Amunda's brow furrowed. What, girl? I gestured to the feather sitting just outside my cell. I said feather, as in angel feather, I shouted. Amunda moved towards my cell. Can you reach it? He asked. If I did, I began. What could you do with it? Amunda thought for a moment. I could use it to empower my fire spell, as I did with the amber. I walked to the front of my cell and reached out, moving my hand to one of the 2.5 centimeter wide holes bored in the glass. There were several perforating the front glass, likely for ventilation. A deep breath filled me as I concentrated hard and long on my surroundings. Spirits are funny little things. They are everywhere, even when weak. Calming myself, I opened my eyes, hoping to find some little wisp of an air spirit or something in the room, but despite my best efforts, none were here. The fire that Amunda conjured must have come from the latent power in the amber he had mentioned. Not a damn spirit in the entire place. Of course there wouldn't be. The Vatican likely purified this place to hell, malevolent or benign. There'd be no spirits here in the least. I growled, glaring at the feather. Come to me, you bastard. The feather, to my shock, shot up and whipped through the hole in the glass, the hollow end landing in the palm of my hand. I flinched as it dug into my flesh slightly. A vision filled my mind that sent shivers down my spine. A massive marble room, dark, bleak, and eerie. Within it, the corpses of hundreds of angels, their bodies left to rot on the stone floors, dried wings and wilted feathers plastered to the floor by dried blood from years ago. On the floor, dried blood pooled in small imperfections on the floor. This had to be the source of the sanguine amber that Amunda used. I heard the wailing of the angel Timothy, far younger, in my ears. A soothing female voice soon calmed him. The vision ended, and as I came to, I gripped tightly the feather in my hand. Amunda turned to me. Give me the feather. I'll use it to burn away the door. I gave Amunda a cursory glance, and then looked back to the item in my hands. Angel blood was powerful, true, but the feather of an angel, possibly the same, if not more so. I pulled a few barbs from the feather and offered them to Amunda. See what you can do with that. We may need more. Amunda grumbled, taking the tin things I slipped him through the seam between the floor and the wall between us. Before Amunda can invoke, or cannot invoke, Haberam's fire, I make a quick suggestion. Rather than trying to call forth Haberam's power, I chide, maybe, as you are offering something less potent, invoke a lesser demon to your cause. Amunda frowned. I always seek Haberam for fire. With a calm breath, I tried to bring Amunda down to earth. Yes, but Haberam is a duke of the underworld, and I doubt he will help you for anything less than that amber, no? Amunda thought for a moment. To be honest, I had little success in the past without the amber. He thought for some time. Perhaps Zephrin? It took a great amount of effort to not sink my head into my hands at the suggestion. Zephrin was the demon who stoked the fires of hell. While a fire spirit that was powerful, one who wasn't the sort to help mortals with requests. Nor would Zephrin likely want or even be able to lend his power upwards. I'm thinking much lower. Eurobach? I suggested. Barely an imp, Amunda grumbled. Yes, but one who might loan you enough fire to, do something? I shouted. This room has lost some of its holiness because of your work, so before someone comes down here to bless and sanctify things, invoke the damned spirit. My patience was running thin. If you are so versed in these matters, why don't you do it? Amunda proposed. Maybe he wasn't a complete idiot, but I had to make sure they saw Amunda as the threat, not me. If they did, I'd be able to keep a low profile through our escape. Well, if you train me, surely you can invoke a simple spell, yes? Amunda narrowed his eyes to me and held the barbs of the feather in his hands. Oh, Urabak, oh inferior demon, I offer you this tribute in exchange for your flame. Bequeath me fire so I may escape this accursed prison. I took a few steps back. Urobach was a fire demon, sure, while fire wasn't his only strong suit. The barbs of the feather soon began to smoke and burst into flames. The fire then spun around Amunda's hand and surged forward, collecting in the food slot. I covered my ears. Amunda scoffed. Ha! A waste of good regents. That's barely enough fire to... The fire soon turned black and promptly exploded. The force of the explosion was enough to send me to the floor, and with Amunda standing so close, he was hurled into the back of his cell. Smoke filled his cell, but I could see from the room that it was leaving his cell through the door. It worked. The smell of sulfur permeated the air, and I grinned as I realized the blast had caused my door to suffer enough damage to have cracked. It took a bit of force, a few slams of my shoulder into the door, but the hinges finally failed, and it fell to the ground. Perfect. Now it looks like my escape was accidental, I thought. Amunda groaned, coughing. What was that, wench? Your suggestion nearly killed me, he complained as he stumbled out of his cell. It worked, did it not? Perhaps this feather merely has more power than we realized, I proposed. Amunda nods. So, now what? Now we get out of here. We may have escaped our cells, but the priests and bishops up above aren't going to just let us trapeze on out of here, Amunda pointed out. He was right, unfortunately. Let's just see if they have any clothing here. Amunda nodded and began to look around in some smaller rooms. I headed to where the demoness emerged. Inside, I had spotted salt in a circle around a symbol. It was the sigil of Asmodai, resting in the center. Well, hello, I said to no one in particular, investigating the runes and regions set up around the room. It was a proper place to summon a demon. There were animal bones strewn about, some cloth that had evidence of bloodstains laid on a small altar. Candles which I had hoped had infusions of blood were still lit. As I examined the room, I even found a well-made and ornate knife. It was a bloodletting knife, something used to ensure the wound would gush. I fingered the edge, and upon examining it, my heart sank. Oh, they have never used you, you poor thing. I spoke to the knife as if it were alive. A man groaned from behind the summoning circle. Ah, my head. Laying on the ground was a priest, possibly hurt in the demon's summoning. I wonder if the fact he had fallen behind a curtain had left him forgotten by the others. I hid the knife behind my back. Oh, Father, we've been looking everywhere for you. A devious plot developed in my mind. He groaned, rubbing his bald head with his right hand. Leaning forward with his left, he had a short brown beard on his pudgy face. Here, let me help you, I offered him my free hand. And he did so. I helped him to his feet. Oh, my father, your vestments! I knelt down and pulled his collar off, undoing his shirt. They are filthy. They are? The dazed priest questioned. Yes, let me get these off of you. I hurriedly pulled the vestments from him, leaving him in an undershirt and slacks. Thank you, he frowned. Who are you? I smiled, grabbing him by the beard and pulling him away from the clothing, pointing to the sigil on the ground. I'm his newest acolyte. I swiftly sliced the knife through his throat. The priest gasped, grabbing his neck as blood gushed from his cut throat. Without paying the dying man much mind, I moved his vestments away from him a good distance to ensure he didn't get blood on them. Lord Asmodai, I shouted. Hear me. I pledge myself to you. I murder this man for you. Take my sin as my first offering. I shall serve your whims, I shouted. The priest gaped like a fish out of water as he collapsed on the sigil, his form growing motionless as his eyes grew distant. His blood ran along the salt, creating the sigil, and soon filled it entirely. As it did, the candles in the room all ignited with green flames. A powerful voice filled the room. Who claims to serve me? I didn't even realize that the feather in my pocket was warming. I was hopeful it wouldn't be consumed by Asmodai. I am BellaDelAvana. I sank to my knees and bowed low. Is that a name I should know? Witch? The voice growled. I swallowed hard. I know of your servant who came forth from your realm. I wish to aid her, and by proxy, you. You know of Sarah? The voice bellowed. Yes, I saw her, I explained. Where is she? He growled. We cannot see her. I could help him. This was good. If I offered my help with no resistance, then I might gain his trust. Oh, powerful Lord! The Catholic Church summoned her into the Holy Vatican City. The room shook in anger, some candles falling to the ground. I was silent while he raged. The power of Asmodai was so much greater than that of Arok. Not that this was surprising. Asmodai's voice then thundered, "Aid her if you can. If she fails, and she likely will, then become my agent above. Serve me well, and I will grant you great boon." "I will," I pledged. "Then go." Asmodai's voice thundered before the candle's flames returned to normal, some extinguishing themselves completely. Amunda walked into the room, holding a nun's habit. "All I could find was this tucked away in some closet." He turned to the dead priest. "Who's this?" "Oh, the fourth man. I didn't recall him dying." "Did you hear any of that?" I asked. "Any of what?" Amunda said, raising an eyebrow. I dried the knife on the shirt of the priest. "Nothing." Asmodai only spoke to me then, meaning everything sans the candles was a vision, nothing more. I checked the feather, and it was still in my pocket, though some barbs had turned black. "Those are the priest's vestments. Put those on, and I'll dress in the habit. Then we'll just walk out of here, understand?" Amunda nods. Fine. He walked over the priest's clothing and began to put it on. I completed my costume, tucking the knife into the robes of the habit. Amunda turned to me, now dressed in the priest's clothing. The priest was a portly fellow, so Amunda could put the vestments on over his existing robes. The fit looked tight, but it was enough to make our escape. "Let's get out of here," I suggested. "Where is my amber? It should be here," he growled. "The damn priest must have taken it." I sighed. "Amunda, worry about your amber later. Can you tell me where the demoness ran off to?" Amunda nodded, pointing down the hall. "We can follow her this way. Come quickly." Amunda hurried himself down the hallway. I did the same, following him. I kept my head down at his heels to prevent anyone from recognizing my face. We were walking up a flight of spiral stairs and finally passed through an office. I heard the chaos I would expect once we were outside of the office, shouting and panic abound. To satisfy my curiosity, I had to see what had happened, so I glanced up from Amunda's heels. Laying on the ground were portions of a grand domed ceiling. They had landed with such force that the ground cracked beneath them. I glanced upwards to see a huge hole in the dome. I imagined the demon ripped her way out of that dome, hurling chunks of concrete at the hapless angel. Amunda grabbed me by the arm, pulling me away from my reverie. "We don't have time to admire the handiwork of my demon. Let us go." "His demon?" I glared at his feet as we swiftly left through the commotion. Amunda had no right to lay claim to her. She had to remain free. The knife in my pocket felt rather thirsty, but I stayed my blade. For now. Before I knew it, we were at the street and into a cab. Amunda pulled out some cash from the priest's pocket. "The nearest reputable inn, sir." The cabbie just nods and drives off. I gazed happily out of the window, pleased at my escape from that prison. I vowed I would rather die than find myself in another. Hopefully, after I settle all of my debts down below. The cabbie had dropped us at a smallish hotel outside of the nearest airport. That was likely a good thing, as we seek the demoness, and, unlike her, we lacked wings. "Where do you think she is, Amunda?" I asked as he checked us in under pseudonyms. "I don't have the slightest idea," he admitted. "What do you mean you don't have the slightest idea?" I growled. "You said you could find her via divination." Amunda opened the door to our shared room, which thankfully had a pair of beds. Amunda now turned to me, exasperated. "I have summoned a demon, called forth flames of Haberim, and you tricked me into calling forth explosives from Urabak." He narrowed his eyes on me. "Don't think I'm not onto your game, girl," he said, shutting the door behind me. Damn it, I thought. He's finally onto me. "You're giving me spells you're too green to try yourself, assuming that my prowess can refine them," Amunda boasted. Relief washed over me. Yes, you found me out. Now, despite your lack of faith in my abilities, I require rest before I use any further spells today. Worry not, I am happy to be of service, but if you are to be my apprentice— My eye twitched as he called me his apprentice, but I soldiered through. Then you must learn to heed my recommendations. Understood? Amunda demanded. I nod. Yes, I will. My apologies, Amunda. Is that the title an apprentice uses when addressing their superiors? A deep and calming inhale followed. I tried my very best not to scream at him. My apologies, Master Amunda. Very well. Now that we have that established, I can return to you your effects, he said, rummaging through his robes while removing the priest's vestments. My effects? What do you mean? I questioned. Amunda pulled out my phone, which he must have turned on at some point, along with the clothing I had the day they took me in. My eyes went wide as I saw the phone. Are you insane? I screamed. I'm wanted for murder, and we just escaped a prison. I did not know you were wanted for murder, Amunda defended. So what? Should I smash it? We have to get out of here, I exclaimed. The police will probably track the phone signal here, if they haven't already. And, before I could continue, the phone began to ring. Amunda frowned. Why would they call the number? I swallowed hard and was about to hang up from the private number before the strangest compulsion came over me. For some reason I did not understand at the time, I answered it. Hello? An American woman's voice came over the line. BellaDelAvana? Who is this? I asked, more concerned that I answered the line than I was that the person on the other end knew me. Samantha Waldroup, she explained, rather bored. Long story short, my dear, my master told me to come help you out. Where are you? I grumbled. I don't have time to— I took care of the police, Bella, don't worry. I'm a thrall at Mammon. Asmodai has requested that I aid you, she droned. My mouth hung open in shock. You're near the airport, yes? Yes, I admitted. Excellent. I'll arrange a flight for you to Zurich. I'll meet you there, she said as she hung up. I turned to Amunda, who gave me a quizzical look. We have a plane to catch. After a flight to Zurich, an arranged car that would drive us to the casino Zurich greeted us. Amunda and I stepped out. Our mysterious benefactor had taken care of the bill. The building was the opposite of what I'd expect of a casino. The beauty of the Monaco casino spoiled me. Elegant architecture to hint the opulence and sin that was waiting within. A monument to greed and desire, both expressed in the building's content and in the domes and spires outside. In stark contrast to Monaco, this was a 4 or 5-story building, rectangular with a sign on the front which read Casino. They lined the outside in lights and lit brightly, but the outside, what wholly unremarkable. It almost looked like a bank or apartment building repurposed to a casino. It was the definition of Swiss architecture, function over form, and that was dull. It spoke nothing of what was inside, with lavish furnishings, intricate decorations, and rows of card tables. Through the bustle of the lobby, tourists and gamblers abound. Amunda and I finally tracked down the front desk. One reason I enjoyed Switzerland, because I could speak Italian with a fair chance that the other person also knows Italian, or at least enough to direct me where to go. I explained. My companion and I were meeting someone, an American woman, Samantha Waldroup. She smiled. Allow me. Miss Waldroup is in the VIP lounge. She said she would expect you. She picked up a desk phone, calling someone. She smiled brightly after her conversation in what I would only describe as a sweeter version of German. Someone will be with you shortly. A waiter came to greet us and motioned for us to follow him. As we departed the front desk, the hostess called out, Es hätte mich gefreut. I just waved back as they led us through a maze of slot machines, card tables, and televisions. The odd bar and restaurant sprinkled here and there. Ultimately, we arrived at an area that was far less crowded and secured by a velvet rope and a guard. The guard immediately undid the rope and moved across the entrance, allowing us to pass. Finally, after passing many an empty table in a red and dimly lit room, we were led to a single booth that had a maroon curtain around it. Our escort opened the curtain and bowed slightly, his arm motioning for us to enter the private booth. That's when I saw the raven-haired American girl. She wore a black dress with a bateau neckline, with a black sequined trim. It reached down to her mid-thigh. Over her dress, she wore a one-button coat by the same designer, as the colors matched flawlessly, with a pair of extensive Louboutin black high heels. I was immediately envious of. Say what you will of the French, but fashion was their strong suit, and Samantha wore that French fashion well. A pair of dark sunglasses completed her look, despite the dimly lit room. She turned to us, motioning for us to sit. She had an earpiece in of some sort, on the phone with someone. Yes, Derek. She motioned to the escort and made 2 motions with her hand, gesturing to us, and the escort vanished in a flash. No, Derek, I'm in Zurich. Yes. Because at this point, I've got to ensure our assets are secure. Given the current economic climate, someone has to. No. I want anything liquid transferred to euros. She growled. Yes, I said everything liquid. I did not stutter. She threw the earpiece to the table, turning to us. Sorry, not everyone shares my vision of prosperity, apparently. I sat down in the small booth next to her, and despite Amunda being further away, her nose curled at Amunda's musky scent, something I was growing increasingly used to, which I considered bothersome. She didn't bother shaking our hands, but immediately began to speak. Time, I'm told, is of the essence. She heaved a sigh. Or at least I'm told this by my master. To be honest, I don't feel the need to rush for him. Aren't you in direct service of a demon? I asked her, smiling. Wouldn't that be disobeying? Samantha removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes which were nothing but a pair of black orbs. Yes, unwilling and willing all at the same time. Her dark globes looked me up and down. Seems to be something you desire. I nodded, reveling in the abyss of her eyes. She placed her sunglasses back on. My journey is rather different from yours. I never sought the darkness. It found me. How so? I asked. My idiot brother bartered a deal with a demon. He demanded wealth. Insane wealth. She sipped bubbling champagne from a thin flute glass. Of course, the demon gave the money to my parents. She took another sip. Who died. Then he died. All in exchange for my soul. Amunda scoffed. Another cannot give a soul that isn't their own without consent. I'm well aware. She took another sip, which I gave. I smiled. So you gained great wealth. Among other obligations, she said, swirling the champagne around the glass. Demons, my dear Bella, don't see us as much more than stepping stones. And the king of all demons, Lucifer, he despises our mere existence. Those who don't serve, Amunda tried to interject. He hates us all, Samantha clarified. She then turned to me. But your desire, Bella, is in line with his, isn't it? You hate your fellow man almost as much as he does. I've never seen such hatred in a mortal before. Dare I ask what brought it on? My smile fell. I led my life for God, instructed by my mother. She was dutiful and pious. My father, much less so. What did he do that was so terrible? Samantha asked. He gambled away everything we had. Then he died, leaving us on the streets. I heaved a sigh. 2 nice girls on the street don't stay there long. Soon enough, traffickers abducted us. They raped my mother to death before my eyes. Samantha placed her glass down, removing her glasses. Her onyx spheres had a white glint in them. She reached into a large woven crocodile bag, pulling out a pair of small envelopes. You'll be in the mood for a change then. Change? I reached into the envelope. Inside was a black American Express card with my name on it. In addition, there was a German and Japanese passport, all in my name. Last was a bundle of euros. There had to be at least 5 or 10,000 in there, of varying denominations. Finally was a set of SIM cards and a new phone. The phone was pricey, I could tell for certain, trimmed in gold and had an odd mark on the back. It was a high-end Samsung phone. I turned it over to see some gold inlay under the glass of the back. "What's this?" I asked. "Tools," Samantha explained. "Don't worry about any finances. Charge the card. There is nothing in the world you can buy that this won't buy you. Call wherever you want, find out anything you need from the contacts in those phones." She sipped from her glass again. "While on your mission, live your best life, because Lord knows, when it's all over, none of us will have a pleasant time." Amunda looked into his own envelope and grinned. "Excellent. You've been most helpful." And he left with that. I moved to leave before Samantha grabbed me. "Not so fast," she advised. I frowned. "What?" "I can see your true desire, Bella." Her black eyes locked onto mine. "Do you truly think it's possible?" I smiled smugly to her, holding my hand up, a small flame appearing within. I already have power given by them. Why wouldn't they oblige my deepest desire for my loyalty? "Your desire to become a demon, while I understand it, is lofty," Samantha warned. "If you fail, I lose everything," I explained. "I'm aware. You may also be aware. I have nothing. So what do I have to lose?" Samantha was silent for a moment or two. "They really took everything from you, didn't they?" I returned the favor. I glared at her. "As you did." "It's that obvious?" "Yes," I pointed out. "The way you explained his death," I grinned. "Your parents, your brother, you killed them." Samantha nodded. Yes, I did. My parents weren't something I meant to do. My master acted through me. I learned quickly as my father and mother's heart stopped in front of me that someone without a soul is at the mercy of their master's will. I nodded. "It's the only reason I haven't offered my free will." "Needless to say," Samantha said as she took a sip of champagne, "I took my time with my brother. I was free after my parents died, and we were to inherit the fortune he sold my soul for equally." "And I'm sure you weren't in the sharing mood at the time," I suggested. "No, I wasn't." She finished her champagne. "Nor have I been since." "You and I aren't so different, you know," I pointed out. Samantha was silent for a moment or two before she faced me again, her black eyes scanning me. "It isn't entirely too late. You're young. There's a path to forgiveness. But if you walk this path now, there isn't any going back for you." "You think I want to go back to God?" I asked, offended. "What? Want? No. But your goals are too lofty. You hope to become a demon. With what? Favors? Demons are not the generous sort to share their power with a mere human woman," Samantha warned. I shook my head. "It's about proving loyalty and showing them how vicious I can be. That I'm willing to do anything, to suffer any sin, and push past any moral barrier in their service." I grinned. "Then someday, I'll be the one offering deals and bargains with desperate mortals." Samantha sighed. Maybe you will reach your ultimate desire. You'd be a terrifying demon." I smiled. "Thank you. But if you don't mind me asking," she began, placing her sunglasses back on, "why do you travel with that want-to-be summoner?" "He's my decoy," I explained. "As long as I'm with him, everyone will focus on him." Samantha sneered. "Then get him clothed in something proper and get him to not smelling like a damp cellar." I nodded and stood up, heading after him. Once I had done so, Amunda turned to me. "We have tickets, according to these." He pointed to his phone, showing a flight that left in about 5 hours to Boston in the U.S. of all places. The phone that Samantha gave me soon buzzed, and a message appeared on the screen. "Live your best life." On it was an appointment at a store. The name displayed on my phone was Gaito. Gaito. I walked into a very pricey-looking store. The racks had dresses from high-end designers and shoes to match. They lined the racks with high-end brands: Gucci, Dolce & Gabbana, Carolina Herrera, Acris, Valentino, Prada. I was in paradise. Prices were nowhere on the products, as this was not the average clothing store. An assistant walked out quickly, heading from the back as soon as I walked in. "May I help you?" he asked. He was a thin man and wore a very well-fitted three-piece suit. The fabric shimmered in the light as he moved. "Yes, I was told to come here," I explained. His expression immediately shifted. "Ah, you must be Bella," he extended his hand. "A pleasure. I was told to spare no expense for your attire. Please, follow me." I followed, and he brought me behind a curtain, bringing out a tailor's tape. "Sizing?" I asked, smiling. He nods, taking my measurements. "Miss Waldrop has already selected a wardrobe for you. I'm told to send it to your new apartment in Boston." I smiled. "Oh?" "Yes," he chuckled. "She's very discerning." "I would say so," I grinned to him. "I have one dress I'll size for you right away. It should not take long. In the meantime, while you wait, I'll give you a voucher for the closest salon and spa." He finished jotting down my measurements and fixed me with a sly grin. "I must say, Bella, you live up to your name. I truly cannot wait to see what a lovely gem like you will look like with some proper polish." "You flirt," I laughed. He smiled at me. "Perhaps the next time I'm in Boston, we can get together." "Certainly," I lied, as he handed me a voucher and his business card. A few hours later, I was sauntering into the airport, wearing a dress that cost more than most people's houses, and a pair of heels that likely cost the same as some poor bastard's car. I was grinning ear to ear. After the salon, even Amunda cleaned up well. We had to go to the airport soon, but I needed supplies. I turned to Amunda. "I'll need some reagents," I explained. "More shopping?" Amunda grumbled. "You have that feather, isn't it enough?" I rolled my eyes. "I'm feeling too naked since the damn priest captured me." "Naked?" he frowned. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Just wait here. I stopped by a pet shop. I need to get a few things." I popped inside and purchased a set of feeding mice. Feeding mice are interesting little creatures. If you think they don't know their fate, you don't know body language. They know exactly what their destiny is. I walked over to Amunda. "I'll need a minute or two." I then slipped behind an alleyway. Amunda just shrugged and waited. He just leaned against the wall in his suit, an expensive one, and while he refused to have his beard cut, it was at least now looking manageable. The stench was lesser, masked by a cologne. Regardless, the alleyway was a welcome break from his stench. I set the box of mice down and opened it up. The mice clustered together in the corner, fearful, worried a snake's belly would soon be their fate. A weak fire wrapped around my hand, flashing over the little creatures. "I was like you once," I explained to them. As I spoke, my intentions flowed from my spirit into theirs, and they stopped their cowering. "They preyed upon me, like you. I now call on you to be a predator with me. Give up your bodies, lend me your spirits. Allow me to empower you." One brave little mouse snuck towards me. I grinned and grabbed him with my flaming hand. The mouse squeaked at first, its fur turning from bright white to black, and its body withered in my hand. Soon the flame turned black, and the mouse's mouth opened. A black spirit slid out and coiled sweetly around my hand, coiling up to my arm. "So much better than being fed to a snake, yes?" I asked it. The spirit, which now appeared more snake-like than mouse-like, nuzzled itself against my shoulder. I looked down to the other 4 or 5 mice. Who's next? I had emerged now with a series of little corrupted spirits coiled about my person. Some around my waist, others around my wrists, and one felt rather comfortable around my throat. I would use these spirits to empower my spells. Creatures that know their end is near have little qualms about becoming something more. Even these corrupted spirits would live on as something far more powerful, than had they merely returned to the earth. Now they were far more than they ever could have hoped to be, and loyal to me for it. Amunda grumbled, "Are you quite finished?" I nodded. "Yes. Thoughts?" I said, running my finger along the spirit that coiled sweetly around my neck. Amunda shrugged. "You look the same as you did before." "The idiot can't even see the spirits," I thought. "How has he gotten this far?" When we finally arrived at the gate, I displayed my ticket. First class. The first time I had ever flown in such a style. The woman at the gate looked over my ticket and beamed happily to us. "Oh, welcome. You've got the best seats on the plane," she assured. I was unsure why Boston was the destination, but I didn't concern myself with where we were going. I assumed Samantha's master had pointed us in the proper direction. So with my fate cast forth, I relished the experience. I had spent so much time stealing, seducing, and scraping my life together. It was a thrill to be privy to the royal treatment. "Oh, Miss BellaDelAvana, you're just in time for priority seating," the woman at the gate said, as she ushered Amunda and I past the gate and through the jetway. Soon I sat in a luxurious leather seat. Amunda sat at the window. A stewardess walked over to me. "Miss, would you like something to drink before we take off?" "Absolutely," I smiled. "Whatever is your finest liquor." She beamed. "Right away." She turned to Amunda. "You, sir?" Amunda was nervous, looking out the window. He waved her off. "No, that's fine." The stewardess, to her credit, asked, "Would you like something to help you sleep, sir, if you're nervous about flying?" Amunda nodded. "Yes, thank you." A moment or two later, I had my drink, and Amunda had some water and pills to take. I leaned back, watching as people passed my seats by. Lesser people. I had always felt this, but now it felt even more contrasted. None could know the power I had. Not just the money recently given to me by Samantha, but the authority that it brought with it. A deep and contented sigh filled me with elation, as I enjoyed the luxury of everything around me. Even the little darkened spirit snuggled closer to me, pleased at my contentment. Then they began to react, not in fear. Dark spirits have little to fear. They reacted as if something tasty was nearby. "Shush, pretties," I whispered, but as I looked up, I spotted him. He was wearing a rather simple and drab outfit, almost dirty and unkempt blonde hair. He had tanned skin and vibrant green eyes. Frozen in place, he appeared as a deer stuck in headlights. He was a short man, maybe a hair over 165 centimeters, but not unattractive. My beauty and expensive clothing didn't stun him. Rather, I could tell he wasn't the average person. His eyes were green, so was his aura. Like me, he had companion spirits, but his spirits were all little earthen spirits. They cowered before the dark spirits which surrounded me. I smiled. "Oh my." I gave him a sly grin. "What do we have here?" He gathered himself up and attempted to push past me. With a quick motion, I grabbed him with my free hand. "Not so fast there." I gazed at him. The spirit around my neck caressed my lip as I spoke. "What's your hurry?" "Get away from me, witch," the short man insulted. His little outburst barely fazed me. "What was it you called me?" I said as I concentrated on burning one of his little earth spirits off his shoulder. The spirit around my neck readied itself to leap out and attack on my whim. "Release me," he threatened, his earth spirits now rallying around him. How brave. "Or I'll turn the silver and gold in your dress into needles." It was nice to know the gold and silver trim in my dress was real. Real enough for the earth mage before me to know and even consider manipulating it. Granted, his little magic tricks would need to get past my own darkened servants to do anything. Unlikely, all things considered. But I did not know this mage. He could do so if he had enough rapport with them. The imagery of my skin being pierced and me burning the boy to cinders before everyone on the plane played back in my mind. If I did that, I wouldn't be able to get to Boston as I was being directed. Playful, I teased. I like that. I tried to think of an insult to befit him, after him calling me a witch. Flower boy. Before we could finish our conversation, the first class stewardess was there to interrupt us. "Excuse me, madam, is this man bothering you?" She gave the mage a stern glare. I grinned, amused by someone pushed away from me, as if they weren't worth my time. Better yet, she did so without my request. The world assumed that he was lesser than me, just by our clothing. "Sorry," he squeaked, as they ushered him past me. I called back to him before he vanished into the coach section. "Be careful in the air, young man," I taunted. "We're a long way from your terra firma." I glimpsed something strange as he departed. A powerful earth spirit was being carted behind him, and I glared at what could contain such a thing. Behind him was a rather large rose in a glass case and a flower pot. The rose wasn't a normal flower. Pulsing within it was a powerful life force, some kind of empowered earth spirit with incredible potential. A smile grew over my lips. I wondered, I could corrupt a spirit that powerful. Did it have a will of its own? What could I do with a spirit that strong? He was in the same plane we were in, so all I had to do was spot him come out. Catching the little thing shouldn't be hard. I put it out of my mind for now, considering how I'd take that rose from him and see about corrupting it for my own purpose. I still recall waiting for him to come off the plane at the terminal, Imunda impatiently waiting behind me. "We should pursue my demon. She must be here," Imunda grumbled. I did my best to stop myself from slapping the crap out of him for referring to her as his demon again. "We'll get to tracking her soon enough. I want to grab that mage's little flower." "Tracking her." "Right," Imunda trailed off. I snapped to him. "Master," I began. "You can track her, yes? You've had enough rest?" Imunda turned to me. "She's cloaked," he explained. "Cloaked?" Imunda nods. "Yes, I cannot sense her. I felt her power briefly, but the little minx is likely posing as a human, and doing so very well." I could feel my blood pressure rise, and I considered burning Imunda on the spot. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice scream, "Allahu Akbar," at the top of her lungs. The entire terminal turned into an absolute madhouse. People panicked, some dove to the floor, others scurried out of emergency exits where they could. I spotted a woman in black robes being tackled by several officers, and recognized her from the Vatican. "That's the nun," I shouted. Imunda nodded. "She must be—" He coughed as someone knocked him to the ground. I looked around, frantic to find her, but in a sea of faces I saw no one familiar. My search wasn't in vain, however, as I spotted the mage rushing out a side emergency exit. I pushed my way past a few people and forced my way out the same exit, hoping I could find the little bastard. This proved difficult in my stylish heels, and I tumbled to the side a few times as I struggled through the crowd. What I came across wasn't something I expected to see from the boy. A police officer of some sort had tried to stop him. Why, I wasn't sure. But wrapped around the officer's shoulders were roots jutting out of the ground. I tucked myself behind a pillar and peeked out from behind the wall to spy on what was happening. The officer screamed in pain as the roots dislocated his arms, pulling him down into the ground. But beneath the officer wasn't soft ground, but hard concrete. I flinched as I watched the man's kneecaps burst and his legs folded at an unnatural angle. Despite the spectacle of blood and gore before me, however, I was more interested with the plant the mage has. The rose that accompanied the mage was conscious. It moved inside of the glass as if it were an animal, and I swear I could make out a face at the base of its flower. How powerful a mage was he? More screaming from his victim brought my attention back to the man who was now being dragged into the earth below him. I could see the roots empowered by incredible spiritual energy, flowing from the mage directly into them. They swelled in strength and force, and ripped the man's flesh down beneath the ground, his screams stopping only as he slipped under the soil. The mage appeared shocked, though I was less surprised.
Earth spirits, as with most spirits outside of holy and dark, are natural. They don't care about the life of the man. To them, his flesh hasn't changed state whether he's alive or dead. An earth spirit might find a dead corpse a better place to grow a fruitful plant. As if on cue, a sapling sprouted from the ground where the guard once stood. It appeared to be an oak tree, and as it grew, I heard a snapping noise I was rather familiar with, the sound of a jaw as it dislocated. As the snap occurred, the mage removed a ring from his finger, and its power was clear. The spirits calmed almost immediately, but I could sense power pulsing from the ring. That power vanished as he placed it into some kind of bag. What was that ring? Some kind of philosopher's stone? Something that could empower magic so drastically. I had to have it. This mage was someone I needed to exploit to the fullest. That was clear to me. I pressed my back to the wall, and I looked down at my dress. The threat of turning the borders of my dress into needles wasn't just idle chatter. Was the mage caught off guard by my presence? Did he spare me merely because there were others around us? Should I be following him instead of Amunda? Oh my God, the mage's voice said in despair. His reaction added doubt to whether he'd been keen on making me into potting soil, as he did the guard he had just mulched. He didn't know his own strength, that was certain, yet he knew enough to be wary of me. I heard a muffled scream and glanced upwards to see the mage running off with his potted plant. Damn it, I growled. But the muffled scream continued. It was coming from the small sapling. I approached the tree tentatively and watched as the leaves shook slightly. The muffled screams came from the soil below, and as I looked down, I saw the horrified eyes of the police officer that the mage had cast his magic on. Oh dear, I bent over looking into his eyes. You're in a bit of a spot, aren't you? He blinked, his eyes now more bloodshot, darting back and forth. I flicked the small trunk of the sapling, eliciting a groan from the soil. A thought came to me, and I snapped one of the smaller tree branches of the tree. Blood dripped from the small broken branch, and the man screamed in pain. My, seems you and this little tree are one. I looked down at him, a devious grin coming over me. I doubt you wish to be down there forever, unable to die, unable to move, yes? His eyes blinked a few times. Blinked twice for yes and once for no. I smiled, pacing around him. Understand? His eyes darted back and forth and blinked twice. Good, I smirked, getting down onto my haunches over him. Now, how's about you allow my dark magic inside of you? I might get you walking again. His eyes narrowed and he blinked once. I shrugged, standing. I wasn't offering out of benevolence. I began to walk away, ignoring his fading cries. I'll leave you alone then? I grinned wide. I wondered if I came back to him in a few days, if he'd be more agreeable.
One would hope, by now, I would be a baroness of hell, sitting on a throne of the sad, pathetic mortals that had wronged me in my past life, while sipping wine from Amunda's skull. Sadly, my situation is much less ideal. I'm leaning over the balcony of my lovely, but unfortunately shared, apartment in the lovely city of Boston. I use the word lovely with heavy sarcasm. Samantha had procured a lovely condo in the north end of the city, right on Stillman Street. A lovely view of the city, mind you, and quiet enough. My issue was, we had been here for almost a week and yet to find our demonic companion. Despite Amunda's best, or worst, efforts, it was hard to tell most of the time. Live your best life, I set out on the balcony overlooking the city. It's not this life I'm concerned over. The door opened and I turned to see the courier service bringing in groceries. The courier smiled and waved to me. Good afternoon, Miss BellaDelAvana. Admiring the city? Yes, to my shock, it's all still there, I said, walking inside and looking over the items he had brought in. None of your American sweetbread, right?
Why is something as simple as bread chock full of sugar? Is there some kind of shortage of the stuff? No, he chuckled. No, Miss BellaDelAvana. Just as you said, I'm from the local bakery. He pulled out a loaf in the paper bag. Good, I smiled, and put the bread away myself while the courier filled the fridge with various fruits and vegetables from his bags. I honestly couldn't do it, he laughed. Do what? I asked, turning to the courier whose name I never learned. Courier will be his name and title until he becomes something more to me. Well, not eat meat for one, he chuckled. To me, a meal isn't complete without meat. I faked a smile and looked the courier over. It was no small wonder he was a meat eater, likely to wolf down burgers and fries on the regular. I could see his pudgy midsection, and I was certain that despite him being a young man, he likely had high blood pressure. Well, it's mostly poison, I explained, walking past him and picking a carrot up. My mother always taught me to treat my body as a temple. The courier's eyes roamed my curves after I said this. I cast him a withering gaze, causing him to turn his head down and busy himself with putting the food away. My gaze didn't change as he packed up his bags. I'm very sorry to... I slammed the door in his face. As if I needed a reminder of how much humanity disgusted me. The greasy, lecherous courier was a regular reminder. Soon the door opened once more, and I turned on my heel, glaring. That was a hint to, oh, it's you. I crossed my arms, looking down my nose at Amunda as he walked in, a cage with a pair of white rabbits in his hand. Amunda nodded. Yes, just your master. Who cannot locate the demon he summoned, I added. He pointed a thin, bony finger at me. Not now, apprentice. I have already told you she hides herself. I have found her victims, every one of them, but she herself is nowhere to be found. We must reach out for assistance. My eyes glanced to the rabbits. Sacrifices? Amunda nods. We each share a skill, Bella. My skills are summoning and divination, while yours are much more spiritual. You can speak to the pit, and now we will see some guidance. I frowned. Seems risky. We have so far failed miserably. Even your Lord Asmodai said he could not see his thrall, yes? If he cannot find her, then we are at a disadvantage, so, he said, lifting the cage. We need guidance regarding what our next task is. I shifted my weight back and forth. It wasn't the worst idea, but it could also be the worst idea. If we reported that we didn't even find the demoness, then we aren't just disappointing Asmodai, but Mammon. Samantha was bankrolling us in excess, which I would expect from an avatar of greed, but we were quickly shifting from asset to liability. Liabilities are often dealt with aggressively. You said you found your victims, I asked. Amunda nodded. Most of them. At least the sites where they had their last gasp. Oddly, there's another presence here. This piqued my interest. Another presence? I had lost track of the Earth Mage once he was back on the ground, so whoever Amunda was feeling had some kind of ability. Yes, it seems that someone has a sliver. Demonic heritage. They were near one site I visited, but I did not stick around to find out who it was, he admitted, much more focused on the task at hand. We need help, Master, I reminded. While asking the pit for help might be a good idea, let us leave that for the last resort. It has only been a week, yes? Fearful of a critique of your performance? Amunda asked. I turned from him. Master, I merely want to have something to report. Fine, he scoffed, placing the rabbits on the counter. At least you and these little pests eat the same diet. With his back turned, I put my pointer and pinky finger up, with my center fingers held down at my palm, hiding my hand before he turned back to me. Corntuo, I thought to myself. I found another promising venture, though I am unsure how promising it is. He slid a pamphlet over to me, which I picked up tentatively. The pamphlet was a bright white and gold, and had bold lettering on it. Dentry Ministries, Follow acclaimed televangelist Joshua Dentry at the Boston Convention and Exhibit Center this weekend. Get closer to God. Receive a signed Bible from Minister Joshua Dentry himself. Tickets available starting at only $29.99 a seat. I handed the pamphlet back to him. Why on earth would I find myself within 1,000 kilometers of this man? The back of the pamphlet had a man with far too white teeth, brightly shining in a white suit and a blue tie, with a cross on it. He, typical of one like him, also had a necktie with a crucifix on it, in gold. He is looking for someone to pull a demon from the pit for him, Amunda explained. I raised an eyebrow. Is this the dark man you spoke of? No, Amunda advised. I ran into him when I was seeking the succubus. He was also on her trail. I think we can take advantage of the fool, Amunda supposed. How so? I asked. If he wishes for us to summon a demon, then very well, but I shall bind the demon to myself, and we will have the demon to kill him. Then we can better seek our quarry, he advised. I raised an eyebrow. Master, are you admitting? Bella, Amunda explained. I am a summoner. I conjure up weak demons normally. The recent demon was my greatest success, but I must be honest. I had never been so successful before. I'm shocked, I blanched. Amunda rolled his eyes. However, I am more skilled than the average man. It will not be hard to pull the wool over this preacher's eyes, and if there is one place a demon is most welcome, would be in a house of lies, I said, looking over the pamphlet. I had to wear a higher collared dress than I liked. This was to hide the tattoos of a pentagram above my left breast, and the sigil of Asmodai I had recently had emboldened on my right. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. I had a lovely Givenchy that fit the bill, a full-sleeve dress that flattered my curves exquisitely and stopped at the mid-thigh. A splash of silver sequins across the front of the dress, in an embroidered wave design, which crossed my shoulders and ended at my waist. A conservative, yet alluring statement with my smart stilettos. The speakers were deafening, and the sweaty and greasy overweight couple next to me was making me fairly nauseous. I could smell the fast food oozing out of their pores as they screamed loudly when Minister Dentry walked his self-righteous ass on stage. My heart lurched in my chest as the sound waves from the speaker slammed into my ears and chest. God bless you, Boston! The crowd erupted into applause. How are you all doing tonight? Are you feeling blessed? He grinned, his face plastered on a large LCD screen over the stage for all to see. Pride, I thought to myself, or vanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored. No, I have the privilege this evening of coming to this beautiful city. More cheers as he pandered to the audience. Do you know what they call this lovely place outside of Boston? Some laughter came over the crowd. Someone said something inaudible from the front row. Minister Dentry smiled wide, his bleached white teeth nearly shining in the monitor. That's right, young man. It's the Puritan city. Where are my Puritans? The crowd once more erupted into screaming. I covered my ears, my stomach churning. Amunda was in an aisle seat, his eyes on the portion of the stage I could not see. I leaned over to him. For how long must we endure this? I complained. Amunda turned to me. An hour or two? Then when he finishes, we're to meet him backstage. My heart sank as I sat myself down in the uncomfortable stadium seat. This was far from my best life. My eyes trained up to the ceiling, and even there I could spot Minister Dentry's fake smile and surgically enhanced face glaring down at me from an off angle. My lip quivered in anger. I hope the demons we summon kills you, I thought to the image above. I wanted to be the one to slit his throat. It had been a while since my knife had a taste of blood. God's grace above all else is here tonight. His fake mouth echoed his false words, and I could not help but sneer at his remark. I closed my eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. Because God has a plan for all of us. Yes, he does. Yes, he does, Minister Dentry exclaimed. I felt a pit form in my stomach. I stood up and without another word, I stormed out of the auditorium, my disappearance noticed only by Amunda. When I was outside, the heavy doors, which shut behind me, dulled the roar of the crowd. A wetness ran down my cheek. I pulled out my compact mirror and found I had tears running down my face, and with it, my mascara had run. With a desperate need, I made my way to the nearest ladies' room and attended to my makeup disaster as swiftly as possible. I cleared the streaks from my cheeks and looked down into the sink, my heart in my throat. Why am I crying? I asked myself, looking back to the mirror, my eyes still wet. What is wrong with you? I growled at my reflection. Behind me, I thought I saw my mother in the mirror. I spun around, seeing nothing. When I turned back, I saw her dead and cold corpse staring back at me in the mirror, its cloudy eyes, black lips, and pale, clammy skin standing next to me. Forgetting someone? Her corpse spoke. I cocked my hymn to my side. Arok, how nice to see you. Do you think you can escape my debt so easily, harlot? Arok puppeteered Mother's lips as he spoke. Without paying him much mind, I adjusted my makeup. You're the one who made our deal moot. I would be willing to try again, I said, replying my makeup. But you got angry and ruined my womb. Arok growled. They purified my seed from your body, wench. It was not my doing. Well, isn't that nice to know? Regardless, I did my part of the bargain, no? Arok growled, the glass shaking and the lights flickering. No, you did not. My makeup fixed. I smiled at him. I'm well aware, but it's not my fault they caught us. How was I to know the bitch texted a priest right before she died? He narrowed his eyes to me. You gave him my name. I shrugged. You gave me your name with a little fuss, back in the day. Arok grinned wide, Mother's blackened teeth showing to me. I heaved a sigh. Why not show me what you really look like, rather than twisting my mother's image before me? A sick laugh came from the mirror. Because I am a spirit of vengeance, and this is the only thing that makes you recall your utter disdain for humanity. I turned back to the mirror, Arok now showing me a cleaned-up version of my mother. Younger, vibrant, like when Father was only just beginning to ruin our combined lives. I haven't thought of my dear mother in years, I explained. So why are you here now? Arok caused streaks of mascara-stained tears rolled down my mother's face. God has a plan for us, my Bella. My fists clenched. Oh, I see. That's sermon. Arok made Mother's skin lose its color and decay. Her face grew thinner. Yes. So you're here for that then? I asked. Arok grinned, Mother's face thinning more, now growing almost skeletal. Oh no, I came to give you good news. Good news, I asked, fixing my mascara and reapplying my lipstick, ensuring my image was perfect. What news is that? Consider your debt with me settled in full. The skull-faced version of my mother spoke, horns cracking through her skull. I flinched. The sigil of Asmodai began to burn on my skin. What do you mean? I have transferred it, he grinned, to my master. I slammed my hands on the sink. You bastard! Arok's laugh shook the glass as his image vanished. You wish to usurp my authority in the pit. So be it. Answer to him now. See how far you can get when the Lord of Wrath is the one you must appease. The sigil felt as if it was searing my flesh, and glanced to the tattoo, and gritted my teeth as the heat caused my flesh to wither around the ink. Now I no longer had a tattoo. It was a brand. Green smoke rose from the newly etched mark in my flesh. As some of it wafted up towards me, I inhaled and doubled over. My dark familiars around me tinged green, and I shuddered as a surge of hatred washed over me. Arok, you prick, I growled. Did my own eyes flash green? I tried to compose myself, the pain from the brand fading, though it was still fresh in my mind. Ensuring I was freshened up, and making sure I covered the new brand, I made my way back to the auditorium. As I walked in, it was just as Minister Dentry was wrapping up his sermon. My God, we've talked together a lot today. But you know what we can talk about soon? It's what has yet to be revealed. There was more cheering. Amunda turned to me, a security guard standing next to him. We're to go backstage, apparently. Good. I looked to the security guard. It was a boring sermon. As they led us towards the back, I heard Minister Dentry finish up. Revelations, people. Tomorrow, we will talk about revelations. When I see you this time tomorrow, I will show you revelations. He paused. The real revelations. They led us to the back of the stage behind a large curtain, and we waited for a few more hours. Finally, we were met by the minister, who promptly shook Amunda's hand. Pleasure to meet you, sir. A pleasure. He looked me up and down. And your daughter? Apprentice, I clarified. Amunda nodded. Yes, I am the master here. Anyone who says I am king is no king, I thought to myself. Excellent. The more the merrier. This has to go down without a hitch, he explained. So, what reason do you have to summon a demon, Minister Dentry? I asked. He flashed his bright white smile at me. Well, my dear, I plan to purge it on stage. I lifted an eyebrow. I knew he was lying. That was obvious. If the point was theatrics, stage props and makeup would be a better effigy than to defy God and pull forth a real demon. Something wasn't right in my mind, but I put it out of my mind. The purpose wasn't important. The point was his hubris would be his utter downfall. He likely felt God touched him, but if God were here, this man would be the first to face the holy judgment of his wrath. He stood there in his designer suit jacket, custom colored to be off-white, with gold seams and trim. I bet he even had a private jet and owned a mansion. Oh, I see, I said simply. How interesting. Why would we accept such a thing? I taunted. Why would I bring a demon forth only for you to vanquish it moments later? Minister Dentry grinned. Well, I am paying you handsomely. I glanced to Amunda. Money wasn't what we needed, but I played dumb and decided to figure out the details when we were done. Well, I guess you would pay us well. Why's that? He grinned. I flashed my own beautiful smile to him. Because a camel has a better chance of passing through the eye of a needle than a rich man has of entering the kingdom of heaven. Minister Dentry's smile, for once, faded. I'll leave you two to it then, he said as he turned and stormed off. I grinned as he left, satisfied I had gotten under his skin enough. Amunda walked over to me. He spoke in a hushed tone as he prepared the circle. You smell of sulfur. I frowned, giving myself a sniff, not detecting anything. Amunda tapped his nose and then pulled my collar back, revealing my new brand. As I suspected, Amunda said, dejected. What did you suspect? Amunda opened a bucket of salt and began to mix something into it. I was wrong. They spoke to you. What are you talking about? The demons from down below? He mixed with a stern gaze. They have an affinity for you. I was silent, not sure what I should or shouldn't say. Amunda grumbled. I have one trait. He huffed and heffed the bucket of salt. I can seek powerful items. Anything with a potent spiritual energy I can seek out. He dropped the bucket down in the middle of a large area and began to draw runes with it. The runes were much larger than I had expected, but Amunda continued on as he was, keeping the circle he was designing to scale. But I have only summoned one demon, despite my time and research, he grumbled. 60 years of research, not a peep. He looked to me. You're no older than 25, and here they speak to you directly. They began when I was 13, I added. Amunda nodded. With your mother, yes? You sought vengeance, and the demon found you and struck a bargain. The cat was well out of the bag. It was clear Amunda was listening to my conversation with Samantha. Yes. He moved the bucket out of the circle and continued to draw on the floor with it. Your ability to speak with them is unheard of. So you keep saying, I blanched. Umunda cracked his neck as he continued to make the inner rings of the summoning circle. Yet you call me master, and that shouldn't be the case. He looked to me. I should be the student to you. I sneered as yet another one of my plans was about to fall apart due to some idiot man. Listen here, I began, whispering to him. As far as everyone can tell, as far up as the bloody Vatican, you are the summoner. I'm just a witch who went crazy after I tried to have a demon's child. Umunda nodded. So, what do we do then? I poked his shoulder. You keep acting like the master. I'll be the apprentice. If you want to learn spells and such, I'll teach you, but you need to keep the act up. I looked to the circle we were drawing. Who are we summoning anyway? As I appraised the circle, despite its size, I noticed it was a lesser summoning incantation. Something strong enough to kill our would-be benefactor, he smiled, but nothing as lofty as a lord of hell. Are you thinking, a lesser demon? Our benefactor claimed to have a name, Umunda explained. If he summoned something too big, it may kill us. I trailed off, dreading going to hell with a dead on my head. Umunda shook his head. Even if he called forth a lord of hell, the circle I drew isn't power enough to draw upon such a creature. I nodded, looking at the large circle he was now working on. That is true. Unless we use a region artifact, like the feather of yours, we likely won't have an issue. Just enough to kill the minister, then? I confirmed. Yes, and perhaps tag along with us and aid in our search for the demoness. Listen to me, I explained. My debt with Arok, they transferred it to Asmodai. He motioned to the brand on my shoulder. Thus the mark? Yes, the mark. I covered the tender flesh with my dress once more. We can make the preacher here our first sacrifice. I need 9 souls to go to hell that could be saved. How specific, he confirmed. A televangelist is most certainly a hypocritical man. Are you sure he'll have enough sin to fall? Despite the money, they often donate much to charities. This one is trying to summon a demon. Something tells me that, at the moment, he's not in God's good graces. I turned to see Minister Dentry returning. I smiled, approaching him. Minister, I said sweetly, the little spirit at my neck taking my cues and readying itself to latch on to Dentry. My master is nearly complete in creating the circle. Is there something you wish to request? No, my lovely young lady, you two are doing splendidly. Minister Dentry beamed, looking me up and down. I should apologize, I said as I sauntered closer to him, for being so combative before. It's just my nature, you know. He beamed. Pay it no mind, my dear. A woman's heart is a mystery, so I'll forgive you, as is my nature. I slid my hands over his shoulders, pressing myself against him. I just feel terrible about insulting you. Can I make it up to you? He grinned. How would you do that? I motioned for him to bend down. He did so without hesitation. As he did, I leaned into his ear and began to suck on his earlobe. I hesitated only slightly as the acrid taste of his cheap cologne had sent me reeling. After doing my best to ignore his sharp flavor, I redoubled my efforts, feeling his hand slide down my back. I nipped at his ear. As I did, the spirit latched onto his neck, branding him with a small mark. Oh, he pulled back, covering the brand and grinning to me. Feisty. I like that. I purred. I can provide more, Minister, if you would like. He grinned. After the show, the wife likes to watch, purify sinners with my holy oils. He winked at me. Every bodily function at that moment did its best to keep me from gagging at the thought. It is complete. Now I'll need my assistant to prepare the incantation, Umunda interrupted. Fine, Minister Dentry grinned. We need to prepare for tomorrow's sermon. If this isn't ready by this morning, then you aren't getting paid. He vanished, and I reached into my purse for a mint. hoping to get the taste of his cologne out of my mouth. Amunda looked over the circle. Thoughts? I looked it over myself. Looks good enough for our purposes, I said, spotting the center was still blank. Does he know to put the name of the demon he wishes into the circle? Amunda nods. Unfortunately. I shrugged. It shouldn't matter. This circle won't be powerful enough to pull something too dangerous to us up. Amunda sighed. Yes, a shame I don't have my amber any longer. If I could get it back from that priest. Father Thomas will suffer in due time. Trust me, he's on my list. Amunda knelt by the circle, fixing something. You're certain that I shouldn't add anything as insurance? Maybe a portion of your feather. Not the whole thing, mind you. Someone made their way inside, and as they did, Amunda changed his tone. Damn it, woman, listen to my instructions. You are my apprentice after all. I turned to see a young man, and to my shock and surprise, he had a dark taint within him. Unlike myself, where I made deals to have dark spirits surround me, this man had darkness emanating within. Though it was a weakened to darkness, to say the least, it was there, and I could see it surrounding him. He stood around 180 centimeters, a lanky man with dark blonde hair, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days by the circles under his eyes. A dark gray shirt of no real renown was over his chest, and a pair of simple pants, likely bought from some big box stores. He wore his clothing disheveled and unkempt. Was this another summoner? How many had Dentry contacted? How many had he gone through before? Worst yet, did he know more than he was letting on? Wait, who on earth are you? I asked as he approached. Woman, Amunda shouted, getting my attention. If this is to work, I need more potent regions, he said, motioning to the feather that I had tucked into my sleeve. I narrowed my eyes on him. We are not wasting resources on this menial task, I justified, my hand tracing the feather held close to me. The man's voice called to both of us, interrupting us. I wasn't expecting a team-building exercise, he pointed out. Who the hell are you two? I faced the young man. Outside of the scruffy attire, he was a fairly attractive young man. More so, however, I saw a demonic taint within him. This man, who wasn't like Amunda, piqued my interest. He had no symbols or pacts etched into his flesh like Amunda, nor did he carry a continuous scent of sulfur about him. I explained to him. We were hired, but Amunda interrupted me. My expertise was requested, Amunda said, approaching the newcomer. I had to thank Amunda. Having him and our deception kept me from accidentally exposing us because of this unknown variable. I rolled my eyes. Yes, of course, Master. My apologies. With welcomed contempt, the newcomer mocked Amunda. Fancy tattoos you have there. I can't imagine what weird basement sorcery gathering he found you two at. As Amunda furrowed his brow, I did my best to suppress a laugh. I'll have you know, Amunda defended. I have done this before, boy. He narrowed his eyes. I'm far more practiced at this than you likely are. Ignoring Amunda, I answered the man's question. The two of us, as a matter of fact, escaped from a Vatican prison. Why was I there, my dear apprentice? Amunda asked, clearing his throat. My agitation was rising, but I had to keep the act up. Because you were tasked to summon forth a demon, I grumbled. Which I did, Amunda celebrated, back to his old form. A truly vicious little demoness, he added. Who else escaped? I interjected, to bring Amunda down a notch. And still managed to take down an angel. I cut Amunda off before he could continue and give away too much. But you are. I paused, locking my eyes with the newcomer. Far more interesting. What exactly are you? I asked, giving him a sweet smile. My name is Alec, he began, before Minister Dentry appeared. His name is Alexander, and yes, my dear, he is special, Minister Dentry announced. That's why I brought him here tonight. Because of the things I have heard about him. What have you heard? Alexander asked. That you have a very special gift when it comes to demons. What would that gift be, Joshua? Alexander continued. With a grin, Minister Dentry replied, I haven't quite figured that out yet, but I'm not fretting about that. Let's get this party started, he beamed. Amunda motioned to the circle he had drawn. Mr. Dentry, if you would stand by the circle and think of the name of the demon you wish to barter with, we can begin. Let's keep things within reason, yes, Master? I grimaced, recalling how Amunda reached too high last time. While the circle he drew was weak, that didn't guarantee things would go according to plan. The last time you reached too high, you summoned a concubine rather than the demon in question, I reminded. Do you mind repeating that? Alexander asked, his head turning towards me. This man couldn't know anything about our succubus, could he? I grinned to him. My master's greatest accomplishment was attempting to summon one of the 7 crowned princes of hell, but instead he called forth his concubine, a powerful and rather ravishing demoness. I recalled the beautiful succubus who passed my cell. I envied her so. We tracked her here. She's quite powerful. As I recalled the succubus and pulled the feather from the angel out from my sleeve, this came from the angel she defeated during her escape. I slowly spun the large feather back and forth, watching as the white and black sides of it contrasted so beautifully. Does your master's accomplishment have a taste for frat boys? Alexander questioned. He must have been tracking the succubus too. Did he have a lead? He must have been closer to her than Amunda. Very likely, I said with my eyebrow raised. Have you seen her? I very much need to speak with her, I explained, as I closed the distance between Alec and me. I think if she is powerful enough to beat an angel, then perhaps you should steer clear, Alec warned. He was aware the feather wasn't some bauble, as he eyed it curiously. So tell me, what kind of plans do you have for that feather? I smiled. He knew far more than Amunda. He was an intriguing man. Before I could find out more from him, or see if he could serve as an ally or fodder, Minister Dentry interrupted. Will you two quit your bickering and focus on the task at hand? I brought you 3 here for a reason. Fine, I will get your goddamn demon, Alexander said, as he reached into his pocket and from his jacket pulled out a bottle of blood. My eyes went wide as I saw this. Swirling within the human blood was the blood of a demon. It was some kind of natural mixture, as if they drew it from someone with a demonic lineage. Where did Alexander get such a thing? In a rather proud moment, he turned to Amunda. This is how real sorcerers summon a demon. My eyes went wide. That was too powerful for our purposes. Before I could act, Alexander had already poured a few drops out of the bottle and into the salt of the circle. Amunda shot Alexander a dirty look as I looked on helplessly as the blood sunk into the salt. And what is that? Amunda scoffed. The ground shook as the salt sucked in the blood. That's, Amunda began. Never happened before. Why? Actually bringing something powerful? My stomach sank. Even though he activated the circle, no one had spoken the demon's name aloud. Things weren't terrible. I could suggest a lesser demon quickly, and we wouldn't be in over our heads. I tried to give a name to the spell, but someone had already given a name. Wait, I turned to Minister Dentry. Who did you summon? I stumbled back as the ground shook once more. Heat burst forth from the floor as the salt glowed and melted. One who can do what needs to be done, Minister Dentry announced, to bring about the apocalypse. The destroyer. My eyes widened. There was only one well-known destroyer that Dentry could even know about. Christian's demonic knowledge is limited, so if he was only referring to the Book of Revelations, that meant there was one creature he could speak of. You called upon Abaddon? I shouted. Yes, Minister Dentry shouted in joy. The complete fool. Because when I do, the time of revelations will finally be at. A thunderous boom from the circle interrupted Minister Dentry's preaching. Thankfully. I rushed to Alexander, grabbing him, giving him a desperate glare. Whatever you did, undo it. Undo it now, I growled. I want to serve a demon lord, not get destroyed by one of their purge-everything flunkies. The smell of burning wood filled the air, and I turned to see the summoning circle was now burning up. The salt had melted into the floor, searing the surrounding wood, and I saw the name of the demon now burning forth from the other side of the floor in the center of the circle. Abaddon. Amunda shouted, "This is far more potent than the succubus I called forth. I need help to bind it." Amunda was an absolute moron if he thought he could bind Abaddon to him. No human had that capacity. None alive, anyway. If I knew that crazy minister wanted to summon him, I would have never ever come here, Alexander argued. The regents I had were designed to pull a lesser demon. I had nothing potent enough to draw forth Abaddon. While the men bickered about who was more responsible than the other for our impending doom, the ground jostled, sending a stage light hurtling towards the ground. I staggered back, grabbing a curtain to steady myself as the ground shook beneath me. Expecting this to continue, I slipped my heels off. Whatever was about to befall us, I'd need to run without fear of snapping off a heel and winding up some sad, sorry damsel in distress. A dark hand reached out from the circle. In any other circumstance, this would have thrilled me. But Abaddon wasn't a demon that cared for bargains, reason, or souls. Abaddon had only one goal if they summoned him. A pair of massive black wings spread out of the hole, followed by a pair of huge hands grasping out of the circle. He looms out, massive iron armor stuck to his huge body, rusted and tarnished, portions burned by fire. The face on the creature is beyond hideous, distended like a horse, but with sharp predatory teeth. Behind a huge scorpion tail, rises out as massive hoofed feet crash against the floorboards, snapping them beneath his weight as he roared at us. Minister Dentry approached Abaddon with little care. Well, I thought to myself, at least he will die shortly. "Oh, happy day!" Minister Dentry cried happily. "The end times can finally begin. Now, demon, break the seals and begin the time of tribulation." As if my disgust for humanity and the faithful could not get any more intense, a new level of hatred dawned on me. The fool thought he could bind a demon of hell, all to bring about his version of the end times. Abaddon roared at Minister Dentry, knocking him flat on his ass. "Hey!" Minister Dentry cried out. "You are bound to me, demon." "Trifling mortal," Abaddon bellowed. "Your arrogance will be your undoing." I grinned as Minister Dentry held his hands up uselessly as Abaddon crushed his skull beneath his mighty hoof. At least I got some satisfaction for the evening, watching Dentry's face twist into a look of absolute fear and dread as the very thing he called forth murdered him. At least this part of the plan had gone well enough. Dentry was dead, and that was one soul paid to Asmodai. Now this world shall burn at the hands of Abaddon, destroyer of creation. The world burning with me in it didn't fit into my plans all too well. I was still 8 souls in the hole. I couldn't fulfill my debt if I was dead. Amunda was staring at Abaddon, with wide eyes, shocked and proud of what he felt. He called forth. "Are you going to gawk at him all night?" Alexander shouted. Amunda stammered. "I didn't have regents capable of pulling such a potent demon. This is..." He stumbled over his words. "Beyond my imagination." Fear set into him as the gravity of the situation made itself clear. I put an end to the bravado that surrounded me and threatened to kill all of us. "If both of you would spend less time bickering and more time sending the destroyer of creation back to hell, it would be most appreciated." Both men turned their attention to me as I glared at them, doing my best to wear my indignation proudly upon my face. "I'll buy time. Figure something out," Amunda said to me as he approached Abaddon. Rather noble of him to sacrifice himself. At this point, I turned my focus to the competent summoner. If I would lose Amunda, I'd hide behind Alexander going forward. Great demon Abaddon, Emunda blustered. As the summoner whom hath called you forth, I bind your will to mine. Submit to me. I'm sure that would work, Alexander shouted with a heavy helping of sarcasm. Men, I thought to myself. Alexander had his bottle of blood once more, now scrawled a sigil on the floor. It was a binding sigil, I realized. As much as he mocked Emunda at least realized that his attempt was merely stalling for time. He's not a dog, I explained. He's a demon, and a damn powerful one, I argued. Is your blood even potent enough to send him back? Do you have any better ideas? Alexander snapped. Maybe Emunda was worth keeping instead of Alexander. False ego was better than ego with actual talent. He wasn't one to tolerate chiding, that was certain. While I had plans to use the angel's feather in some dark ritual that would corrupt it fully, I needed to rely on its purity. Dark cannot cast out dark, and I am forced to ask an angel for help. I reached for my feather. I have this, I said begrudgingly. I had other plans for it, but all things considered. Despite my offer, Alec drew his binding circle. I'll admit, it was a powerful circle, and it would have bound just about any demon to it. It would have held firm too, allowing us time to escape or unmake the summoning circle, sending the demon back to the pit. But Abaddon wasn't just any demon. Abaddon's hysterical cackle emphasized this, which he let loose in reaction to Emunda trying to bind him. I turned just in time to see Abaddon's mighty tail crash into Emunda and send him hurtling towards Alec. Emunda's body barely missed me as he flew like a rag doll through the air. Emunda crashed into Alec, and the pair tumbled 2 meters away from the circle Alec had drawn. Murda! I cursed as I made my way towards them, to see if either of them, or both, were dead. I pulled Emunda off of Alex, finding the pair alive despite the circumstances. We will need to work together, I grimaced, finding both of them, while not dead, not faring well. The circle wouldn't work unless we had some kind of miracle. And now I knew the feather was our only choice. It was that or die, and I wasn't really in the mood for death. Before I could break down the new plan, the ground shook, and I turned to see Abaddon advancing towards us. His hoof fell upon the sigil that Alec had drawn, causing him to halt. Did it somehow work? The sick grin which spread over Abaddon's face informed me that no, it had not. He moved his hoof away, and the sigil broke with little effort from the mighty beast. Amusing mortals, Abaddon taunted. Quite amusing. I took a step back as the demon advanced on me. Unlikely as it was, maybe I could reason with it, show who I belonged to. I reached to reveal the brand on my shoulder. It was unlikely to save me. He'd most likely laugh at my misfortune and send me to suffer at the hands of Asmodai. Before I could display who I served, something had pushed me away from the path of Abaddon. I tumbled to the ground. A grunt and the familiar sound of snapping bones emanated from where I just was. I turned back to see Abaddon now crushing Alec's chest. Even without Alec's actions, my life might not have been in immediate danger. But now we might be down an actual summoner, and the summoner who brought this creature forth to boot. With a glare, I shouted at Alec, who now found himself pinned below Abaddon's heavy hoof. Very noble of you, but it doesn't fix our situation. I heaved a sigh. I had hoped to twist this relic, or use it as an offering to the darkness, as they could use it as they saw fit. Now, however, I had to do the opposite. I had to evoke the spirit within the feather. I cast my dark spirits away from myself, so that channeling the divine spirit within wouldn't destroy them, and held the feather firmly in my hand. Evoking spirits isn't hard. If the spirit was keen on the act, then it was an even better evocation. But to evoke a spirit properly, one needs to know the spirit's name. I hoped the angel would whisper to me, otherwise I'd die. With the feather firmly in hand, I took a deep breath, whispering to myself, I guess it's now or never. Alec coughed up blood while Abaddon taunted him. You stink of mongrel's blood. To think a creature like you would bring me forth, as Asmodai's little whore fails to break the first seal. As I stand before you, I began, hoping to get an idea of the spirit's name as I tried to bring it forth. Almighty Spirit. Nothing so far. This wasn't going well. I closed my eyes and continued the evocation, focusing on bringing the spirit from the feather. Bless me with the wisdom to understand you. Grant me access to your kingdom so that I may communicate with you. Keep me safe. I felt lightheaded, and I could swear I heard my mother's voice somewhere in the back of my mind. I opened my eyes to see the feather now glowed. Progress was being made. Progress that burned my skin as the feather charged itself with holy power. But progress nonetheless. Abaddon's laughter broke my concentration, briefly. You, attempting to invoke the spirit of Enoch? He glanced at me, ignoring Alec for the moment. Laughable at best. Alec sat himself up and bit his hand, blood pouring from the wound. He shouted at me. I don't know if this will work, but dip the feather into the blood. Abaddon stood between me and Alec. This was why I removed my heels. I ran straight at Abaddon and slid between his massive legs. I got to my feet and barely dodged Abaddon's mighty tail before I got to Alec's side. Despite all the things that had gone wrong, Abaddon had made a grave error. He told me who the feather belonged to. Surround me with the light of grace and the divine guide as I enter. A coolness settled over me that reminded me of the angel who stared into my soul at the Vatican. Despite this, I continued. Your plan I evoke you, great Enoch. The feather was white hot in my hands. It was as if I was holding fire. My fingertips felt like they were about to burst into flames. I held the feather over Alec's blood, releasing it from my grip, and watching as the glowing object landed in the blood. The glow that had enveloped the feather now spread into the blood which it had landed. The blood boiled, and a bright light flashed from the feather. A shockwave burst forth from the feather as it made eye contact with the blood, dazing me but knocking Abaddon to the ground. The mighty demon was down on his hands and knees, not knocked out, but certainly dazed by the burst of power. Alec grunted out, Where the hell did you get that feather? My hands still throbbed from what felt as if I were holding hot coals in them, and I explained, An angel in the Vatican, a powerful one apparently. Alec dipped his fingers into the now blessed blood. He turned to Amunda. Wake up! I actually need your help. Gather what is left of your salt and incense. Amunda pulled himself together enough to fish the salt and incense needed from his pockets. Whatever you plan to do, Amunda groaned, do so quickly. He won't be still for much longer. I hate when Amunda is right, but he was. Abaddon growled in anger as he managed to his feet, and the feather's effects wearing off. This mongrel's about to send you back to hell, Alec taunted. A proud boast, but honestly, the only other option was death. So either he was making a proud stand of holding firm, or proud last words. The circle now glowed blue, and I could feel that deathly chill run through my bones. The ground shook and cracked beneath our feet. It cracked even more so beneath Abaddon's. Abaddon stumbled, his wings flapping uselessly as he sunk into the floor, mighty hands gripping at the ground as it dragged him back down below the pit. I glimpsed his face just before he vanished beneath the ground, roaring in a rage of hate and dismay. I stared at the center that now dented the floor, the roaring of Abaddon now a distant memory. With a grunt, Alec attempted to stand. Amunda was moving to help him, and I did the same. True, he was the reason we nearly died, but he couldn't have known that idiot minister would beckon Abaddon. You're an interesting fellow. I didn't catch your name. I decided more formal introductions were in order. The name is Alex. He grimaced in pain. And what would they call you? BellaDelAvana. I grinned to him as I looked over his wounds, a devious plot coming to mind. I can heal you, if you would like. That's a very pretty name, and considering sorcery doesn't offer great insurance, I think I will take you on that offer, Alec joked. I glanced at my dark spirits. They had scattered throughout the room, slithering their way back towards me as they sensed my desire for their aid. One I instructed to channel itself into healing Alec's wounds. With some soft chanting and coaxing, the little spirit weaved through Alec's body, healing his wounds. As I thought, his blood itself had a dark power. Otherwise, the spirit wouldn't have been able to heal him as it did. Like Dentry, my spirit ended its task by slipping Asmodee's mark on his skin, right behind his ear. Amunda chimed in. I am Amunda, if you were curious. I noticed the bottle of blood in Alec's pocket and flicked my head towards it, hoping Amunda would take notice. Amunda did and wiggled his fingers to imply he was ready to snatch the potent liquid. Well, at the very least, Minister Dentry is dealt with, so for that, I thank you, I whispered, leaning forward and giving Alec a peck on the cheek, hoping it would be enough to distract Alec from Amunda's thievery. The man had more blood to let, that was for certain, so I hardly considered it a theft. With a playful grin, I turned and made my leave with Amunda. I glanced at him, and he showed me the bottle in his possession before slipping it into his coat. So, which one of you is the skillful pickpocket? Alec called back to us. I flinched. Caught red-handed, it seemed. I played it off as coy as I could, turning to him with a knowing smile. Consider it an even trade for the loss of my feather, yes? To my surprise, Alec merely waved to me. Agreed. The last thing I need to be doing is repaying favors after this mess. Sorry for the deception, then, I beamed to him. Ciao. And with that, Amunda and I left as swiftly as we could. We slipped into the black town car Amunda had purchased, and we were flying back to our condo. That was an experience, Amunda remarked. The blood, I demanded, holding out my hand. Amunda deposited the blood into my hand, and I looked it over carefully. It was Alex's, and it hummed with a dark energy all of its own. A grin spread over my face. Your master's not going to be pleased about this, Amunda reminded me. Their goal is Armageddon. I held the blood up to the window, letting the light from passing street lamps pass through it. He'll get over it. We'll report to him immediately, explain ourselves, and ask what we can do to please him. I already sealed that man to him, I said, turning to Amunda. I doubt Asmodee will forgive, but he's a demon lord. He wants to be the one to bring about the end times, not Abaddon's master. Amunda frowned, keeping his attention on the road. When we returned home, I quickly grabbed my bloodletting knife and one rabbit from the cage. It squeaked as I gripped it by the scruff of its neck, digging my nails into its fur. I was nervous, excited, fearful, and giddy all at the same time. A small drop of blood from the bottle soon lined my finger. I slid it over the blade and cut the rabbit's throat, spilling its blood onto the kitchen tile. I drew a sigil into a single tile and closed my eyes tightly, focusing on opening a channel to Asmodee. Amunda stood by, not sure what to do with himself. Bella, are you sure? Asmodee, Lord of Hatred and Wrath, I beseech thee to hear your servant's call to you, I chanted. I hear a loud bellow followed by the stench of sulfur. Candles around the kitchen self-ignited with green flame, and Asmodee's voice soon came in clear as day. You wretches are all pathetic failures, he roared. The brand on my shoulder burned and I clutched it, gasping in pain. Why send Abaddon back, fool? Explain yourself or I shall make you suffer all the more. I winced and gritted my teeth. Great Lord Asmodee, I am sorry for my transgression. Abaddon threatened to kill me and my companion before I could make good on your debt. I was thinking of my service to you. Asmodee's voice grew enraged. You were thinking of your own life. It will not happen again, I begged, bowing low and sliding my hands over the bloody sigil. My eyes rolled back into my skull as screams filled my ears, their shrieks of terror and agony mixing into a cacophony of noise that was drowned out only by the growing ringing which threatened to split my skull. Soon the light around me vanished, and I was left in nothing but a familiar darkness. Within the darkness, a green light glowed from above me. Looking down was the face of a man, a powerful man with a bald head and a thin beard. His eyes were dark pools of void filled with wisps of green smoke. He was adorned with heavy-looking armor. On either side sat the giant heads of a bull and a ram, their eyes glowing red and yellow respectively. Though they made up part of his massive armor, they appeared to be alive, saliva foaming at their mouths as their eyes scanned me critically. This was Asmodai. It had to be. He towered over me, his mighty frame filling my vision with his dark black and red armor. Multiple swords sat on either side of his hip, each carrying powerful magic within. One blade in particular was a long black blade with a ragged edge and an ornate silver handle. It pulses and resonates with its master, and it filled me with the familiar heat that overcame me when I took revenge on someone. I lifted my hands to him, careful not to offend or enrage him. I serve you, Lord Asmodai, not Abaddon nor his master, only you. When I do your bidding, it will be your name upon my victory for the powers of hell. When the world burns, your masters will know it was your servant who brought forth hell on earth. Asmodai's eyebrow rose, and he walked around me. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. The darkness shifted behind him. It wasn't the darkness, I realized. The shifting black forms behind him were a pair of massive black feathered wings. He was magnificent. Whatever you wish for me, I'll do, I professed. I even offered you the soul of that minister who tried to bring Abaddon forth. He brought Abaddon forth, Asmodai growled. While I appreciate his soul, the cost to get it was not worthwhile. I bowed low to his feet. I also marked another, a man. Yes, Alexander, Asmodai mused. Our eyes have been upon him for some time. We disliked being thought of as a djinn to grant people's wishes for the cost of a mortal soul, and Alexander has transgressed often. I smiled. So these souls will go against my debt to you, master? Asmodai scoffed. I should tear your soul from your body. Reaping your soul now would give me satisfaction and proper punishment for what you have done, he roared. I bowed low before him, on hands and knees shivering. Please, O Lord Asmodai, I will make this up to you. I will break the seal in your name, no one else's. I glanced upwards. Besides, it is Abaddon's own failings which led us to defeat him. I merely acted in self-preservation. Asmodai glared down at me before his expression softened slightly. You have a point, he gripped. My minions have already failed once. My favor with my master wanes. Abaddon should not have been bested by you and your lot so easily, so his punishment will be significant. I frowned, unsure of where my fate would lie. Asmodai grabbed me by the throat, the pain of the brand searing itself into my shoulder. There is a chance for you. One chance, wench. Listen to me and listen well. Yes, my lord, I choked. A servant of mine is waiting in a prison. His name is Andrew Sanders. He has sold me his soul for great power and strength. You are to make 5 potions using the blood you have received from Alexander. You are to distribute the potions to the few death row inmates inside this prison. Upon these men's deaths, the potions will allow more of my servants to enter their bodies. From there, he continued, you will prepare him as my vessel. Your vessel? I wheezed, eyes wide. I have great vengeance to bring forth, he growled. For you and I share a common adversary. Who? I gasped. The green smoke within Asmodai's eyes swirled in anger. Father Edward Thomas. It was a jarring motion when I whipped my head back, tumbling over myself as I returned to the real world. The dark realm where Asmodai revealed himself to me and gave me my newfound purpose still fresh in my mind. I was staring up at the ceiling as Amunda came into my peripheral vision. Even as I looked at him, new spells and incantations surged into my mind. Powerful and dark spells of corruption, binding, and particularly evocation. Asmodai wishes for me to summon him into a new vessel, and in doing so, I can finally repay my debt. Bella? Amunda asked, concerned. I narrowed my eyes at him. We're in deep crap, and we need to make up for it. I sat up, trying to get to my feet. Amunda eventually gave me his hand and helped me to stagger upright. We have a prison to go to, but before that, we need supplies. It was time to make good on a little helper I had to enlist, as I was running low on my pets. Amunda and I piled out of the old 90s-era Lincoln Town car he insisted on owning. It was a heap, yet he paid for its restoration. I hate this thing, I noted. The seats are uncomfortable. It's a classic, and they do not make cars like these anymore. Amunda defended his poor taste. I walked towards the airport side emergency exit and saw the small tree still standing where we had left it a few weeks before. I grinned as we approached and stood over the soil of the tree. With the tip of my heel, I brushed off some soil near the base, and there it was, a nose. He was still there, and from the sight of the soil moving under his nostrils, alive. For that much I was thankful, and yet I had no time to deal with any kind of bargaining. This was a business transaction, plain and simple. "How are you down there?" I taunted. A pair of eyes opened and the tree leaves shook. "Have you had time to think about your predicament?" I asked. The eyes pleaded with me, begging for help as he blinked twice. I glared at him. "I have no time to play games with you. Your literal humanity disgusts me, but you have the chance to be something more than human as a specter," I offered. "Bind yourself to me, and I promise an end to your suffering." He blinked twice. "Good." I pulled out my bloodletting blade. "I'll keep part of your flesh, but otherwise, the soul seeks salvation at my hands alone, and binds itself to my will. If this soul agrees to let a pact be made." I brandished my bloodletting knife. He blinked twice more, and it sealed the deal. I slid the knife under the soil. As I did, blood bubbled up from the ground. He shook for a moment before his eyes went black, and I watched as the spirit of a man, twisted and broken, rose from the soil. "Why does it still hurt?" he whimpered. I stroked his cheek and pulled him towards me. "Stay close, dear. Your suffering will end soon enough." His spirit twisted and lengthened, wrapping around my shoulders like a fur scarf. I stroked his spirit softly as I dug his head from the ground, pulling several roots up with it. As I did this, a few seeds tumbled to the ground with it. I grinned, plucking the seeds from the soil. "Perfect. Amunda, get the bag." Amunda did as he was told, shoving what I could cut off the head into the bag. We managed a portion of his arm, which was good. The more of them we had, the better for later. I had big plans for him going forward. We pulled into where I found Andrew Sanders located, an ex-cop found guilty in a police shooting of an unarmed man. What connection this man had to any kind of occult was something we would have to discover. "Oh, you're certain this is the place?" Amunda blanched. I looked up from the parking lot at the sign over the visitor's entrance. Sousa Baranowski, Correctional Center. "Yes," I announced. "I'm certain." Amunda took 5 small vials out of his pocket and shook them well, before dropping a small bit of Alex's blood into them. "And this?" "I was told to add the blood before we went in," I assured. "They will search us," Amunda informed. "They won't find anything," I confirmed for him. Amunda handed me the vials. "Spirits of the darkness, shadows of the moonless night, invisible legions of the world without light, gather ye now around that all may hear. Gather ye now round that all may see. Gather ye now round that all may be, in accordance as one, hiding this form from the light of day, from the senses of the seekers, so that even whilst they search in earnest, lo shall it not be found. So it may be, let it be." With the spell cast, I watched as spirits coalesced around the vials, concealing each in a glimmer to make them appear benign to whoever looked at them. I slipped them into my purse. "You wait here." As I headed into the prison, 2 guards both approached me at the security desk. "Manner of your visit today, madam?" the first man asked. He was a gruff fellow, dark complexion and short hair. He wore a light blue uniform, and the shirt strained against his defined muscles. His eyes roamed my body hungrily. I wore a simple black dress today and stylish heels, along with my small clutch purse. I'm here to visit an inmate. Who's the lucky guy? A man with a typical Bostonian accent asked from behind me. There are few things more grating to my ears than this mix of Irish and American accents fusing together to form what is possibly the worst sound I've ever heard. A sound I had to get accustomed to. I turned over my shoulder to see a lighter-skinned man with blonde hair and light eyes. He grinned at me. The pit of my stomach turned and I faced forward. Andrew Sanders. The man before me's face turned sour as he looked me up and down. Family? I winked. Not yet. With the guard properly revolted, finally, he looked at my purse. Please put that into the bin, he said, holding out a small plastic container. I placed my purse into the bin, meriting a small search from the guard. I smiled as he glossed over the 5 vials in my purse. The metal detector didn't go off as I walked through, and my purse passed through a small x-ray machine. I collected my purse and ensured the vials were still inside. Thanks. I blew the pair of guards a kiss and made my way to a check-in counter. The woman behind the desk was a frumpy middle-aged thing. She looked at me with thick-rimmed glasses. Her makeup was atrocious. Far too much foundation, with lipstick that looked like they applied it with a mop. Her eyeshadow was 4 different shades of awful purples and blues, set behind hideous false fake eyelashes. Her hair was black and permed as if that was something people did to themselves willingly in this decade. She looked me over, her eyes tinting green with envy. Name? BellaDelAvana. I flashed my flawless, well-maintained smile at her. She humphed to herself. He's in Supermax, so you'll not have any physical contact. Phooey, I mock-pouted. A few moments of her typing, and she motioned to a hallway to her right. Down there, the guard will show you into the visiting area. Thanks, Nona, I called to her as I headed back to where she directed me. I grinned, wondering if she knew enough Italian to pick up on my insult. I hoped she did. As I walked down the hallway, the guards all stopped and stared, even the few female guards. One short, fat female guard spotted me and glared daggers at me as I walked by. To emphasize my not eating from a trough, shoving food into my mouth hand over fist, I slid my hand over the curve of my hips and over my waist, turning my back to her to flaunt my waspish figure. I could feel her glaring at me from behind, and I looked to the guard who stood before the door which said visiting area. His eyes were all over me as he opened the door for me. I walked in without so much as acknowledging my presence. At first I was not entirely sure who I was looking for. There was a row of small cubicles facing one another, each with a phone on one side and a large sheet of glass separating them. The entire room was some tone of beige and tan, colors that screamed government complex. As I scanned the room, I eventually found my mark. A man in an orange jumpsuit led to a set of phones separately by thick glass caught my eye. And the moment my eyes met his, I knew he was the one I was after. As he walked out, I saw the darkness surrounding him, and it was a darkness I was familiar with. It was a burning hatred, even worse than my own. However, as his soul was no longer in his possession, he had sold it to someone, likely Asmodai. I wondered, what did he sell it for, precisely? Strength and power? But how was it worded? I was so very curious. He wasn't a bad-looking fellow either. Green eyes, dark hair, nice skin, and a strong jaw. I sauntered over to him, beaming as I did. His eyes lit up as he saw me, and the guard settled him into the seat next to the phone. I gingerly placed my purse on the small counter before me and picked up the phone. Andrew did the same. Hello, gorgeous. Ah, that accent. But even so, this was my mark. My soul was literally on the line. Hello, Andrew. Andy, please, he clarified. All of my friends call me Andy. Well, Andy, I've been looking for you. I looked to the left and right, seeing the guards everywhere. I did my best to make the conversation as awkward as possible for others to eavesdrop on. I want you to put a baby in me. Andy grinned wide. Do you now? With a few guards now looking away, I whispered, My name is Bella. Our mutual, I searched for the best word to use, benefactor has sent me. Andy's grin only intensified as it did his green eyes. He said you'd be coming by soon. He never said you were drop-dead gorgeous. I flashed him a smile, leaning over the counter to give him a view down my dress, and to continue the illusion that I was a woman who has an infatuation with him as an inmate. I have something for you. I produced the 5 vials of the potion I had conjured and hidden. Unsurprisingly, Andy could see them. Perfect. But how are you getting them in here? He tapped the glass as if to emphasize the obstacle we faced. I smiled and glanced at my newly acquired spirit, which unwrapped himself from around me. He formed into the figure of a man. Andy looked him over. Oh, nice. Can anyone else see him? I shook my head, handing the vials to my new helper. Give these to the death row inmates, discreetly, then return to Andy to serve him in my stead. Andy grinned. I'll send that back to you when the time is right. When will that be? I said, kissing the glass. Andy placed his hand on the other side of the glass, where my lips had left light marks of lipstick. Any day now, this place will riot. He grinned wickedly. And when that happens, you'll want to be here beforehand. Why's that? Andy grinned. Because I'll make sure that when it happens, Father Thomas will be here just for you. I smiled wickedly. Oh my, I was downright giddy. Don't touch him, understand? He's mine. Andy nodded, then glanced to a guard as my new spirit made off with the vials, lifting them over the large partition and down a corridor. Guard, I'm done. I pouted. No, don't go. You're a tease, Andy shouted, winking as the guard led him away. I turned and walked out quickly, my side of the task at least halfway done. Amunda sat with his hip resting on the town car. How'd it go? He asked. Swimmingly. Now, come on. We have to wait for a signal. Then we'll be back here. I grinned. And things will get heavy. I heard nothing for days and worried that our plan would not work until finally, action, my little spirit returned to me. I was corrupting a set of rabbits when he returned. I found that feeding the demonic blood we had gained to the rabbits, drawing out corrupted souls from them, brought about a much more powerful helper. When my most powerful soul came to me, I was ecstatic. It's time, he said before returning to his place around my neck and shoulders. Amunda, get your heap of a car ready to go, I shouted. We need to head to the prison. I felt like a child on Christmas morning, at least the few times I recalled ever opening presents, before my father destroyed my life and humanity did the rest. When we arrived, everything appeared calm and average. Amunda walked with me past the gate and with the guards. This time I had cast my concealment spell on my bloodletting knife, but letting it go through the X-ray machine and the metal detector would prove problematic. I had a rather inventive plan to get everything through the metal detector, and it would have worked out swimmingly. I had planned to place the knife on the ground, gently kick it past the detector, while pretending to adjust the strap of my heel, and then pick it up on the other side, all while distracting the guard with a look at my rear. This all fell to bits when I heard a familiar voice shout from down the hallway. Arrest that man. To be honest, despite everything, I was unconcerned or even frightened by the prospect of being caught. I knew he'd be here, so rather than panic, I merely stepped through the metal detector, smiling wide as it went off. Father Thomas. There he was. The old priest who had set me on this path. Behind him a rather tall fellow with green eyes, whose face reminded me of someone I had seen before. He wore a beige trench coat, and a policeman's badge dangled from his neck as he ran behind Father Thomas. That's my line, Father, the police shouted, trailing behind him. God, I hate Boston accents. Her too, Father Thomas said, pointing to me as the guards surrounded Amunda and I. One guard placed his hand on my shoulder, while Amunda got shoved to the ground and handcuffed, protesting loudly. "Do you know who I am?" Amunda shouted. Father Thomas fixed me with a stern glare. "Of all the places to run into you," he smiled. "God truly does have a plan." I frowned to him as the guard cuffed one of my hands. "Father," I turned my scowl into a grin, "who said you and I meeting today was God's plan?" The guard turned to me. "Detective Miller, sir, these two are criminals? This woman has come in here before." The detective nodded. "She's wanted for murder in the EU. Interpol's probably looking for her. She fled Italy to the US somehow." Father Thomas nodded. "You're going back to your old cell, Bella. No one will aid in your escape this time." I kept my grin, simply stating, "Doubtful, Father." The detective's eyebrow rose. "She's too damn calm, Father." "She's insane," Father Thomas reasoned. Detective Miller shook his head. "Nah, I know crazy. This bitch might be wicked, but she ain't wicked crazy." He approached me, his eyes meeting my own. "Tell me right now, what are you planning?" A familiar shiver ran through me, my spirits recoiling from this man. Were his eyes glowing? A cold grip came over me and my grin faltered. I had only felt this chill once before. I was used to it, however, more prepared. "Father Thomas," I said, breaking my eye contact with this detective. "You met yet another angel? Oh my, you must be popular at the Vatican." Father Thomas turned to Detective Miller, his face concerned. Detective Miller grabbed me by the chin, forcing my gaze to fix on him. "Why are you so calm about all of this?" I grinned wide. "Because I have aligned myself to Asmodai. I will succeed where his beautiful demoness Slut failed." "Watch your damn mouth when you talk about her," Detective Miller chastised. "Do you have a thing for her?" I chided. "Do you want to screw Asmodai's little whore?" I did not expect the firm slap that crossed my face. Detective Miller's eyes glowed, but with anger, an emotion I was much more accustomed to. "Jason," Father Thomas chided, "control yourself. She's trying to get a rise out of you by speaking of Sarah in such a crude way." "Sarah," I grinned. "Oh, that would make sense. Asmodai has a thing for Sarahs." Father Thomas raised an eyebrow to me, and it was here I realized I had dropped my crazy act. "Oops," I grinned. "You're," Father Thomas suggested, shocked. "The demon's curse drove you mad. How did you recover?" "The demon did not drive me mad, Father," I spat. "Humanity drove me mad. The only thing that demons have done is help me rally against God's plans for me." "You poor lost soul," Father Thomas said in pity. Before we could continue our lovely conversation, the alarms of the prison went off. Detective Miller looked around. "Sanders!" he shouted, running down the hallway. I grinned wide. "Father Thomas, your pretty angel boy is running off. Don't you need to go follow him?" Father Thomas locked eyes with me. "You witch, I can handle. I have dealt with your sort before." The guard looked at Father Thomas. "Father Thomas, I will have to ask you to get to one of our secure locations. The alarms going off means that we might have a situation in the cell block. If you can get someplace safe, that would be appreciated." I wiggled my hands around the handcuffs, the guard's hands no longer on me. "This woman is far more dangerous than you know," Father Thomas tried to explain. I looked to the spirit around my neck, and getting the hint, he slithered down and released me from the cuffs. With a grin and a practiced motion, I grabbed my knife and reached upwards toward the guard whose back was now to me. With a swift action, I slit his throat and turned to rush the other guard. The guard had only just turned to look at me, both of his hands holding down the struggling Amunda. He got one hand free and went to reach for his gun. It's sad, really. A gun is only good if you can get your hand on it. I shoved the knife straight down his neck, burying itself deep in his heart before he could even get the gun out of the holster. I reached over his body, grabbing the gun and pulling it out. I turned to Father Thomas, who was backing away, blood splattering his face as the guard had collapsed on top of him. With a flick of my finger, I clicked the safety off, and in a mock southern U.S. accent, I taunted, "Well, hee-haw, father. Looks like I'm a true American. Want a dance partner?" I pointed the pistol at him. Father Thomas ran for cover, and I grinned wide as he did so. As I looked around, I saw no other guards around us, but plenty of commotion happening throughout the building. In the chaos, it seemed no one noticed the guards missing at the check-in. Andy must have something wonderful going on. I leaned down and freed Amunda from his predicament. "On your feet. We need to make sure we have no more interference," I explained. "From who?" Amunda asked. "From that other angel, the more powerful one. This one was strong, but, for some reason, mentioning the demoness, Sarah got him agitated." I smiled. "We need to remember that." Amunda nodded. "So how do you plan to stop any other interference?" "A gatekeeper," I said, dragging the corpse of one guard towards the entrance of the prison. As I got to the entrance, I shoved a seed from the oak tree originally growing out of my spirit's old body, and pulled out a bit of Alec's blood. A dollop of the blood, mixed with the blood and the spirit of the poor guard flower boy had tormented, should provide me a proper guardian. "Slighted spirit of anger and hate, I give you a fresh vessel by which to exact your revenge. Surge now into this vacant flesh. Let your anger twist it to your dark desire, and surge, bring forth a terrible retribution upon those who have wounded you." The spirit rushed into the seed, roots growing into the body as the seed glowed red, smoke rising from the once small little nut. The roots dug into the flesh of the guard's corpse, and I watched as the face twisted and shifted, the face of the man I had pulled the spirit from becoming more and more evident. His arms swelled with powerful muscle, veins swelling as the roots dug into his flesh. One arm burst as a massive branch-like appendage grew out of it. The body rose, standing on two legs, which were rapidly becoming more plant-like, the newly minted golem rising higher and higher into the air, much to my extreme satisfaction. He looked down on me, scowling. "I can move. And you'll be able to move all you want after you do your duty and guard this place from anyone entering. Understand?" He nodded. "And after this, I'm free." "As a bird," I explained. The new flesh and wood golem lumbered off towards the entrance, and I watched as he sunk himself into the ground. The new flesh and wound golem lumbered off towards the entrance, and I watched as he sunk himself into the ground. Amunda was staring in disbelief. I turned on my heel, walking around the metal detector. "Come on. We need to meet up with Andy." How did—" Amunda stammered before he followed quickly. "Demonic Pacts," I said as I made my way past the visiting center, which had multiple cubicles broken now, glass lining the floor. The spells that Asmodai had given me were potent to say the least. We made our way towards the sounds of shooting and screaming. Soon gunshots rang out through the hallways. "They aren't going down," some guards shouted. "Keep shooting. Aim for the head," another commanded. I watched as a guard in full riot gear ran down a hallway towards us. He motioned to us. "Get the hell out of here. It's dangerous. These guys are—" Before he could finish, a massive inmate with a swastika on his forehead had caught up with him from behind. "Oh, God, no!" the guard shouted as the inmate grabbed both his arms, and with a swift motion, ripped them out of his sockets. The guard screamed, falling to his knees and rolling around on the floor. I looked up to the inmate and saw a familiar set of dark and hateful green eyes. The inmate gave me a nod and stepped aside. "Come on, Amunda," I announced. "The violence has only just begun." Amunda grimaced as he followed behind me, stepping away from the guard who continued to bleed out. Walking calmly towards us was Andy, grinning widely, his green eyes shining with dark intent. "Hey, sweetheart. Glad you could make it." "Oh, you," I gushed. "I wouldn't miss this for the world." "Did you find the priest?" he asked. "He ran off, but I've got a good idea where to find him. Is there a chapel here?" Andy nodded. "Somewhere. Not sure where." He smiled wickedly. We should ask the warden. He'll know. Lead the way, I said, locking arms with him. Andy whistled a tune as I spotted a pair of hulking inmates tearing a door from its hinges. A desperate voice shouted from inside the doorway. They have plans. Oh, damn, he wasn't crazy. A man's voice had trailed off as Andy and I entered the room. In a well-tailored suit, though with soiled pants, was a man I assumed was the warden. He was on the phone, likely calling the authorities. Oh, God! Get the hell away from me, Andy! Stay back! The man glanced to me, his graying eyes going wide. What the hell is she doing here with you? I smiled, letting go of Andy as he approached the warden. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And he said as he grabbed the warden's head on either side and drove his thumbs into the warden's eye sockets. The warden screamed in pain, thrashing futilely against Andy's inhuman strength. Blood gushed from the warden's eyes. His face contorted in pain as his hand reached for Andy's wrists. Despite his efforts, the warden was powerless against Andy's fingers, digging deeper into his skull. The warden finally went limp against Andy's mutilation. Oh, and Andy will make a fine vessel for you, Lord of Hate. I wondered if Asmodee's power was enough to restore my uterus, if I could bear his child, if, like the first woman, Lilith, I would become a demon mother by carrying the child of a fallen. Andy dropped the warden's body and moved to the phone. I snuck behind him, grinning and whispering a little chant to my spirits. Slipped through the cordon line. Slip through cordon line, and with the ease of current, pass forth and end the life of the one who hears the words of this man. One of my little rabbit spirits rushed through the phone line. Andy grinned. Hello? He spoke into the phone, keeping the line open. I'd like to know, is this line recorded? I turned to Amunda, watching as another pair of hulking inmates walked down the hallway. I grinned, seeing more guards lining up with their riot shields at the ready. My master will come soon. His star is the wane, and it will be as he said. We shall again have free range over mankind, so as that they shall revere us as if we were gods. He will rule with hate and not love, and there are no more angels who can cast them out. For man has lost faith, but they have not lost faith in man. They have always believed in man's sin. The day of reckoning is upon you, but there's no need to repent, because God can no longer hear your prayers. Andy said, grinning. Gunshots rang out down the hallway. The inmates charged, the bullets striking them, some even taking a shot to the skull, but still their bodies moved mindlessly towards the guards. Screaming ensued as the inmates brutalized the guards. I moved to the phone, smiling as I could sense my spirit nearing the dispatcher. Hello? Oh, the voice on the other end echoed. My spirit must have arrived, ready to tie this loose end up. God help us. I could hear the snapping noise of electricity and a body clattering to the floor as the line went dead. Good boy. I smiled as I got to my feet. Andy turned to me. Sorry we didn't get to find out where the chapel is. Amunda had remained silent this whole time, but pointed down the hallway, breaking his trance at long last. It's down that way. There's a sign. Andy clapped his hands together happily. Thank the Lord there's a sign, he mocked. I walked down the hallway, grinning widely. I will enjoy this. I heard praying as I neared the chapel entrance. A grin came over my face as I walked to the entrance of the chapel. There, knelt before an altar, was Father Thomas, in a small little prison chapel. My, not the same as the St. Peter's Basilica, now is it? I taunted as I walked in. Father Thomas got to his feet, glaring at me. Your magic will not work inside of this hollowed ground. I have seen to it. This is a sanctuary. I mockingly clutched my hands to my chest. Oh no, you have bested me, O servant of God, child of the Father. Father Thomas glared at me. You are truly wicked, Bella. And I'm not even green, I smiled, drawing my knife. So, are you the wizard? Or the Tin Man in this story, Father? Father Thomas moved to the right, keeping his distance, making sure a pew was between me and him. Mark my words, God's plan does not involve your or your master's success. I gritted my teeth and a familiar heat filled my bones. The brand on my shoulder ached for a moment, like hot water crashing upon my skin, but soon a shiver came over me. A more intense flame surged inside of me, and though Father Thomas was on the other side of the pew, I grabbed my end and shoved it forward. I make my own plan, I shouted. To my shock, the pew jolted forward and crashed into Father Thomas. I sent Father Thomas flying backward, and I could hear a rib snap as he tumbled to the ground. As he fell, something tumbled from his hand. No, Father Thomas gasped. Oh dear. I approached Father Thomas, who now coughed up some blood. I gave a mocking wince. Oh, that's bad, Father. Not a good sign. Blood is supposed to stay inside of you. I should know. I drew my knife. I've been working with it for some time now. Back the hell up, Detective Miller's voice called out. I turned to see him, sans trench coat, and a few marks on him. He spread a pair of huge white feathery wings behind him as he approached. He was brandishing a massive pistol. It pulsed with a powerful holy energy. As he stepped into the chapel, it surged in power. Listening to him, I backed away, holding my hands up. Well, aren't those some pretty wings there? Stay the hell back, Detective Miller said, as he rushed to Father Thomas's aid. Father, you okay? Decidedly not, Father Thomas coughed, his breath shortening. He seemed to reach for something under the pew, though it was hard to tell what. Andy walked in behind us, his blood-covered inmate minions following. Ah, perfect. Trapped like the true rat you are, Miller. Detective Miller's eyes narrowed on Andy. If it weren't for the father, I'd be taking you morons on head-to-head, but that will have to wait. He placed his hand on the wall. Where are you going to go, Miller? You've got no place to run, Andy taunted. I grinned. I am curious where you think you will escape to. I pointed to the stained glass window above the altar. It was a false window, with fake lightning behind it. The only light coming from it was from false backlighting. That's not a real window, you know. You're cornered, Angel. Why not call upon your Enoch friend? Maybe he will help you. Detective Miller grinned. Oh, trust me, I will. To my shock, a large pair of wooden doors appeared on the wall. They opened to a grand marble foyer with a light so bright it blinded me. I heard some shouts of pain from the inmates and Andy growling in anger as Detective Miller shouted loud, Go back to hell, you animals! And in an instant, the light vanished. The sounds of doors slamming shut resonated through the chapel. I rubbed my eyes, looking around the room to see Detective Miller and Father Thomas both gone. Where is he? Andy chuckled. Who cares? He ran off with his tail between his legs. Andy now looked me up and down. Now he can get to work in peace. The pulsing ache of Asmodee's brand remained, though the pain was rapidly changing to something else. A strange mixture of pressure, heat, and pain was something I was growing increasingly accustomed to. Amunda pushed the pew back into place, bending down to pick something up from the floor. I couldn't really see what it was, as Andy soon drew my attention. Sorry, Bells, about not killing Father Thomas, Andy tried to console. It doesn't matter, I pointed out. For now we need to prepare the ritual to... I had to spin this situation to be beneficial to Andy. The man had made a deal with Asmodee for physical strength and power, though I'm sure that Asmodee left out the fact that Andy would merely become a vessel for the Lord of Wrath. Empower you fully, I explained. Andy was pleased as we walked into the main cell block, where the odd guards were getting inmates back into their cells. A few guards had locked themselves inside in an attempt to protect themselves from our troop. Even stronger sounds good. He cracked his knuckles. I want to pluck the feathers off Miller's new wings like he's a damn chicken. That would be a rather large supply of angel feathers, considering what I could do with one so far. I was excited to think of what we could do with more. Okay, boys. Andy grinned to the hulking inmates, which were the possessed men given the potions I made. Now Andy has them enthralled to his will. Nah, let's get everyone tucked back into their beds. Andy grinned wickedly. They need to say their evening prayers. I grinned and turned to Amunda. We have a ritual to design. Amunda nodded, heading down to the ground floor behind me. What sort? I leaned over to Amunda. Invocation of the spirit. Amunda leaned down to me, whispering, We will invoke Asmodai into that man? Exactly. I was proud of Amunda. For once, he had been paying attention. Amunda took a deep breath. Invocation, he began, is something I have personal experience with. It can be hard on the vessel. My eyebrow rose. How so? Amunda cleared his throat. I channeled a demon once at the hands of my master. Every bit of injury that I ignored, every motion and feat of strength I made that was supernatural, took a toll on my physical form. I was bedridden for weeks following the invocation. I nodded. But for you, the demon left? Yes, Amunda said, working to keep his voice down as Andy and his minions forced other inmates back into their cells, or locked the guards in along with them. It did not leave me well. I have done a soul exchange in a vessel before, I explained. It required a blood sacrifice, of course, but it was permanent. I felt a phantom pain in my abdomen as I finished that sentence, at least until Father Thomas cast him back out. Amunda ran his hand along with his beard. For an invocation of a spirit like Asmodai, you'd need a rather large blood sacrifice. Amunda trailed off, his eyes going wide as he looked around. He glanced at the floor, realizing we had stopped at a drain at the bottom of the cell block. Bella, what are we sacrificing? I looked up to the cells surrounding us and grinned wide. All of them. The color ran from Amunda's face as he looked at all the cells, at least 100 different inmates and guards. When did he command this? I laughed. He didn't. I waved my hand to the surrounding cells. We need a powerful sacrifice, Amunda, and this is it. 100 men? Amunda said in shock. How will we even let that much blood? How will it all meet in the center? I pointed to the drain at our feet. Everything flows down, and besides, the act of the sacrifice is far more potent than the blood itself. Amunda glared at me. Your debt, last I checked, was barely 10 souls. Why now seek 100? I grabbed his beard, dragging him down to meet me eye to eye. Because the more we give, the more we make up for past failures. And besides, I grumbled as I let go of his beard, we're doing the world a favor by killing these bastards. I gathered up a decent amount of blood onto my fingers from the bottle Alec had unwillingly donated. As I approached the drain, I called back. Come on, Amunda. We're drawing this circle in blood. I grinned. There is no call to bind this demon. Amunda looked around the room. We may not need to sacrifice all these men. I may have something more potent, Amunda teased, as he pulled a small disc out of his pocket. My eyes went wide as I saw it again. That red obsidian disc. How did Amunda have it again? I growled as I marched up to him, getting face to face with him, despite him being taller than me. Where did you get that? The disc radiated with purified energies now, but it would not be hard to corrupt it. That much I knew. The priest had it, he said. He likely wished to use it against you, but he dropped it in your confrontation. Give that to me, I demanded, my palm opened. Amunda was reluctant at first. Let me first remove the holy symbols on it. Give it to me, I said with an added flourish. Now. Amunda frowned and handed it over. The spirits which I had around me shivered in a mix of fear and excitement, and the feeling was mutual. Using the tainted blood still on my fingers, and smeared them over the holy symbols crudely etched into its surface. Wherever there is light, there is darkness. Spirits of shadow and the nightshade, this object's purity from the light. Let its purity grow contrite, and allow darkness to creep from the night. Corruption of the soul be done. I grinned as the obsidian shifted, the holy marks burning off of it and floating into the air like smoke. Black marks swirling around the object, until the sigil of Asmodai sat upon it. How perfect! I glanced to the brand on my shoulder. His power even now is pushing my magic to new heights. How lovely. Even so, this invocation will require death. Amunda held his hand out. This was mine long before it was yours. Amunda, I smiled to him, holding the small medallion of the sanguine amber in my hand. Do you think I care? Amunda glared at me and reached out to take the amber back. I gripped the amber tightly in my hands, and I heard a dark voice whisper an incantation to me. I grinned. By sharp wit and sincere shame, bring forth Haberim's flame. Heat sears my flesh for a moment, and I gasped in shock. My hair floating up as heat rose all around me. A bolt of fire burst from the ember, whizzing past Amunda's head. The amber grew warm in my hand as I grinned wide to Amunda. You are not the master, Amunda. The charade need not continue. The heat of casting it seared the flesh on my hand a moment later. I flinched as the spell's price was paid. Those incantations are taking a toll on you, Bella, Amunda glared. I may not be as gifted as you, but I know that every spell, every incantation has a price to pay. He narrowed his eyes. What are you willing to give? I glanced to my right, spotting an occupied cell. Everything. I walked towards the cell. We had work to do, and I wouldn't let us fall behind. Complete the invocation circle, I ordered. We need to collect regions. Standing in the cell was an imposing man, standing well over 6 feet tall with multiple makeshift tattoos and scars over his skin. He had light eyes that looked at me hungrily. Estás ardiendo, chica, he said, looking me over. You want something in here, mommy? Oh, yes, I do, I smiled, approaching the bars. He walked up to the bars to greet me, grabbing my hand roughly as he did so. In any other situation, I would have felt unnerved, but I was calm, the constant heat pulsing from the brand on my shoulder almost assuring me. You got a bit too close, chica. You know how long it's been since I had a woman? He grinned at me. But don't worry, you're in for a treat. His free hand opened up his zipper. Come on, give it a kiss. It won't disappoint you, mommy. I glanced down to his exposed prick, looking back to him with a smile. Threaten me with a good time, why don't you? Oh yeah, knew you were a freak. He grinned. Go on, wrap those pretty lips around it. Can't do your freaky crap with your mouth full, right? Oh, you're right. My free hand moved to my blade. Let me have a closer look, Poppy. And just as his dick grew erect, I sliced it off with my blade. He screamed, grabbing the stump of his dick and recoiling into the back of his cell, cursing in Spanish as I picked up his deflating dick from the ground. Oh dear, you dropped this, I taunted, wriggling the little guy up and down in between my fingers. You crazy bitch, he screamed, his voice cracking as he did so. What the hell is wrong with you? Ah, hell, you cut my dick off, you bitch. My bram pulsed with more heat, the skin around it shivering as I could feel the sharp yet invigorating pain of the fire surging within me come forth. I reached out to him, and in an instant, I pulled him against the bars with one of my spirits. The spirit had grown so much stronger now, empowered by something, perhaps the mere prospect of my dark master coming forth. Either way, the gangbanger in the cell was helpless, as I methodically slid my knife under his armpit. Shh, don't worry, baby. I'll be gentle, I teased, the knife cutting hair from his body before I plunged it in. What the hell, what are you? What are you? I asked him, grinning. Within your heart, now reveal your secret sins, your darkest art. His frightened eyes revealed, unsurprisingly, visions of him violently raping his fair share of women. I might be too big for your little hole, I informed. Everyone bleeds their first time, Poppy. You'll grow to like it. Promise. I slowly stuck the knife into his flesh, repeating something he once said to a victim. He struggled, grunting as he did so. I pulled the knife out with a flourish and watched as blood gushed from under his arm. He staggered back from the bars, blood rushing down his side. What the hell did you do? Oh. He collapsed to his knees. Oh, damn. I got down to my haunches, locking my eyes with his as he grew pale. Was it good for you, Poppy? He fell face forward into a pool of his own blood, the blood oozing from under the bars of his cell. Amunda stood over the drain, a scowl on his face. It's done. I glanced to the floor and inspected the runes. Amunda's loyalty was becoming questionable, as he was flinching at the oncoming train. Still, he had performed his task well. Amunda drew the runes perfectly, and with practiced precision. The circle was symmetrical, and the center was the drain in the floor, where Andy would stand to receive my new master. Well done, I praised. Now grab a knife. We have to let these sacrificial lambs. Even with the amber? Amunda argued. Yes, I explained. Especially with the amber. Andy approached Amunda and I. You going to help, sweetness? I beamed at him. Oh yeah, in fact, I've already started. I motioned to the prisoner I had just castrated and killed. Andy chuckled. Oh, what a way to go. I continued to beam. Oh, Andy, I had a question. You mentioned that Asmodee's demoness. She had a name? Andy nodded. Demoness? Barely. She's a succubus named Sarah Baker. He grinned wide, a wild look in his eye. Master promised that if I did well, I could have a turn at her. Oh, how lovely, I grinned. If that woman was a succubus, she had to be one of the more powerful ones. She would have to be, of course, being Asmodee's thrall. Andy must not have really understood what having sex with a succubus actually meant. This wasn't a pleasure cruise. It meant Asmodee was offering to feed Andy to his thrall. A rather unceremonious way to go, if you ask me. Amunda nodded. Yes, that name sounds familiar. And, I continued, why is it that our angel is so defensive about this particular succubus? Andy chuckled. Well, way back when, Belial tricked the little bitch into selling him her soul. But before they dragged her down to hell, she had a bouncing baby boy. A coy look came over Andy. Guess who that kid was? It made sense now. That angel? Jason Miller, or Detective Jason Miller. Andy spat. He wasn't always like this. He wasn't like that a few months ago, so with him getting a new thing, I got some supernatural backers too. This made sense. The first angel I saw at the Vatican was far more powerful. He caused my blood to run cold, and I felt naked and exposed before his penitent gaze. But this younger angel, a man barely a year into his power, while still potent, he was not nearly as threatening. I'd have to recall this for later. Hours had passed as we made pincushions out of the inmates. Some were easier than others. By the time we finished, we had a good system put together. It involved a long stick we could use to stab into the cell. I would use my magic to remove any feeble barriers that the inmates or guards had erected, or Andy would use brute strength. Before long, we had nearly done every cell, except for a handful of guards, of whom I had plans. We tied the 4 men up, secured by 2 of Andy's hulking inmates. Why did you want these 4 alive? Andy asked, grinning wickedly to the frightened guards. First, to test the circle, I smiled to Andy, and secondly, to give us a little privacy. Andy grinned. Oh, you want to make good on that baby-making offer? I flinched, but quickly put on my pleasant face. I had forgotten that comment to Andy when we first met. It was clear he did not understand this was to distract the guards, not to hit on him. I meant for the channeling. From the right side, something tackled Andy abruptly, knocked back by some unseen figure. I turned in shock to see Detective Jason Miller had returned. No trench coat this time, his wings out and proud. Sorry, bitch, I'm cutting your cable. No channeling for you today. Oh, how gosh, I rolled my eyes. Are you here to foil our plans? I mocked. Jason chuckled, turning to me. Something like that. Amunda rushed in front of me. Stay back, Angel. Jason shocked Amunda in the gut, and I had to stifle a laugh. Taking a seat. The two hulking inmates stood up from the guards, marching towards Jason. I took a step back, pulling the amber from my bust as the inmates came to blows with Jason. Like Andy, Jason had potent strength. With ease, he blocked the brute's punches and landed his own blows. But as I watched him scuffle with the pair, his rookie status became clear. He could have used his wings to gain an advantage on the two thugs, rising over their heads, or even worked to ensure they bumbled into one another. Instead, Jason fought them head-on, full of bravado. Finally, both inmates rushed Jason, grabbing him by either arm. Struggling now for the first time, I grinned. Well, seems you've run out of steam, Bertie. Jason gritted his teeth, and I had to step back as a potent Holy Spirit filled him. He screamed, and as he did so, his wings spread, feathers ruffling outward as a burst of holy energy blasted the inmates back, dazing them. I had to turn away from the light, my hands up, shielding my eyes as I did so. However, in short order, Jason's hand grabbed my wrist. Call off your damn zombies, bitch, Jason growled to me. I know you value your own skin above everyone else's. He grinned. I got a little inside information on you. I stood upright as his other hand grabbed my wrist. So what? If I don't do so, you'll kill me? Send me to hell? That's the idea, Jason said. I'm an angel of retribution. Death to the wicked ain't outside of my wheelhouse. I frowned. Oh dear. Well, if I'm going to hell, I suppose I ought to say hello to your mother. Jason's eyes narrowed on me. Watch it, witch. Watch what? I taunted. Your mother performing fellatio in hell? Jason's lips twitched, and I watched his eyes flicker as anger came over him. I gripped the amber in my hand now, quickly chanting, Dark fire, hell fire, burning in my skin, rip forth from thy dark pyre, empowered by my sin. I could feel my soul burn for a moment as flames engulfed me, burning Jason's hands and sending him staggering backwards, cursing up a storm. My hair swirled over my head as I shivered as heat and flames surged around me, singeing the ground, but not my clothing or flesh. As Jason stumbled back, his hands singed from my potent dark magic. Andy was on his feet, down with a brick in his hand. Night, night, Jason, Andy said, cracking Jason on the side of the head, sending the angel to the ground. I grinned, pulling the fire back inside of me, canceling the spell. As I did, I felt a fire burn parts of my flesh, and something else deeper inside. I recalled Amunda's warning about the dark magic, but it wouldn't matter soon. I stood over the felled angel Jason as I joined the others. Arrogant of him to come alone. Andy looked around. Yeah, thought he was bringing backup. Maybe he went to scout ahead, Amunda suggested. I frowned. That would pose a problem if he didn't report back, and the prison was in the disarray that it was. I turned to the 4 guards, grinning. Well, now or never, yes. Bring them to the circle. The hulking inmates had gotten to their feet, grunting in protest as they lumbered over to the guards and dragged 2 of them to the center of the circle. Andy, you stay out there for now, I instructed. This is only a test. Andy chuckled. Oh, that's fine. He picked up Jason's unconscious body. I want Jason to see the fun anyway. Man, do I have a plan for that. He walked off carrying the passed-out angel. Amunda and I traveled to the center of the circle with 1 guard. I glanced down to the first guard, a man who I paid little mind. Please, he begged. Please don't do this. Do you even know what I'm about to do? I said, pulling the amber from my pocket. I don't, but... I cut him off as I chanted. Dark servant of Asmodai, wherever you are, I appeal to you. On the wings of words that fly, whatever the distance, traverse time and space, and appear in this man's presence. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as the circle lit up. He collapsed over the drain and convulsed. "Aaron!" the other guard shouted. "What the hell did you do to him?" Their circle's runes and lines glowed a bright red before shifting green. The glowing light converged on his body, and he gave a final convulsion before the lights went dim around him. Amunda approached the guard, kneeling next to him as his eyes opened, a hint of green behind them. "Oh, it's nice to be out and about," the guard grinned. "Good," I smiled. "Go guard the outside like everything is normal. Keep anyone from coming inside." I motioned to the other guard. "Bring me that one. We need to make sure no one bothers us." "Aaron, don't do it, man!" the other guard cried out as the inmate dragged him to the center of the circle. Aaron, the possessed guard, chuckled, turning to his friend. "See you soon, buddy." He walked out of the room. I grinned to the second guard. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." I repeated the spell with the same effect, grinning widely as he walked off, this time following the second guard. Upon seeing one another, they nodded. "Malik?" Aaron asked. "Yeah, sick gig, right?" Malik responded. "Both of you hush," I chided. "You're just the witch," Aaron growled. "Or rather, the demon in Aaron's body. We don't have to listen to everything you say, just what the big boss told us." I revealed Asmodee's brand on me, and both shrunk back. "Hush," I reiterated. Both nodded, looking back at the windows of the prison. A good number of the windows had broken glass, or stains with blood on the inside. I took a deep breath and tried to see the limits of my new abilities. I chanted my glimmer spell upon the prison itself. Spirits of the darkness, shadows of the moonless night, invisible legions of the world without light, gather ye now round that all may hear. Gather ye now round that all may see. Gather ye now round that all may be, in accordance as one, acting as guardians, shielders, and protectors, hiding this form from the light of day, from the senses of the seekers, so that even whilst they search in earnest, lo shall it not be found. So it may be, let it be. To my surprise, I watched as the front of the prison shifted, like I moved a glass panel over it, and immediately all seemed well. The prison appeared as normal. Clean windows and unmarred walls shone nothing out of the ordinary. I grinned and turned to the pair of guards. "Let no one inside. Understand?" I turned to walk back, but a sudden weakness took hold of me, and I fell to one knee. My hands hit the dirt, and for a moment, as I looked down at the ground, I thought I saw my mother's face staring back at me. I blinked hard. It was the same face I saw staring back after she had passed on. The only difference was that somehow in the dust and debris on the ground, it seemed like there were tears in her eyes. I shook my head to clear my mind, eyes closed tight. As I opened them again, I saw nothing but black pavement. With more effort than I should have needed, I managed to my feet. One of my legs felt weaker than the other, Amunda's annoying warning repeating in my head. I gritted my teeth and pushed past the pain, regaining my gait, though with considerable discomfort in my hip. Amunda was finishing some kind of lesser ritual on the ground. As he looked up to me, he must have seen the look of pain on my face. "What happened?" "We're free to cast our invocation," I clarified. "What have you been up to?" "I've sealed this place against godly magics," he explained. "Unholy wards." "I'm not used to you being useful for a change," I smiled. "Well done." Amunda was about to say something in retort, but Andy interrupted us. "Oh, this is going to be good." I heard chains rattling as a crudely made cross, upside down, of course, rose into the air. I grinned as I noticed Andy tied Jason to the corner, upside down with heavy chains. Fitting. Jason groaned as he slowly came to. "Sanders." The cross spun slowly back and forth as it finally rose to its full height of nearly 10 feet off the ground. "Hey, Miller," Andy grinned. "Want to watch me become a damn god?" "Sanders," Jason grunted. You don't know what you're screwing with. Stop now, and you might just save your soul. Andy laughed. Come on, Bells, let's do this. Jason glared at me. Did you tell him what you really plan to do, witch? I ignored him. Moving to the ritual circle, Amunda stood across from me with Andy standing within. His hulking goons, all 4 of them, stood around the circle. Amunda's face grew serious. Ready? I nodded, holding up the amber. Ready. In unison, we chanted the sacrificial spell. Low dark masters, these sacrifices made in blood we offer to you. May our loyalty and sin bring forth your greatest boon. For power and pride, for lust and desire, with hunger and greed, and through deepest anger. I held up the amber, and in a vision of beauty, I watched as the blood that was dripping down from every cell and onto every surface now floated above us. Gathering above my hand, above the amber, in a massive orb of oozing dark liquid. I smiled as the coppery smell became stronger, more overwhelming. Andy held his hands up. Come on, baby. Give it to me. I turned to Andy. Do not speak. You may corrupt the rest of the spell. Amunda shook his head. Thankfully, your outburst came at the reprieve. Any fool knows not to speak during a casting. Andy chuckled. I'll be a church mouse from here on out. Amunda nodded to me and cleared his throat. Shall we? I nodded. Invocation of Lord Asmodai. Understand? Amunda nodded. We continued. Lord Asmodai, from your throne in hell we appeal to you. On the wings of words that fly, whatever the distance, traverse time and space, and appear within this man's presence. The blood burned in the air, and as it did, it grew smaller. The circle's lines glowed red, and I could feel the heat emanating from the ground. My feet suddenly could not move. I looked to Amunda, now with the same sudden panic. Andy was too busy looking up at the shrieking ball. I get it. Yes. Yes, let's do this. He tilted his head back. His mouth opened wide as the ball, now about the size of a fist, floated down into his mouth. I gasped as a foul, sulphurous scent burst from Andy, the circle's light glowing brightly. I could still not move my feet. Amunda, what did you do wrong? Amunda glared at me. No, I did nothing wrong. He looked at Andy. It held my feet fast to the ground within the sigil, and I was quickly growing concerned that Amunda and I would be the next sacrifices within it. One of you must remain within the circle, Asmodai's voice whispered, to bring forth my true power.
And he turned to Amunda and me, his voice different, deeper, his eyes now darker. One of you must channel my true power from down below. Even with the sacrifices you provided, my true power cannot flow into this vessel with a single act. Amunda frowned. This was not part of the ritual. Andy grabbed Amunda. It is now, summoner, and if you recall, you failed to summon a proper demon last time you reached for Asmodai. So now, I suggest you make amends and channel Asmodai's power into me. Amunda looked at me, and I nodded. As he did, my feet were free. Good. We'll channel Asmodai. I smiled at Andy, hopefully that I had done well by Asmodai's command. Before I could receive praise or admonishment, however, a woman's shriek filled the room. I turned to see 3 individuals, only one I recalled. The woman screaming was some beautiful woman in white robes and blood-red hair. It scooped over her right eye. Her skin seemed flawless, though she covered most of herself in white robes. A long white staff had cluttered to the floor as she knelt, likely shocked by all the chaos. I grumbled. Where the hell were my guard minions? My eyes then turned to a soldier. I thought at first it was a man, but I was wrong. It was a towering woman, a bulky one at that. She wore no makeup and had her black hair tied in a long braid. Her eyes were violet, which seemed odd. She plastered a look of strange excitement over her face. Last was the flower boy. He had with him a staff of some sort.
and now was wearing a long flowing blue coat over a white dress shirt and black slacks. He stared at us in shock. "Lady Tasha!" he shouted, running to the beautiful woman. Why did she look so beautiful? What have you done?" Lady Tasha shouted in horror. "What is needed?" Amunda shouted, showboating. Though Amunda remained stuck in his position on the symbol, he was not channeling Asmodee's power while he postulated. "To finally surpass my master." Was he babbling about me? I frowned at him. "To finally call forth a beast of proper power." "Get on with it, you hack." I heard Andy's voice shout now, and I wondered if he was aware of what was going on, or if he was passing in and out of consciousness. "I want to pluck this little birdie's feathers off one by one while his buddies watch." Andy laughed. Maybe Asmodee had an obligation to allow for Andy's revenge against Jason, so he was still around. That had to be the case. "Sanders," Jason groaned. "Jason," the tall woman called out. "Hey, Zeph," Jason grunted. This must be Jason's allies, I thought to myself. "I'm afraid you're too late to rescue anyone," Amunda taunted the group. "For now I shall bring back honor to the title of Amunda. I will be fully realized for the master summoner whose name I have been bestowed." "Let us leave nothing to chance, Andy. Sick the dogs on these three," I demanded. Andy chuckled. "You heard the pretty lady, boys." The hulking inmates lumbered towards the trio. "Tear our guests apart," Andy instructed. Lady Tasha got to her feet, and at this moment I had never felt so jealous or enraged. Pinkish and white horns sprouted from her head, a spaded red tail snaked out from her robes, and her feet changed to beautiful cloven hooves before my eyes. A pair of red fleshy wings appeared on her back, and she took flight towards the angel. At first, I thought she would gut Jason right then and there, because what else would a demon do? But to my dismay, she called back to the other pair. "You handle the thugs. I'll help Jason down." "Oh, hell yes," Zeph said excitedly. I focused on the succubus, aiding the angel in the air. With her staff, she broke the chains easily, helping Jason down from his prison. As she did, she prayed a prayer I recall my mother saying all too often. "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven." And worse yet, as she chanted, the angel's wounds healed. "Succubus!" I roared, my anger boiling over. Why? Why would this woman get to be a demon? She's not even loyal to the darkness. She aids angels and yet is not part of the human filth that corrupts this world. "How dare you?" I added. Lady Tasha landed with her staff's end firmly placed on the ground. "How dare I what?" "You," I could barely think as I stared at a demon who worshipped God. "How dare you, a demoness, follow God?" The larger woman, Zeph, was apparently having little issues with the thugs now, and I had taken notice of this. With Jason down and revived, I realized we needed to bring out the big gun, and fast. "Amunda," I turned to him. "While they are distracted, begin the damn channel." Amunda nodded and closed his eyes, concentrating his efforts on doing so. I could feel a surge of power come from Amunda and flow into Andy. Andy closed his eyes as the power flowed through him. I grinned wide. Yes, at last. The darkness was flowing through him in a manner I had never seen before. This was it. Finally. "Amunda's trying to channel Asmodee into Sanders," Jason shouted. Andy grinned, Asmodee's voice resonating from him. "Trying." Andy opened his eyes and they glowed a bright green. "There is no trying." "Now," Amunda said, concentrating. "I, Amunda, channel Asmodee, Lord of Wrath, into this vessel." I grinned as the channeling finally kicked in, and Andy's head pulled back. His body shook briefly, and I could feel his spirit and body grow heavy with darkness. Andy's head straightened, and as his eyes opened, I realized Andy wasn't there anymore. The eyes were pitch black with glowing green irises. not a hint of white in his eyes. There was no more Andy Sanders. Only Asmodai stood in his place. And despite my initial shock, that darkness within him swelled as Amunda channeled more of Asmodai's might into his new vessel. "You should have stayed home, Jason." Asmodai's voice thundered out of Andy's mouth. I was giddy as I watched Jason's reaction to even hearing Asmodai. "You bastard," Jason shouted, lifting a pistol and aiming it at Asmodai. Did he plan to shoot him? Before I could get an answer, a surge of holy energy surrounded Jason, though it was weak, as if something was tainting it. "In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti," Jason shouted, his eyes glowing white as a burst of holy energy shot forth towards Asmodai. Asmodai smacked the feeble holy energy aside with a little effort. "Fool boy," he shouted. "Did you truly think the Lord of Hate could be defeated while you hold vengeance in your heart?" Through gritted teeth, Jason screamed, "Go back to hell," while blindly charging forward. Lady Tasha shouted in fear, "Jason, no!" Asmodai barely shifted his footing, placing a single fist squarely into Jason's abdomen. It was a blow so fearsome and powerful. Jason flew back into the other three who saved him. "If I do," Asmodai said, answering Jason's taunt, "I'll give your dear mother your regards." Asmodai now gave his own retort, "As you'll never see her again." Jason coughed up blood as his companions helped him. It was at this point I noticed that the hulking inmates that had been so useful before now lay broken and shattered on the ground before the four would-be saviors. My eyebrow rose in confusion before the tall woman shouted excitedly, "Finally!" I turned to her, watching as she charged forward, not entirely unlike Jason. "My turn, bitch!" The woman charged forward like a freight train, and Asmodai was on guard. Still, he could not defend from the blow the Amazon landed. The joy on her face vanished. Asmodai fell to one knee, growling in agitation. "Impetus, girl," he shouted as he hurled another fist. I expected to lay this woman on her ass. Instead, she caught the blow, her smile all but gone as she did. "Here I thought some lord of hell would be a challenge," she said, rather deadpan in both expression and her enthusiasm. Asmodai hurled another punch at her, the woman catching his second blow in an instant. "That's it?" she scoffed. "Is this all I get to deal with? All that waiting and build-up?" She stepped forward, pushing Asmodai back as she did so. "For this?" Asmodai growled, flexing his hands, trying to shake the pain of the Amazon woman crushing them within her own. "This vessel, why isn't it stronger?" "That's the same question I have," the Amazon shouted, nailing a blow to the gut, not unlike what Asmodai did to Jason. Asmodai flew up into the air and landed flat on his back, winded, but not dead. He gulped in huge breaths of air as the wind in his lungs returned. "Zephyrina," I heard Lady Tasha chide. Zephyrina clenched her fists, looming over Asmodai. "You and your entire demon horde are pathetic. If you ever plan on coming up here, then you better plan for me being here to send you all screaming back, one by one." Who was this woman? How was she so powerful? In another show of brute strength, Zephyrina bent down and grabbed Asmodai by the throat, continuing to lord over him. "Think you can tell your demon buddies that when you get back down there? Give them that message for me, will you?" She drew her fist back, getting ready to end the demon lord I had sacrificed so much for. I rushed to Amunda. "Channel faster," I demanded. Amunda turned to me, grunting. "Any faster, my soul will burn." "Who cares?" I growled in his ear, my hand on my knife. "Speed it up." Amunda shook his head, his eyes closed as he continued to give Asmodai a small trickle of his true power. "No." "Then you've just run out of your usefulness, Amunda." I brought the knife to his neck. I wanted him to know he was about to die. Wait, what are you? No!" Amunda shouted, before I drew my blade through his throat. By far and away, the most satisfying throat I had cut in a long time. I made sure I planted my feet in ruined lines of the circle, and I called forth one final sacrifice to Asmodai. Take this prideful fool's soul, his blood, and his body. Take my hate, my vengeance, my wrath. I shall be your conduit. Give unto you everything I am and ever will be. O great Asmodai, let your true hate and power surge through me. I prepared myself for absolution. If my death, the destruction of my very soul, cleansed the world of all humanity, then so be it. Everyone would face my fiery vengeance. Amunda's blood sprayed from his neck, floating into the air, and Amunda's rapidly decomposing body collapsed before me. To my sudden surprise, I was floating, the circle now covered in an all-encompassing dome of protection and channeling. I grinned as I realized I had made myself into the ritual circle. Amunda's blood danced around me and slid over my skin, tinging me in it, tinting my skin red. I shuddered as I felt a newfound heat surging from within my very bones. It was a heat of scalding water bursting out of a tap, but this burning was deep inside of me and radiating outward. I could feel the tremendous power of Asmodai surging through me, seeing its vessel, and in an instant, I directed the power to Asmodai. The searing burning only grew deeper and more intense. Amunda's voice echoed in the back of my mind. My soul will burn. Was this what a burning soul felt like? The incredible and deep pain? Tears streamed down my face, and as I looked up into the air, I could see my mother's face looking down on me. For the first time, however, it turned from me. I clenched my fists as something broke inside of me. Nothing but hatred filled my mind as I grabbed the sides of my head and screamed in rage. Kill them all! Every last human being! Cleanse their filth from this world! Let my hatred of humanity fuel you, O Lord Asmodai! For hate's sake, purge the wicked, purge the good, purge them all, let God sort them out. Despite the madness in my eyes, I could only see the world through Asmodai's vision, and I heard his words pulse through my feeble human soul and body. You are as prideful as the rest of your bloodline, Asmodai taunted, but too green. Asmodai, now empowered by a proper conduit, grabbed Zeph by the shoulders and with little effort hurled her into the air. She sailed helplessly through the air until she slammed unceremoniously into one cell, shattering concrete, metal, and any other objects he smashed her against. Stay back! Lady Tasha now shouted, standing before Jason and the flower boy, her staff at the ready. I could feel my muscles burn, but I tried to focus on the scene before me to ignore the pain, but it was difficult. I know how to handle a succubus girl, Asmodai taunted. Step aside. I am bound only by my pact with this pathetic mortal. What foul pact is that? Lady Tasha demanded. I must kill Jason. A twinge of regret, or some other emotion, alien to me, slithered up through me and into Asmodai. And then the pact is complete. I will be free to rid this world of my failures and unleash my master upon this earth. We will not let that happen, Lady Tasha defended. Damn it, Jason said as he stumbled to his feet. He's stronger than before when he kicked my ass. Tasha backed away from Asmodai as he continued to advance on the three, with Jason being the primary target. Jason, Tasha warned, you cannot attack him for Sarah's sake. He'll fuel himself on your hate of him. Oh, my sweet Sarah. There was that alien emotion. What was this? Almost selflessness? She waits for me to bring her forth once again, for me to ravage. Shut your damn mouth, Jason snapped. Asmodai adjusted his neck and cracked his knuckles. Come on, then. Come at me. Jason was about to take the bait when Lady Tasha stopped him. Jason, calm yourself, Lady Tasha declared. Go back to the temple and get Sophia. Fear. This I knew. Why would Asmodai, Lord of Wrath, fear someone named Sophia. My skin crawled and prickled, and then screamed in agony as fire from within now licked at my flesh. I did my best to push as much of Asmodee's dark energy into the vessel. It flowed like a river, and I was trying to drink the entire thing. Lady Tasha reiterated, "She can handle this." Jason turned and closed his eyes, placing his hand on the wall we had backed the three into. Asmodee's fear subsided now, and I realized that Amunda had done one thing right in his entire life. "Something wrong, Avatar of St. Michael?" "I can't open the doors," Jason announced. "What do you mean?" Lady Tasha decried. "Did you notice the wards on this place?" Asmodee chuckled. "Did you honestly think I would leave anything to chance? That I would allow you access to your precious guardian temple?" Whatever a guardian temple was, it sounded to me like it needed a healthy dose of fire. Something dark now infested me. I gasped as I felt a piercing heat consuming my heart and my chest. Though it was beating, something was horrifically wrong inside of me, and I had to channel Asmodee's power all the faster. Amunda and Bella performed everything I requested of them, and more, Asmodee praised, down to the most important detail, corrupting the very ground we stand upon. Asmodee raised his hands up, motioning to the surrounding blood-soaked walls. Lady Tasha looked disgusted. "What foul magic did you make them perform?" "The hundreds of souls sent to hell after forsaking God before us. Not all were used to bring about my grand entrance upon this world." Asmodee chuckled. "No. Some are used to ward off this place from goodness and obscure it from your sight." "You might have warded it from holy magic, but the soil is still soil," the flower boy shouted as he thrust his staff down into the ground. The ground shook, and for a moment Asmodee lost his footing. "Run!" the cowardly mage shouted as the three of them made towards the exit. Lady Tasha's voice called back, "We have to stop him." Jason soon disagreed. "I can't clear my head. I keep thinking of that sick bastard and my mother." "Jason, clear your mind," Lady Tasha instructed. "Easier said than done, Tash," Jason protested. Asmodee thrust his hands forward, shutting the exit doors before they could escape. I took a small piece of satisfaction, watching the flower boy smash headlong into the new closed doors. "Zithero," Lady Tasha shouted. "Are you all right?" "I think so," the boy, Zithero, grumbled. Asmodee growled in pain. "This vessel is nearly complete." He fell to one knee, roaring in pain as a massive, fleshy wing ripped out of his back. Yet more of Asmodee's potent energy seared its way through my body and soul, my mind tittering on the brink of madness. The torture and pain I felt was something I could only endure, as I could not enjoy the release of passing out. Another wing ripped out of Asmodee's form, both wings spreading wide as bits of unneeded blood dripped from the mighty black appendages. "Now, best of the earth," Asmodee said as he flew into the air, rising high above the ground. "Let us see you conjure the ground against me." I had gotten a hold of my senses so far, pushing the pain past my mind's eye, existing at the moment, ignoring it as my mind did its best to just shut out the torture I was enduring. It was this clarity that caused me to see an entire set of prison bars soar towards Asmodee, causing him to fall to the ground, dodging the objects. "Who dares?" Asmodee roared in anger, as he turned to face the one who threw the object. The vision that stood before me haunts me to this very day. Zeph was there, but not. She was standing in both the physical and spiritual planes at the same time, power radiating from every facet of her being. She was not human, and far more than any angel I had seen so far. As she spoke, I could feel her words, not just hear them. They resonated in my mind, not with anger or hate, not with joy or wonder. They were words of pride. "My entire life," Zeph began in the background. I could hear her companions speak, but I paid them no mind. "Do you know what it is like to live in a world of paper mache? Her eyes were closed as she spoke. She was giving us pageantry, reveling in her power, lording it over us. A pleased grin spread over her face. Did you know until today? I'd never even felt pain before. She reached her hand to her lip, wiping a small drop of blood from it. I would kill 100 more men for that tiny drop of blood. The powers I could command if I had it. But today, Zeph continued her diatribe, you drew blood. Zephyrina, Lady Tasha cried out. Calm down. Had she never spoken to a woman when enraged? I grinned, knowing that Lady Tasha's will would fall on deaf ears. Could this Zephyrina woman be an ally? I could not feel holy or dark magic within her. Everything that pulsed and surged from her was her own power. Jason had reached out to Lady Tasha now. Don't try. She's not listening to us, he said as he pulled Lady Tasha back. That's when I saw it. The most terrible and beautiful image I had ever seen. Zephyrina opened her eyes, and I saw deep inside an endless void of darkness. At their center, a fiery blaze of violet energy, pulsing and surging with power all her own. Light, dark, magic, none of it compared to the raw power that laid within Zephyrina. I was in awe. I wanted it. I wanted it for myself. I wanted to be a goddess. If I had her power, I would have laid waste to the world and risen as Queen of the Ashes. No, Asmodai gasped. How? Zephyrina's eyes fixed on Asmodai. I finally have a worthy opponent. With a flourish, Zeph hurled her long coat off and my eyes went wide as flawless obsidian wings unfurled from her back. They were mighty, majestic, and stunning. Her feathers hummed with her latent power, and my heart skipped a beat as each feather's power made itself known. A tear of joy rolled down my cheek as I took in the wondrous sight. She leaped into the air and soared elegantly to the ground, yet landed before Asmodai with a powerful and thundering entrance. Now, let's get serious. What happened to her? Zithero asked his companions. She's taken on her true form, Lady Tasha lamented. What do you mean? Zithero asked. Jason confessed to them. Zephyrina's not a Nephilim like me or Sophia. Zithero shouted. How? Zephyrina is a full-blooded cherubim, Jason admitted. Oh, beautiful and terrible dark goddess Zephyrina. My eyes were wide, tears leaking from my eyes, my mind reeling. Take me as your thrall so I may serve the true ruler of this world and the next, O beautiful angel of power. Asmodai glared at her. How can you exist as you do? Zephyrina grinned. Come on, give me another hit. She clenched her fist and hurled it at Asmodai. To my shock, he caught it, but in doing so, I felt a ripple of power rip through my very soul. Asmodai and Zephyrina struggled against each other, but Zephyrina was pushing back far harder. She was stronger. Is this all you have? Zephyrina growled, her smile fading once again. Come on, give me all that you've got. Asmodai winced. If only I had more time. Zephyrina stopped her onslaught. What? My eyes went wide. Was she allowing Asmodai a chance to recover? I said if I had more time. He motioned to me. To draw my true strength from the pit. He grinned. I would destroy you. Zephyrina, finish this, Zithero shouted. Zith, Zephyrina said, looking back to him. I've got this. She turned her attention back to Asmodai. You've got 30 seconds. It better be worth the wait. Zephyrina, are you insane? Lady Tasha cried out. Oh, please. You could have put this guy down from the get-go, but you refuse. Zephyrina shot back to Lady Tasha. All your holy power granted you by God, and you only defend, never attack. Zephyrina slammed her fist into her other palm, the force of the impact causing the walls to shudder. I will fight, full bore, for the first time. Asmodai walked towards me, his face the definition of devilish. "Bella," he began, "you've served your purpose. I must draw the rest of my power quickly. My sincerest apologies. But, at the very least, Asmodai lorded over me. Consider your debt paid in full." As Asmodai's hands touched the field surrounding me, I felt the fires inside double, and then double again. My mouth opened in pain, and I assume a scream erupted from me. I only saw red and smelt sulfur, as a torrent of dark energy ripped through me and passed into Asmodai. The last thing I felt was my body falling to the ground, still held fast against the sigil. Somehow I was alive, and I could still feel a trickle of Asmodai's power now leaching from me, the burning sensation still radiating pain to every joint and cell in my body. I stared at the ceiling in a stupor, shivering against the pain that Asmodai had put me through. "Bella," Asmodai whispered, "you are impressive. I may have a use for you yet when all is said and done." I wheezed out a "thank you" to Asmodai, but I was unsure if it was audible. Asmodai broke my body, every cell rendered utterly drained. Only the faint trickle of power from the circle was fueling my consciousness and tiny movements. I was unsure how much time had passed, unsure of where I even was, my consciousness fading back and forth, as if I was groggy and attempting to force myself awake. Through the air I saw debris fly, parts of the ceiling collapse, and I'm certain I felt the ground shudder. A ringing in my ear made itself known as the world spun right, left, up, and down. My breaths were weak. But slowly I was coming back to at least a serviceable level of consciousness, even as another clash of the two titans outside my protective barrier shook the ground. That's when I saw Zithro out of the corner of my eye. I turned to face him, my eyes focusing and unfocusing on his form. "You," I managed. He placed his hand against the surrounding field, examining the magic. I grinned. "Nothing you can do. I protect this seal. I gave everything," I said, managing enough strength to sit upright. Without saying a word, he glanced at his hand, making a fist. On his hand was a ring. I saw the inscription on it, the sigil. It was a sigil I knew well. The sacred seal of Solomon, as in King Solomon, who trapped Asmodai and forced his legions to build the Temple Mount. It cannot be the same ring. It wasn't possible. Zithro frowned. "I must destroy this ritual." He looked at me with pity. No, I am the sigil. I've tied the ritual to myself. If you dispel it..." "Forgive me," Zithro said, pressing his ring against the surface of the protective dome. "But you haven't proven yourself redeemable." He frowned. "Beautiful Bella, I wish I was not sending you to hell. I wish you had found a better life for yourself. I wish, and hope, that someday you find salvation." "No!" I shouted as he chanted. "Dark energy may not stay. I release it and send it on its way. Dark energy, I banish thee, and is my word, so may it be," Zithro said as his ring amplified the simplest cleansing spell into something that ripped the runes from the ground and caused the surrounding dome to collapse. "No!" I shrieked, as the fire in my veins became an ice cold. Screaming filled my ears as my heart hammered in my chest. My fingers felt it first, the numbing. I looked at them, watching them char black. It wasn't just that I could not feel my fingers, but they were literally cooking on my hands. I couldn't move them. I screamed in horror as the blackness rushed up to my arms, and I could feel the same happening to my feet. My legs were next, going numb, the icy sensation of death sliding up them. As my hips went numb, I realized I couldn't feel my face. It peeled my eyes open as my flesh dried, my lips pulling back, exposing my teeth as my mouth went dry. As I went blind, that last thing I saw or felt was the ground dropping out beneath me. I was falling. I never felt myself strike the ground. I expected flames and sulfur. Darkness surrounded me. Was this death? Was it all just this for mortals? Heaven and hell were nothing but fairy tales told to mortal men and women, while immortal demons and angels fought for our hearts. Was there no cold or heat? A numbness filled me. Had I just not passed yet? Would a judgmental angel soon hurl me into a lake of fire? Would it be God himself? Would there be time to spit on him before he threw me? No, this isn't all there is. Because I feel pain. Burning, searing pain on my chest. What is this? I cannot see, but something burns against the flesh over my heart. Fuzzy vision returns, and I look to my chest to see the sanguine amber where I had left it between my breasts after the incantation. The fire had deflated my bust, burning them dry. I attempt to move my arm to test this, but flesh flakes off of my bones as I try to move my arm. I gasp, air rushing into my lungs, followed by pressure. Something is building up inside of me, even more pain. I try to scream, but only dry gasps leave my dried throat. Something snaps, and to my horror, my chest has doubled in size, but my ribcage has ripped open, red flesh exposed under my previously dried skin. What is this? More pain overrides my previously numb senses. As the pressure surged up my throat, another attempted scream stopped, this time because of something inside of my throat. What surged up out of my mouth was my tongue, partially dried and putrefied, but more came up with it. I rolled over, watching in horror, as what could only be described as my innards forced their way out of my mouth. My arms now had the same red flesh, poking up under my dried skin, and my legs screamed in pain as I managed to my hands and knees. More pressure inside of me forced yet more vile flesh out of my mouth. I could not breathe, and pressure surged into my skull. Heat and pain. That was it. Like fire was running through my veins. A sickening crack over my right eyebrow follows a brief relief to the pain, but yet more pressure is surging up out of my skull. Another crack causes my left ear to pop, as if I slid a knife inside and pierced my eardrums. My scream is only a series of sickening regurgitating noises, as I can feel the back of my throat push out of my mouth, as if whatever is inside of me has filled me up and found my innards unneeded. I looked at my right hand, watched black nails rip my old ones off from underneath. They grow long, almost 8 centimeters long, tapering to thin points at the tips, sharp points. A shiver runs through me as I hear ripping near my hips, and a strange sensation picking up as the pain slowly fades. A clattering noise draws my attention to my hands as I watch as my teeth fall out of my mouth, clattering to the ground. My free hand attempts to cover my mouth, but the raw flesh continues to push out of the orifice. My stomach would churn if it wasn't likely laying on the ground before me. Tears dripped from my eyes, but another crack in my skull sent a new wave of pain through me. The pressure is behind my eye. No, stop, please. My right eye pops from my skull as I roar in pain. My gums are on fire, as if they're being stabbed from within. I can't see anything. I go blind as another crack occurs, and my left eye soon releases from its socket. I claw at my face, muffled screams filling the air, as I can feel the skin on the back of my head slow off and fall to the ground with a sickening thud. I scratch and claw at my face, pulling things off, skin, flesh. Soon I find the chain of flesh from my mouth and grab hold of it. With a concentrated effort, I rip it out of my mouth. Fresh air filled my body as I gasp, still blinded as I reach up and discover my face is... It's stuck to my face. My claws dig into the flesh of my forehead and peel the dried mask of blackened flesh off of my skull. or it feels this way anyway. I look down, seeing the inside of my face. My eyes are on the ground, unceremoniously looking up at me. Chunks of my skin slow off my back and waist now, landing with the rip of charred dress. My dress easily gave way to the heavy and wet substances. In a tentative moment, I gingerly slid my hand over my face. I think I feel new flesh. It's not bone or muscle, and I can blink. I test my jaw, finding I have teeth again, though they are strange. They interlock tightly with no give or play as I close my jaw. My tongue slides over the sharpened spikes within my mouth as it tastes blood. Delicious, sweet, and coppery blood. My new stomach rumbles, and I swear I can hear myself let out an audible growl. I'm so hungry. And blood. Flesh. I can feel a desire for it. A deep craving for meat, but not cooked. I wanted raw, sick and quivering flesh. Screaming flesh. Pain radiates down my legs, sending me face down to the ground, or it would have. My head stopped with a jerking motion before it hit the ground. Something attached to my head contacting the ground before my forehead could. A sensation not unlike shoving my feet into a pair of heels that are too small radiates up my legs and calves. My toes feel crushed by an ever-increasing pressure, and I roar in pain. I roared in pain? The ground shook as my lungs felt larger, stronger. My body felt stronger. Muscles flexed along my arms, and I could feel my chest grow thicker with each breath. A growl of satisfaction reverberated through my chest as my fingers sunk easily into the stone floor. I didn't feel human, and pressure soon mounted in my chest, alien to anything I had ever felt. I could not feel my toes, but at the end of my feet, there was something numb and thick, strong and sturdy. Something mine. I planted them firmly in the ground and arched my back, growling deep in my chest, as the pain yielded to a promised release of the mounting pressure. I let out an inhuman cry of pleasure, as a wet burst radiated away from my back. My tongue lolled out of my mouth as I tilted my head back, my eyes seeing so perfectly in the darkness it may as well have been midday. That's when I saw wings, black and red fleshy wings stretching upwards. I could move them. They were my wings. Something flicked back and forth out of the end of my spine. I turned, still on all fours, to see a long whip-like black tail flitting back and forth from my now red and well-muscled back. I slowly got to my hind legs, bending them and resting comfortably on my haunches, inspecting my feet. Gone were my human toes. In place were thick and heavy hooves. Not goat hooves, something denser and thicker. Oxen? Something heavy, powerful. I rose on my new powerful legs, my hands running over my body. To my dismay, I lost my breasts, along with my hair, but atop my head was a pair of glorious horns. I wondered where I could find a mirror to see the glorious things. My hands had powerful and sharp nails now, my fingers long and wicked-looking. I grinned, my teeth locking together, my lips curling back to reveal them in all their predatory glory. A laugh radiated out of my chest. A feminine laugh still, that much I could still call my own. My hands roamed over my body, finding my sex where I expected it, between my powerful thighs. I wrapped my huge wings around my shoulders, smiling as the black contrasted with my otherwise red flesh. What is this? My voice had dipped from soprano to alto, but it oozed still with sensuality. A pang of hunger in my gut wasn't for typical food, rather something much more raw and delicious. My eyes scanned the darkness, and my ears twitched. I heard a heartbeat, a rapid and fearful heartbeat. Somewhere down there was a man. I licked my lips and made my way towards it, my legs moving me faster than I ever imagined running. Each footfall clopping loudly against the debris and broken floor. My nostrils flared as the delicious scent of fear filled them, and I turned to see a utility closet. New eyes focused on the door, and I could see the heat of the man behind it. He was holding the doorknob tightly, hoping that alone could keep him safe. Drool rolled down my chin and over my throat. His fear was so tantalizing. I had no choice. I really didn't. I grabbed the doorknob and ripped the door from its hinges, pulling the man behind it into my full view. My drool oozed from my maw as he pissed himself at the sight of me. I loomed over him, grinning wide. Oh God, he whimpered. I grabbed his shoulders, making eye contact with him. God's not here. I licked my lips. Let me give him to you quickly. No, don't, he begged, as I leaned over and took a heavy bite out of his skull. My teeth sheared through his bone and flesh with ease, and the sweet taste of fear filled blood, and brain matter flooded my mouth. If I wasn't starving, I'd have savored his flesh more, but I hungered for man flesh. I feasted on his body, devouring him in his entirety. Every fleck of skin, every organ, every bone snapped and crunched in my maw as I consumed him. As I took one last bite of the delicious fellow, my hunger seemed satiated for the time being. I glanced at a name tag, picking it up and dangling it from my claws. A janitor. Well, that makes sense, I said to myself. A presence called me back to where I had transformed, and I made my way towards it, my eyes seeing a powerful figure standing within the dust. Though he stood there, he wasn't in the physical plane. My eyes could see the spiritual world so well it frightened me. Around the figure were the corrupted spirits I had brought into my service. To my shock, they were no longer shadows to me. I saw them fully formed. The rabbits and their sharpened talons and black fur, their burning red eyes. The mice with their lengthened bodies and sharp claws. As I approached, they cuddled up to my hooves, squeaking and groaning as if finding their mother. When they touched me, they grew larger, their squeaks becoming deeper and harsher. Each now as large as a dog, standing at my side, ready to serve. I looked up to the figure, and unsurprisingly, it was Lord Asmodai. I knelt, bowing my head. My lord. Asmodai spoke softly, the first time I had ever heard him do so. We have failed. I gritted my teeth. I tried so hard, I began, but Asmodai silenced me. To clarify, I failed, Asmodai informed. You gave me everything, proved your loyalty to me, and as such I have rewarded you. I looked at my hands and flexed my fingers, realizing what I was. I'm not human anymore. No, Asmodai began. Your soul burned when you channeled me so intensely. Your mind corrupted. It soaked your body in my dark energy. Even when the spell broke, so much dark energy flowed into you it destroyed your human body. But because of the amber you held in your chest, he motioned. I ran my hands over my chest, finding the amber had fused with my flesh. It contained a portion of the darkness you channeled, like a battery. Your desire made reality into your flesh, and you are now a greater demon, Asmodai informed. I grinned. I'm a demon? Truly? Tears of joy threatened to leak down my cheeks. Asmodai nodded. Yes, a greater demon at that. Far more powerful than succubi and their equals. I let out a purr of pleasure, radiating through my chest as I did so. You'll find your spells are now your own. They no longer require a pact to make, Asmodai informed. I thought of my Hellfire spell, and in an instant my skin radiated heat and flames. I raised my hand up, feeling the fire lick my flesh. As I pulled the spell back, though heat filled me, I could feel no toll taken on my body or spirit. Yes, I hissed pleasurably. In exchange for these gifts, I ask a favor, Asmodai began. My eyes locked onto his. I'll do anything for you, my lord. Name it, and it is done. The new temple guardians have prevented me from coming to this world as I had desired, but their negligence has led to your dark rebirth. I was downright giddy as I awaited my orders, my first task as a demoness. Asmodai continued. You belong to no one, yet our goals align. I nodded. Yes. I request you open the gate to hell, but do so carefully. The Guardians are wary of us, so now you must partner with their greatest enemy, Asmodai reasoned. He is a fallen prophet who believes himself cursed by the devil and desires to open the gates to exact his revenge on Lucifer. He is ignorant of the fact that the gate swings both ways. You are to aid him in opening the gate and keep him ignorant of its true function. Who is he, my lord? I asked. You must lead him to the gate, which has no key or lock, and aid him in building a new one. With his resources, he will aid you. Asmodai's form faded. He goes by the name Zephiel, a woman's voice called out. Asmodai vanished and I looked up, hearing a pair of people walking about. My new eyes could see their power and heat through the floor that I stood beneath. What do you think happened here? The woman continued. I could tell she had similar power to Zeph, even a similar build, though she was older. Was this her mother? It could have been. A man who had to be Zephiel was standing over the hole I had fallen through, his voice resonating within. An invocation circle was here. Someone attempted something rather naughty. Anything dark left? The woman asked. Ragna, Zephiel began. Why not ask your little demon bitch? Esmeralda is busy at the moment, Ragna scoffed. As was I before you requested I'd come to look at this anomaly you claim to have found. Someone attempted to summon up a demon, Zephiel began. I thought you could lend a learned opinion to this ritual. I looked around myself, flicking my wrist at my dress as the fabric wrapped around my chest, draping over my hips, ending at mid-thigh. I spread my wings and walked up to the hole. Hello? I cried out. The woman's voice was first and foremost. Who's there? Can you inform us of what happened? She leaned over the hole. I could see her hair was in a long braid, dangling down half of her head. The other half buzzed down close to her skin. She didn't wear a lick of makeup, had thin lips and violet eyes. Yes, I thought, this was Zeph's mother. With Zephiel seeming to dislike demons, I played a known event to my benefit. I faked a whimper. Please don't kill me. I'm not what I look like. How so? Zephiel's voice called down. Show yourself. Please, I begged. A demon tricked me some time ago. They took my soul and turned me into a... I faked a hitch in my voice. Something inhuman. I'm sure you're over-exaggerating your predicament, dear. Show yourself to us. We mean you no harm, Ragna assured. I flew up from the ground and landed next to Zephiel, standing eye to eye with a man with icy blue eyes that seemed familiar. Though these eyes were graying and lacked any form of potency, they were icy, blue, and full of apathy. He had salt and pepper hair and a short military-like cut, and wore some kind of military uniform. I backed away from him, wrapping my arms around myself, doing my best to hide my teeth. A demoness, Zephiel said, an eyebrow raised. Yes. I looked to the floor, shivering as he called me so. What happened here? Ragna demanded. Someone tried to invoke Asmodai into a mortal man as a vessel, I explained. They summoned me to do this, I half lied. But someone interrupted the spell and cast Asmodai out. He wanted to pull me back with him, but I escaped. Who stopped this ritual? Ragna asked. I decided to tip a card. I do not know what to call her. An angel? A demoness? She went by the name of Zephyrina. Ragna's face twisted to a grin. Zephyrina? Really? How did she stop this demon lord? I decided to feed Ragna's ego as much as I could. It was clear she knew Zephyrina somehow. So far, the mother-daughter link was all but confirmed. I was shocked. She went blow for blow with the mighty demon lord, clashing with him, proving far superior in power to him. I was so afraid of her, yet fascinated. Ragna turned to Zephiel. Zephyrina was here. Likely that means she is working with someone to stop demonic activity. Interesting, to say the least. Zephiel narrowed his eyes to Ragna. If Zephyrina is interfering, then it's likely Ava and Tasha are also involved. Ragna nodded. The U.S. has Zephyrina and Ava, likely Tasha as well. They were likely ordered here by their leader. Zephiel rolled his eyes. Yes, your arch-nemesis, Captain Sofia Vasquez. Ragna's eyes grew cold. I owe her for two now, for nearly killing Rachel and now Madison. Ragna turned to me. Where did they go? I'm not sure where they went, I explained. After Lord Asmodee's defeat, I was injured and fell down into the basement, left for dead. Ragna spoke harshly as she approached. Well, I apologize, dear, but if you're a demon in service to one such as Asmodee, I cannot risk you being alive to cause problems. She drew a sword from her side. Besides, if my daughter Zephyrina smote your master, Ragna grinned, I can't let you just pass me by unharmed. I shrieked and rushed to Zephiel, looking at him with my best pathetic woman's eyes. Please, you gave me your word I'd be safe. Thus the apologies, Ragna explained. That was before I knew what master you served. I whimpered. I serve no master. My soul is free but corrupted. I looked deep into Zephiel's eyes. I suffer a terrible curse, one I'll do anything to undo so I could return to who I was before. I struck a chord in his eyes, and he looked at me in pity. Still, a sword flew towards my face. I shut my eyes lightly, expecting her sword to impale me. Ragna growled. Zephiel! I opened my eyes to see the sword held in place before me, shaking as Zephiel held up two fingers near my face, somehow holding the sword back with an unseen force. It was not magic. It was something else. What is it, Ragna? He turned to her. Only you can keep a demonic pet? My arm slid behind his back and I beamed at him. Thank you. She's dangerous, Ragna declared. I bound Esmeralda to me. She'll never even blink without my consent. Zephiel turned to me, his hand on my chin as he looked into my eyes. What demon lord owns your soul? I could be truthful here. None, I explained. I broke free, my debts were paid. Would you serve me? He asked. I coded my voice as best I could, in a grateful and demure tone. If you save me from her, I cast a dagger-filled gaze at Ragna. I will. Ragna, Zephiel announced. Stand down. I am not under your command. Ragna narrowed her eyes at Zephiel, pulling her sword back. But if you want to keep the little bitch because you feel some connection, then fine. Ragna looked me up and down. But don't come crawling to me when the little bitch stabs you in the back. Ragna turned and walked away. Zephiel scoffed at her as she did so. Ragna called back, and keep her out of my business. She looked over her shoulder, or I'll have Esmeralda sending her screaming back to hell. With that, a black portal appeared before her, and she vanished within it. I decided it was time I cemented the trust between Zephiel and myself. You know, I should repay you, I smiled at him. Zephiel glanced at me. If, I smiled, you'd have me. You're not quite what I look for in a woman. I'm a demoness, I whispered into his ear. I'm a creature of sin. I licked his ear, shivering. What do you desire? Zephiel's hand was at the small of my back, as his sexual desires flooded my mind. He desired a submissive, yet spunky sort of woman, one who would give him what he wanted at a moment's notice, service him without question, and dote on him whenever he desired. He also had a thing for hourglass figures. I cast a potent spell on my body, shivering as I took a human form that fit his desire. I now looked up at him, glancing down at the ample cleavage shoved into my dress's top. Well? Zephiel grinned. What is your name, girl? Bella, I smiled wide. BellaDelAvana.